All right, this is the October 2025. Um, my name is Mackie. I do anime, I do manga, I do games. And September and August, animes weren't done because I was doing all the stuff, goes to work, school, and still right now, but I at least have a few days time for which I did. And these are the top 12. I wanted to do a top 20, but some of the videos aren't on streaming services and no one sells like DVDs anymore in my neighborhood. So I can't get them. And I'm not going to go all the way to Chinatown just to find things that might not be there. So, um, and a lot of stuff, other stuff, didn't fall into the category of horror and story. As in horror and story, horror has to be present there. It's not just about blood and guts and the horror of violence, because violence is fall in all categories of things that are non-horror related. Gangsters shooting up people, horrific. Wife beating husband, horrific. Husband beating wife, horrific. Husband and wife beating kids, horrific. But those things aren't horror. Those are just horrific events happening. Horror lies into the realm of not just natural human, like, dark nature, but there's a sense of supernaturalness to it. So if you take the supernatural out of horror, then it's just normal, everyday bad shit happening. A car crash over another car, things topple over, Final Destination style, and you blame it on an accident. But if you throw a bit of this cannot be something that's coincidental, if you find that there are certain threads leading to something, then you start thinking that it's more than just accidental. It's something supernatural. So a level of supernatural has to be in horror. A level of belief with regards to that there's more than just something that's bad happening due to human nature. It has to be some level of supernaturalness in it. So all things that fell into horror that didn't fall into some level of supernatural weren't including in this. So if you think that your horror stuff that deserves to be horror simply because people are stabbing each other, or people are blowing up, or somebody's just going nut job crazy, then that's not really horror. That's just plain old killer, you know. Serial killers will fall a little bit more into horror, simply because it's not just about them committing many acts of violence. It's about them having a belief in something that's not present in front of them. That's something that's more unnatural about their behavior. That's not natural. They're not just animals doing things. There's something that's driving them, some type of motivation, some type of thing that's not present in the real world. That said, um, I'm starting off right now, so I don't take forever on this. And this is going to be uploaded onto YouTube today. Because I want to hop onto Warframe and play that. It's been like more than 4 days I've played that game, and I need to get back into it since I have time. But I need to do this video as well. So I'm going to start off with the best and then go down to the not so best, but it's in my top 12. I wanted to do a top 10, but some are so good that maybe it's not even a 12, maybe it's 11. I think it might be 11. But I'll see. I think I have either 11 or 12 in here. So I'm starting off right now. The anime you see on the screen right now is called Monster. Monster is the number one. And it's going to go from Monster all the way to the last anime, which is probably going to be um, either Gantz or Shiki. One of them. Not sure yet. And yes, Gantz is in here because Gantz is horror. And even though the story of Gantz is not that great, the motivations of good versus evil, right versus wrong, some supernatural elements that are in here. It's not just about aliens, it's there's other factors as well. And but Gantz is all the way down on this totem pole because Gantz has some suggestive things, kind of like the same as Berserk does in the manga as well. So I'm not trying to put that in my top three horror or whatever. You know, there's some lines that they cross in Gantz and in Berserk, and then I don't appreciate that at all. So, but I do recognize the harm, and I do recognize the story. Just like you don't have to like Texas Chainsaw Massacre because Texas Chainsaw Massacre is based off of a real person, but you cannot ignore the fact that the story of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is there. It's a good story and it's a good horror. So that said, you this is a monster. The first image you see is of our hero or main protagonist in the story, and I think if I remember his name very carefully, his name is Tenma, and he's a doctor, and he's an extremely good neurosurgeon, and he's told by this other doctor, it's like, listen, I know that you're a good guy, I know you want to do what you have to do, but you have to realize something, that you've been used by the chief of staff in order to, you know, promote the hospital, to make the hospital look good. We have the best doctor, neurosurgeon in the hospital. We need to show that to the public so that we could get more funds from people and from different organizations. So he didn't get into being a doctor for popularity or to bring more funds to the table. He got to be a neurosurgeon in order to save people. Plain and simple. That's all there is to it. So he's sick of this bullshit that has to do with politics and popularity, and you will be set for life if you do follow the right steps and don't care about doing the job for what you actually went to school for and care about. So moving on from that, we get to the next image. And this image is of one of these examples, a woman crying over her husband died. Why didn't you save my husband? Why did you save some pop star or some singer or something like that? Moving on from that, he then went home and spoke to his girlfriend. And his girlfriend is here, a snobby woman, rich, come from rich, never work a day in her life. It's like, why do you worry about people who are below you and stuff? They're just doing what they're doing for survival. They don't really matter in the long run. It's only those who make a name for themselves in society matter, and those who are pushing society forward. Those are the only people who matter. Those who are just working, they don't matter whatsoever at all. That being the case, half of what she says is true. The other half is completely wrong because those who are working need to build and keep things, maintain things. That's very important. So those people matter to a halfway degree, not to a full degree. So we cannot put someone before them because then if someone dies in the hospital because they're a poor person, but they work for someone who's rich, now that rich company has someone who is good at his job, now out of his job, died because some pop star was put in front of him. And now the company has to hire someone equally as good as the employee that they lost, but they can't find someone equally as good because that guy doesn't exist anymore. That type of stuff. So after that, he goes into a room and he tries to see what he could do in regards to his life. He's at home. Yeah, I don't think he drinks, but he later is called back to the hospital because he found out that something happened. People have been killed within a certain home, and a boy and a girl have been rescued. A man and a woman was killed, and a boy and a girl are rescued, but the boy is in critical condition, and the girl is in a state of shock. So after that, he charged to save the boy because you remember the old woman pleading that her son is dead, and I mean that her husband is dead, and that you should have saved him. You were there. He was first. He's been there for quite some time. Why did someone get popularity get first? So he decides to take the moral route and do what is right this time rather than what is popular. Apparently, the hospital wants you to do what is most popular, regardless, every single time. So he says, you know what, screw it. I'll deal with the consequences that come with it, and I'll save this boy's life. So he went over to the boy, saved the boy's life, did the surgery on the boy. The little girl woke up, and the little girl's still in a state of shock, or she was always in a state of shock while she was in bed with her eyes open and stuff, shocked of what happened in there, like someone killed her parents, and the boy and the girl have to be in the hospital. Eventually, a couple of nurses thought it was a good idea to bring the when she wakes up, that to get her out of her shock, to bring her to her brother. So if the two siblings, twins, get to see each other, they might feel a sense of comfort and hug each other out in order to get them to communicate and talk again. Once he came to life after the surgery has been done and his head is nice and healed, they bring the little girl to see the boy, and the little girl freaked out, left the room, didn't want to see the brother, shocked, went into a state of panic after she saw the brother. The little brother started to cry, wondering why she went into a state of panic and left the room. And then later on that same night, when everything is nice and quiet in the hospital, two people end up dead, or three people end up dead. And the three people who end up dead just happen to be um, the main chief of staff with regards to the hospital, the primary doctor, which is in charge of Tenma's whole duties here at the hospital, and another doctor. All three of them were killed. So the snobby girl's has a father, and snobby girl's father was killed. So that's that. That's no big loss because she's not a good person at all, and that'll come into play later on. So we then found out the reason why, because upon the boy being resurrected from his death, from the bullet gunshot wound to his head, from I would say the bad guy shot him in the head. Boom. Um, the neurosurgeon Tenma brought him back to life. He came back to life, but he wasn't. His eyes weren't open when he was sleeping, and Tenma was talking to him the whole time about I'm doing the right thing, and these popular assholes, this chief of staff that's above me. So he's basically spilling the beans while the boy is sleeping. And for some reason, the boy hears all this. And once he hears all this, the same night, all three of them are dead. Not suspicious at all. And then comes the first of many little cardboard cutout scenes from a little storybook of a monster that came to a village, but the monster had no name, and the monster was wandering around looking for a name. So, this is where the first creep factor in the story starts off from this little storybook. Of course, kids' storybook, clowns, that type of stuff will always be creepy, especially if they have monsters in it. And especially if you play creepy music with said storybook and said monster. So this storybook is about a monster that have four legs and a head, and then wears something that looks like a wizard cap, so on and so forth. And he's moving around throughout the world looking for a name. That said, as you proceed through the anime later on, more of these images, these flip books, appear within the end credit scene, showing exactly what the monster does next, where did he go next, who he speaks to next, so on and so forth. As you're watching it, you're not making any big deal out of it. It's nothing big deal. The monster goes into people and they become strong. And then eventually, after a while, the monster comes back out of the person, or should I say, the person turns into the monster. And then everyone runs away, and then the monster finds yet another person and then goes into them. But it just doesn't go into the person. You have to welcome it in, kind of like a vampire type of thing. But it's weird. I'll get to that later. So moving on, we meet another guy, and I believe this is Detective Saito, or maybe I'm thinking of another anime. Wait, what was his name? Longe. I think his name is Longe, Detective Longe of the KPD or something. He's an inspector, a detective, I think his name is Lunge or Lung. And so Detective Lunge basically said, "Hey, what's going on here? Someone is dead. Blah 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 blah. I need to look into it. Not with regards to the hospital, with regards to two more people killed down the road. So at first, you have the two people that were killed inside the house. The two kids were taken outside of the house, then to the hospital, and then after they were taken to the hospital, three more people were killed at the hospital. And then years later, and this is how the story goes, years later, this detective pops up, Detective Lange, because he discovers in his neighborhood two people were killed. So the hospital is nowhere around where he's investigating right now. So whatever's going on, he has no idea of any connections with regards to Tenma and the kids and this murderer. So moving on from here, and yes, this is a serial killer story, but not in the way that you would see normal serial killer stories. This guy doesn't like chop people up and everything. This is more like a catch me if you can type of thing. It's like a Sherlock Holmes story. It's just that Moriarty happened to be a serial killer rather than a guy manipulating everyone. So this person is like a Moriarty and um, a serial killer all at the same time. So yeah, I would say that he's like a Moriarty type of serial killer. So he's going to do killings and he's going to leave a bunch of bodies after killing people. But he's also going to do what Moriarty does and manipulate other people to do his bidding. And this person is extremely smart, and extremely knows the dark natures of human beings. And he happens to be in, I would say, a position to decide the fate of others. This was all play out slowly. So Longe suspected two more killings, and eventually he found out as he's proceeding through the story. One person managed to survive at the place where the two more killings happened. They caught this guy who apparently got an injury, ended up in the hospital, and he was a burglar. Apparently, the criminal needed a burglar, a skilled burglar, in order to get inside of the house. Why would someone of a genius need someone like that? So he's curious about what's going on, and later on throughout the story, the killer came back in order to clean up his mess. In other words, I don't think it was a mess. I think he intended to leave this burglar alive in order to lead Tenma to his location. So, this is the killer, all grown up, and it turns out that the killer is the boy from the hospital. The boy that the little girl was screaming and ran out was the boy from the hospital. In fact, the killer, standing in front of Tenma, comes out of the darkness while the guy's on the floor groveling for his life and say, "Hey, remember me? I was a kid from way back then. I'm now like 20 or something years old, or I'm going to be 20. I'm like 19, and I got certain things I got to do. But this is one of those things I need to do and clean up on my way. During my time and my many years away after escaping that hospital, I set certain things in motion. I hope you like it, telling 10 minutes stuff, but he doesn't divulge additional other details. What he does is kill the person right in front of him, right in front of Tenma. Tenma is then questioned by the detective, and the detective Longe basically say, "Listen, I find it strange that you came to my town or came to my city, and then all of a sudden, or came to my area of." I'm not exactly sure where this place was, but it could have been a different area from where the hospital is in the same city. But regardless, he went outside of certain boundaries to find this person, or should I say, this person went out of his way to find Tenma, and then led Tenma to the guy um, who was the burglar, and then shot him in front of Tenma. So either way, it could have gone either way. But Longe is starting to think that Tenma is the serial killer because he showed up. He was once at the hospital where the killings happened of those three people, for which the kids were sent to the hospital for. And then again, once he's associated with the burglar, and found at the scene of the burglar's death. So he's starting to think that Tenma is the serial killer. And Tenma tells him that this killer is called Johann. And he was a kid that he took care of in the hospital. And he got out and he ended up killing staff members. And ever since then, he's been trying to correct that wrong because this killer, serial killer, is going to keep killing more people. And so he's trying to correct the mistake of allowing the killer, the serial killer, to do the things that he does. He believes that he's morally responsible for his actions and everything that's happening. That because he saved the life of this murderer, people are dead in hospital and more people are dead now and more people are going to die. So he feels like he resurrected a monster and he must correct this mistake. So moving on from that, we get further into the future. We see a girl who's of a certain age. By the time you get to this, you already know who this person is. This is one of the twins. She talks to her friends at school. She's in college, and in college, her friends are saying, "Hey, you should go out with a guy. You haven't gone out with any guys. What's up with that? There's someone in the class who has a crush on you." She says, "Yeah, who it is? Oh, there he is. He's coming right now." He doesn't show up and say, "Hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you." Blah blah blah. She say, "Oh, hi, how you doing?" And then at the same time, she was speaking to him. She got a whiff of someone standing in the background, looking at her, standing by a pole. And then she has this certain fear or sense of dread that just came over her for no reason, as if she knows this person, but she's never met this person before. Because for reasons that she doesn't remember, she can't remember her past for the past 10 or even more than that years. Whenever she was at the home when she was a kid, with her twin, her brother, who's the serial killer, um, moving forward from that, she kind of, after the shock of knowing that he actually killed her own parents, she never recovered from that. She kind of mentally blocked it out. And since then, she doesn't even recall anything in regards to those events, or she basically stuffed it in the back of her mind. So she wouldn't be able to know how her brother looks even if she did meet him again. Because after that scene of the hospital, he was never to be found. He just disappeared off the face of the earth. But here he is. Later on, he showed up. So moving on from that, Tenma then finds her and realizes that she's the twin from way back then, and tells her she's in very great danger because someone is after a guy named Johan. She says, "I don't know anybody named Johan," but she's kind of in a shock as if she thinks she knows his name or thinks she knows that person, but she doesn't remember at all. And someone tries to attack her and lower her, or maybe attack Temma for talking to her, which could only mean that Johan is keeping tabs on her for the reason why that happens. She ended up tackling Tenma to the ground because Tenma is not, I mean, not Tenma, she tackling the bad guy to the ground because Tenma is not a fighter, but she's been practicing judo. She saves his life, even though in this image it shows that he's actually saving her life. But in all truth, I think the bad guy had a knife or a gun or something and was about to kill Tenma. And then she judo sling his arm, and then the police came and so on and so forth, and then they had this nice conversation, and then we go back to this bitch and this person who's upset that Tenma broke up with her because he fully realized that she only cares about herself and her money and her selfish ways. And the moment her father dies, um, and she realized all she has is his inheritance. She has no one else. She tried to go to Tenma in order to make amends for the situation of him being accused of her husband's or her father's death. Because the moment the chief got killed in the hospital with those other two doctors, someone had to be blamed for it, and Tenma was blamed for it because um, his death happened. The doctors, um, the chief doctor's death happened because he's basically saved the life of the kid who did the killing. Now, back then, no one knew that the kid was the one that did the killing. But they basically say Tenma is responsible for all this because he brought the kid to the hospital, and bringing the kid to the hospital is the reason that led to her father's death. But also the reason why she broke up with him, because he was supposed to do another surgery on a mare or something, and said he let the mare die in order to save the kid's life. So that's how he got in trouble. He was supposed to perform two surgeries, one to save a mare and the other to save a kid. He chose to save the kid. The chief the chief doctor decides to punish him by not making him the head neurosurgeon at the hospital. And eventually, after that happens, this bitch broke up with him and decided, I'm not going to be with a guy who's not trying to climb the ladder of success. And then after her father died, she blames him even more for that. But then she tries to crawl back to him, realizing she has no one else to depend on. But he sees through her and realizes that she's just a snobby person who's never had to struggle at all in her life, and realize even if he did go back to her, it would be same old, same old. She would just depend on him and treat him like garbage. So moving on from that, he then pulls out a gun on another guy who he suspect knows where Johan is. The guy says, I don't know where Johan is, or this person, but I do know of things related to this character because Tenma, for all his neurosurgeon work as a doctor, he's actually a good detective. And he's been doing his research to find out that Johann was a child in an orphanage in Germany. And in that orphanage, they took certain children and experimented on them. And this was back during the Cold War era. And I think during the 70s or early 80s, the Cold War era. And they wanted to do that in order to ensure that if a war happens, they had the brightest mind, the best people in order to do the best jobs to take out the enemies. And those things fall into three categories. These children were designed to follow certain rules, follow certain orders. And those orders and those rules were quite simple. Either go to a financial institute like a bank and make sure you become the head of that institute for all of Germany, or go to the military and be the top brass in the military, or make sure you've become a heavy duty politician within the Congress or whatever governmental body figure you had to play, and be the main secretary of affairs with regards to defense of the country. And these three things are tethered together because you need money in order to finance military warfare, which the banks are associated, and you need politicians to make sure certain rules and certain regulations are crossed and certain lines are crossed, so you don't have the the morally right people interrupting you and try to stop you. So these three lines, in order to control a country, you need to follow these three pathways. So if you're able to put your foot in all three of them, you're in a good place. But if you can't, you should at least get into one. And they were making sure to design all three of these, all, or should I say, as many of these children as they possibly can to make the perfect person who could either fit in one, two, or three of these categories. And eventually, one of them turned out to be Johann and certain of his associates. Um, and Johann was following the plan specifically until things went bad within the 511 orphanage, and people got killed. All the adults got killed, some kids got killed, and the remaining kids that didn't get killed, and adults that didn't get killed, they managed to escape. But it said that no adults escaped, but I believe that to be untrue. But yeah, that's what this was all about. The 511 was all about creating the perfect soldier. a perfect soldier with regards to dealing in three different fields within the German government or German continent. Well, not continent, the German state, or if you want to call it continent, its own faction, Germany's own faction created within Germany itself, kind of like the Nazis, or a secret organization within a secret organization controlling everything. So that said, moving on from that, we get to another scene where we see the girl Nina talking to one of these people associated with Johann, and are people who are trying to make Johann's vision with regards to creating a new Germany come to pass. Unfortunately, it doesn't play out the way that this guy does because he introduced Nina to, and that's her name, Nina. That's the name she's going by right now, Nina. But that's not her true name. Her true name is Anna, I believe. So she's trying to find out where Johann is and find out her memories at the same time. So moving on from that, she pulls out a gun on a guy called the baby, for which she was introduced to, and say, "You're going to tell me everything that there is to know about Johann, or I pull the trigger." He pisses his pants. Eventually, um, the baby wanted to get rid of the Turks in the neighborhood and set up things on blaze because it's all part of Johann's plan in order to unify Germany or change the path of where Germany is going to follow a specific schedule that Johann is following. So, moving on from that, we get to see another scene where um, uh, Tenma and a couple of other people are escaping, and she's running towards them on the boat and saying, "I'll follow you guys later on. I have to catch up. I got to find out more about Johann." And moving on from that, the story proceeds forward where a couple of Johann's goons, Roberto, and other people are sent to try to take out Tenma, and they fail. And Detective Lumley got caught in crossfire, took out some of those bad guys, and at I believe Roberto's request, because Roberto is Johann's right hand man with regards to assassination stuff. You could say he's Johann's hitman. So um, Lunge then pulls his gun on Tenma and says, "This charade has gone on long enough. I believe that you are Johann and you should give up." That didn't go well. Um, Tenma says, "No, I don't think so. I think you got the wrong person, but I will stop your bleeding so you don't bleed out to death because you are going to die." And then moving on to the next, we then see a scene where Roberto pops up and is speaking to um, Tenma's wife, or supposed wife, or was going to be wife, Ava. And Ava basically says, "Well, who the hell are you?" And my husband left me. My father's dead. All I have is inheritance, but I'm not going to tell you anything about where um, Tenma is because I don't really need anything from that bastard. And of course, he then introduces himself and gives his name and says his name is Roberto, and I'm interested in you. I'm not worried about anyone else, but I need you to tell me where the certain object is. So he decided to get rough on her. Like, tell me where the object is. She doesn't know what he's talking about, what object he's talking about, but it's obviously something Johann wants. And he also wants to find out where Tenma is. I think Johann is trying to clean up certain loose ends, and Roberto's is his man to take care of Tenma. So he's a loose end. It's strange to me that he would send Roberto to kill Tenma to this day, especially after you know he was saved by Tenma in the hospital. Why he'd want to kill him all of a sudden? But I'm thinking that he's just trying to clean things up because now he's in a position where his ultimate objective is right in front of him. So moving on from that, we get to a part where Roberto, or should I say the following day or following couple of days, Roberto gives her a gun and said, "I want you to kill Tenma and the people who are in that mansion," or something like that. Because Roberto was able to track down where Tenma is but she's hesitant on killing Tanma, and so she decides to run for it. Roberto is basically, I think he's shot or he's knocked out or something, but he's not killed, and he's managed to escape. But no, he's not shot or knocked out. What happened is the mansion he was trying to kill Tenma in, um, and killed other people in the mansion, had his own personal bodyguards and personal shooters. So if he comes way too close and he managed to get caught, they could sniper rifle him. And as good as he is, because he would be outnumbered, because he showed up to that place by himself, he decides to back away rather than risk his life and get caught by just a stray bullet and try to run for it with a bunch of, goons coming on hot on his trail to try to kill him. So Tenma was smart enough to associate himself with someone who's basically an opponent of Johann. So that said, later on in the story, we get to see Johann pop up again, and then we get to see things from the point of view of a serial killer, another serial killer, and this other serial killer says, "I met this guy Johann that you're talking about, but he didn't have blonde hair; he had black hair." Once again, the story is trying to make Tenma out to be the main bad guy, but it turns out that's not the case. While at the same time, Johann is talking to someone associated with a family member of a very rich politician, the son of a very rich politician who doesn't know that he's the son of said politician. These are all things associated with Johann and what he's trying to do in order to bring Germany under his thumb. So moving forward from that, we get to see another scene with regards to a detective, and this detective was looking for the killer, as well as Lunge was looking for the killer. And unfortunately, this detective likes to drink a lot. I believe he drinks bourbon or something. And then he was speaking to some psychiatrist or psychologist with regards to who Johann might be. And this was the first time we see this old man, this bald headed old man with this mustache. And he's talking about who Johann might be. And he comes to be a very important character throughout the rest of the anime. And moving on from that, we get to see the serial killer who's basically shown this picture, who's in prison, saying that he did meet Johann before, but he had black hair. Basically tells the inspector who came to ask him about Johann as well that I don't think he was an inspector. But moving on from that, that's not important. What's important is that the guy who actually was looking into Johann was claimed to have committed suicide because he was drinking. But um, our fuzzy mustache psychologist or psychiatrist basically say that's impossible because he came to me before and he specifically told me that he only drinks this type of alcohol and no other type of alcohol would do. So during that same day or a following day, I believe Roberto came to kill him because he was snooping around just like all the other detectives with regards to Johann. He was getting too close to find out who Johann really is and where he actually came from. So Roberto came there to try to assassinate him, but of course Tenma showed up to the party without Roberto knowing. It was actually a surprise to Roberto that Tenma was there because he figured Tenma would be on the download hiding, but he wasn't. So moving on from that, we then see Johann again in this library. Johann just finds a strange kid's book. It just happens to be that the kid's book that he found is the same kid book that he grew up when he was a kid. He got really emotional about it, and I think this is the other point or another pivotal point in the story of this anime, where the said serial killer is basically split again into another personality. I mean, he already had another personality when he was a kid, with regards to his sister and the orphanage that he was sent to, or the story says he was sent to the orphanage, but we later found out that he wasn't the one that was sent to the orphanage, the 511, to do experiments on. That was his sister, and but he actually felt the trauma of that situation because they were twins, And when the sister did come home from that terrible place, she told him all about it. And since then, he's never been right in the head. So you could say his personality developed since then. And moving on forward, he had like multiple personalities inside of it since he was a kid. He has his sister's personality, then he had himself, then he had his dark person, this dark presence, the wicked person. And you're probably saying to yourself, well, how did the 501 get destroyed? Or the mansion, the Rose Mansion, where they were doing experiments in, get destroyed? Well, that happened not at the same time the experiments was happening. That happened thereafter. So it is led to believe that even though the sister was experimented on in that place, the the brother later on showed up to that place, maybe the same year when he was a kid, and killed people in there, or allowed other people to be killed in there, or a couple of years. It's hard to describe, but I'm assuming since the events of the first two killing of the mother and the father of the twins happened at the beginning of the story, he obviously killed people when he was a kid. And so he already had more than one personality when he was a kid. So moving on from that, we get to see him meet some fat woman sitting in the chair who pulled a gun on him and said, "If you step out this door, I'm going to shoot you." We were partners in this. Apparently, Johan was using her in order to get information with regards to other people and to set up things for him moving forward. At a certain period, he didn't need her anymore. This woman is rather disgusting, but other than that, um, she called her bodyguard, who was supposed to be in the other room, to help her out and to take care of anyone who would cause him a problem. Like if she didn't have the guts to pull the trigger, or if she needs someone to be taken care of. And turns out her bodyguard was Roberto the whole time. And Johan had him watching over her that whole time. So for years upon years, Johan had certain things in certain places for certain people set up in at a certain period of time over a certain period of time. And it's not just Roberto, but it's other people as well working for him, which he had set in place. But for specific things he need to be taken care of with brute force, he would use Roberto. So that woman got blasted in the back of her head. And then we see more information in regards to the storybook and how the story plays out. And then you get the whole story of the boy splitting up into two personalities and that how he needed a name. And then he went to the monster went to this little boy who was sick. And the little boy who was sick, the monster says, "Can I have a name?" The boy says, "If you go inside of me and make me strong again so I'm not sick anymore, I'll give you a name." And turns out the boy gave him a name called Johan, and that's how he got the name Johan because the boy was sick. Now, typically, the monster went into other people, other adults, and it didn't find comfort in those adults turning into a monster, but it found comfort in the boy. So the story is strangely eerie in relations towards what Johan did in real life. But slowly but surely, the story is going to play itself out and shows how certain things happen in Monster as well as in the story and how they're aligned with each other. So moving on forward from that, we get to see a guy at the library, and the guy at the library turns out to be Roberto, and Roberto is trying to assassinate a very rich man, and also who has bodyguards and stuff. So this is his second try to kill this person. Unfortunately, Tenma was there to stop him. And Roberto says, "You cannot pull the trigger because you're a doctor. Doctors don't kill people, doctors save lives." And this is the first time Tenma shot him. And Tenma basically was training to use a gun in order to shoot people if the time comes that someone is trying to kill him. So he made sure to have practice on how to shoot a gun. One shot to injure the person, next shot to finish them off. So he shot Roberto twice, and Roberto fell over the edge to his death. But it turns out Roberto wasn't completely dead, and then we see Nina shows up here trying to stop Johan. Johan walks into the fire like Sephiroth, and then later on down the road we see Nina again talking to some guy who's part of the police force, another detective who is also looking into the case of what happened to the two killed victims, and of course, other strange occurrences happening within their neighborhood, because this is another place within Germany. Actually, uh, not exactly sure if it's Germany anymore. It could be Poland, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But moving on from that, that's not relevant. What's relevant is that the person who he was talking to, this woman who was pretending to be Nina, turns out to be Johann himself, pretending to be Nina. And this is weird because now he's cross dressing and stuff, and which you then get the feeling that his split personality is one associated with Nina. So now every time you see Nina, you're always going to think, well, that's not Nina, that's Johann. So the manipulation of the story is getting even higher because now every time you see Nina doing something around Tenma, or Nina doing something around another detective, or Nina doing something by herself, you can't fully think that it's Nina anymore. You're going to always suspect that it's actually Johann pretending to be Nina. So at this scene right here, this is the Rose Mansion where the 511 experiments happen. Um, Detective Lunge decides to go there and find out this mansion that no one goes into anymore because it's been told to be like haunted and stuff because of all the bad things that happened there. Lunge goes inside, breaks into the wall, a wall that was sealed up so that no one could go in, and so that even if someone does go in, they cannot get inside. Lunge knows that something's behind this wall that is purposefully sealed so no one could enter. So he breaks into this cement wall and breaks through it, gets into a secret room. Turns out, secret room is like a big dining room or something like that, an empty dining room, and a lot of blood is all over everywhere. And the blood is like ancient and stuff, like, but you could tell that it's a lot of death happened in that room. And eventually, he finds a mass grave where there's like 47 or some people, so he doesn't know what's going on there, but he knows something bad went on here. And then later in the story, as we come back to this mansion, we later discover that someone burned it to the ground. That the whole mansion goes up in flames. We don't know who did it. We suspected that it's Lange, but it'll turn out that it's not Lange. I believe Tenma might have destroyed it, or Nina. I'm not exactly sure who. Moving on from that, we get to meet a new character. His name is Grimmer, Wolfgang Grimmer. He's also a member of the 511, a child, but the story never says that he's actually from 511. But he has this fascination with regards to finding out information about that. He says he's a reporter. He says he goes and do very dangerous things with regards to finding out information because that's what reporters do. They sometimes do the things that other people won't do and put themselves in harm's way. So he's going to investigate information with regards to 511 and what happened with regards to that story. I believe that throughout the anime, you get to assume that he is who he said he is, but later on, you fully understand that he's not who he says he is. And eventually, he gets close to the man who was in charge of the 511 at the school. And it turns out that, yes, this man was in charge of 501 for a certain period of time, but that man that's in charge of the 501 for a certain period of time eventually retired, and another person took over the project of the 501. That said other person, but eventually led to the destruction of the 511, where Johann eventually murked everybody. So he says, I don't know anything about the place getting destroyed, but I heard it in the news. So he wasn't actually there when all the bad shit happened. So they actually did, whoever was in charge that came after him, his predecessor, did some type of bad shit for the reason why the kids went crazy. He is responsible for taking kids and trying to turn them into like soldiers and stuff, but he's not responsible for all the deaths that happened within that building. So moving forward from there, he then sent a couple of people from the police department in order, because he has connections within the police department, to find out what they can about this guy Grimmer snooping around. So they were looking for Grimmer, and they were trying to kill Grimmer because Grimmer's getting too close, and you're starting to say, oh, the old man is still up to his no good ways. Turns out that they started to torture Grimmer and stuff, trying to find out information out of him. But from their point of view is that they're not trying to torture him in order to because he's getting close to Johann. They're torturing him because he's digging up things that he shouldn't be digging up into with regards to past events, that he should just leave it alone. And so he's using the police in order to make sure anyone who sticks their nose into things with regards to Johann, they get buried and stuff or destroyed. Turns out Nina show up, saved Grimmer from being killed, and shot all three of them. Or should I say, shot one of them. But it turns out that Grimmer has, because he was a child in the 511, he also has a split personality. So there are a lot of bad stuff happened in that place to a certain level that all the kids develop personalities because of this experimentation. Some didn't, but others went. It was so traumatic to them as kids that they went to like a secret place in their head and said and shut their brains off, and then this other personality kind of grew out of it. Some terrible stuff. And in his case, his secret place was, or his secret way out of being trapped in this nightmare was to depend on his superhero, the great something, I believe. I forgot the name of the superhero, but it was a superhero that he um, looked after him. Basically, say the superhero beat up the bad guys and take care of the problems, and he would come out all beat up and busted up. But at the end of the day, when he feel that he was about to die, his superhero would come out and take care of everyone. And it turns out to be true. Apparently, he blacks out, and when he wakes up, everyone around him is knocked out or killed. So yeah, don't know anything about that. That's still kind of strange. But eventually, down the road, you get to have more context as to what that is and why that happened in the manga, less in the anime. So moving on from that, we get to see Tenma sitting with this nurse that was with the old man. And it turns out that the old man is not a bad guy at all anymore. That he sent the police to look after Grima and stuff to try to silence him because he believed that he might be working for Johann and stuff. But it turns out his connections with the police is not to harm any kids or to bring any kids into harm. It's to try to make up for his mistakes in the past and try to give them love and a place for them to flourish and so on and so forth. In Grimmer's eyes, be like, okay, I can't kill this guy, but I won't be surprised if Johann comes and kills him, or if Nina, and I'm not going to stop it. I believe Tenma believes the same thing too. So moving on from that, Nina, which I was assuming was going to go towards the old man, eventually finds another one of his compatriots who took her from her mother when she was a kid to do the experiments in the 511. This man is all grayed, but he's still wearing his glasses from even when he was young. And I believe, if I'm not 100% sure, I think she might have shot him then and there. She killed him and says, right, he was a monster. Boom, boom, boom. Shot him in the back of the head. That asshole's done. So far, I believe two people are dead. Or at least one person from the original project is dead. I believe there were a total of four. One, the original benefactor of the 511 research facility, the old man, but he's still alive. And then the guy with the glasses who took her when she away from her mother to put into the facility. I believe she shot him in the back of the head. And two more. As we go later on to the story, we see the second one, second to the last one pop up. And he basically says, I regret what happened there, but I had no choice to do what I had to do because I was only on the police force as commanded by my captains, or should I say, commanded by my commanders and my captains in order to follow orders. I wasn't part of the project to take people and put them in the project. I was part of the police force in order to enforce whatever rule that they were sent to do in. So there were three basic scientists or experimental scientists that showed up to the girls home and took the twins and to do the experiments on them within 511 with other orphan children. So there were like three doctors there, and he was one of the police officers there that was doing the bidding that they told him to do, because the state basically says that these three doctors had free rein to do whatever the hell they wanted to do, regardless of how immoral it was. And he had no choice but to obey them, otherwise, he would have been either fired from his job or killed. So, a lot of shady shit went on during the Cold War in Germany, basically, in this story. So, he's telling the story, reminiscing on the story that I wasn't really responsible for taking the kids. I only did it because, and sent them to the place because I was told what would happen if I did not. So I tried to bury that information in regards to my past, my dark past, and I wish I could undo what we did, but we didn't have any power to do anything about it then. In all truth, this guy really should, I wouldn't say he should be dead, but I said he should be in prison. But he wasn't killed. I believe he, out of all the people responsible for what happened at the 511, he and maybe the real old man managed to live. All the others, two of them are dead. In the end, he basically, the key that the secret to what Johann was looking for in order for him to take over all of Germany was a key to some type of facility or wall locker, which Tenma found through, I believe, baby's connections, and then he got it before Roberto got to him and tried to kill him for it, because Johann was looking for it for years but could never find it, and as well as the baby. Eventually, I believe the baby found it or someone else found it, and then a detective got it from him, got the key, and decided to keep the key secret and give it to a bunch of kids playing soccer. But he later on got killed himself, and then Tenma went to the said kid, and then, or should I say, he got it back from said kid before he got killed. And I believe he mailed it to Telma, or he gave it to Telma before he died, and said, "This is the secret that Roberto was trying to get." So this secret was a tape, and they played the tape, and the tape was about what happened in the 511. So they played the tape for this gentleman so he could see it and hear it. But he says, "I don't want to hear anymore." It's like, but we have to hear exactly what went on there. So this is a tape recording of exactly what went on in the 511. And what they heard was some eerie shit going on there. But one thing they didn't manage to hear as well within the tape recording was crunch, crunch, gobble, gobble, gulp. And the kid keeps saying that over and over again. And it was from that said book that Johann read when he was a kid, along with his sister, when they were at their house. So moving on forward, we get to see another character pop up, going on towards episode 20 or 21 or something like that. And well, not 20 and 21, but later into, like, I believe the third season of Monster, because Monster had like three seasons. So it could be like episode 60 or episode 60, 59 or something like that. But he shows up and he's part of the whole experiment of 511. And it turns out that he was the main guy in charge of the research at the 511. He was authorized to take kids and experiment on them. But he wasn't the main. Damn, my throat is going sore. He wasn't the main. He wasn't the main guy. The original guy was the person who was in charge of the experiments and taking people for the experiments. So he wasn't really the one in charge of taking Nina and Johann when they were young. This guy was in charge of taking Nina and Johann when they were young. The old dude, um, he was in charge of the facility for some time in the past, and he just happened to be in charge of all type of experiments that went on within the facility with children before for the military and for the state. But the events that led up to Johann and Nina, of them being taken from their mother, that happened way after he retired. So the events, he's saying he was the person who got in charge of the Rose Mansion and got in charge, was given the position to take over after the previous benefactor, or after the previous doctor left and retired because he couldn't deal with it anymore. So he had the stomach to do it, and he's the one that took Nina and Johann when they were young. But the strange thing about it, he's saying that Nina and Johann's name, those aren't their real names. Um, all that stuff was buried in the past as well. So the whole name from the book, storybook thing, was played out quite accurately with regards to the story. And moving on forward even more, we get to see Roberto coming after Tenma once again, but eventually he runs into Detective Longe, and because Longe was hot on Tenma's heels, but then Longe started to say, well, this is something that's strange going on here because my previous assessment with regards to Tenma is not aligning with previously assessment of Tenma from past case. This Johann character seems to be popping up more, and I used to think that this Johann was a personality of Tenma, but it shows that there's a real guy named Johann running about with blonde hair, and he's associated with a real person, which I've seen probably in a picture or two of the guy named Roberto. And the guy named Roberto is now showing up at my place trying to kill me. So Roberto and him got into a big fight, and he came to a conclusion that maybe Tenma's not the bad guy after all. After Roberto tries to kill him, and then Roberto tells the uh, Lungi that he's a sad man because his wife left him, his child left him. His child now has a kid, and said kid is now treating her new her new father as grandpa. Whether that child born from her own kid should be calling him grandpa. So Lungi got real pissed off for the first time in the anime, and got into this big fight with Roberto. And this is the fight that I was actually looking for. It's like, because Roberto fighting Tenma is not that big a deal because Roberto is stronger than Tenma and more agile than Tenma, and he's an assassin. And Lunga is actually like a soldier. I believe he's been in the rifle range a couple of times, so he's know how to fight better than Tenma does. So I was interested to see who was going to win. I believe Roberto's was bigger and much stronger and much might have been a better assassin, but Roberto's problem is that he wasn't as agile as Lunge was, and he's not as determined. If you hear noise in the background, is that as much as I'm trying to dumb out the noise from the background, is due to it's a certain time period of the night, and I have no choice but to do this video today because I won't be able to do it tomorrow. So that's it. I'll continue where I'm last left off. So at the scene right here, we see Johann getting shot in the head, and this is towards the end of the series. Johann gets shot in the head once again after, I believe, the guy who's in charge of the experiment that led to Johann turning into like a serial killer gets shot himself, also in the head or in the body. I'm not sure, but he's dead. So Johann finally got his revenge on him by killing him. So his ass is dead. And in the end, Johann wanted to kill the kid called, I believe his name was, what the hell was that kid's name was? Dieter. Yeah, his name was Dieter. He wanted to kill a kid called Dieter. He says, Tenma, if you don't blow off the doctor's head right now, I'm going to kill Dieter. So Tenma had no choice but to try to kill Johann. And I believe Tenma was going to do it. Like, this is the first time Tenma was actually going to truly kill someone, because when he shot Roberto, I believe he knew that he didn't kill Roberto. He shot him in a place that he wasn't going to. But for Johan, he straight up aimed his gun towards his head and was squeezing the trigger. But someone else killed Johan by shooting him in his head, and it turns out to be one of the villagers within where Johan originally grew up. So the place where he grew up with his mother and his sister, the original town, is where he went back to, the same town that he got stolen from as a kid. And he ended up trying to burn the town to the ground and end up having everyone in the town murder each other. So he hated his town so much, or he hated his past so much, that he decided to kill everyone within the town by having everyone have like mass hallucinations or some or whatever he did. The same experimentations that were used within the 511 is used on them, but unfortunately, I believe whatever he did, whether it's poison the food or infect everyone, whatever it is, it doesn't work on same on adults that it does work on children within the 511. So whatever it was, caused everyone to start killing each other and thinking they're seeing things, and monsters are coming after them, and so they start shooting each other. And eventually this guy shot Johan directly in the head because he thought Johan was a demon or something. um, so the strange thing about this one is that all the people end up start shooting each other at this town. They just started to shoot each other because they were in a fit of rage and they thought like each other were murderers or monsters and stuff. But this guy who shot Johan thought he was a demon or something, which is different from all the other things that the different people were seeing and the craziness. So he saw Johan exactly for who he was under this hallucination. He saw him as a creature that had 6 or 7 heads and had many horns. That's who he saw Johan as. And I believe if other, like say, if Nina was under the influence of whatever he did to the town, as well as Tenma and Roberto and maybe even Lungi were all there at the same time, they would probably see the same thing. Because whatever he is, whatever Johan is not human. He has a physical human presence, corporeal human presence, but whatever's inside of his head is manifested in his aura outside of his body. And this guy just happens to see that thing. So this is why I say there has to be a certain supernatural thing towards horror in order to push it forward a little. So he sees a creature with 7 heads, or 6 heads, 6 or 7 heads with many horns. And those 6 or 7 heads has to do with his multiple personalities. So he always, Johan always had like 6 to 7 personalities from the very jump. He had himself, he had Nina, he had this dark presence within him when he was a kid. Then he had other people he was playing, other names of other characters he was playing as he became an adult. When he was a teenager, then as he, after he committed his, or should I say, after he got the taste for, I believe, blood and stuff, after he committed his first kill as an adult, not as a kid, he had more personalities. And then also as he found that book within the library, it probably triggered something else to have another personality. So he has multiple personality disorder, as well as he has a very narcissistic complex. So this guy was dangerous from the moment he was born. I believe that even if no one took him from his home with his sister, that there was probably something mentally wrong with him from the jump. That maybe the sister was fine, but when he came out the womb with his sister, he had certain deficiencies that she didn't have. So it would take little to nothing to trigger him to crawl into a shell. That he lacked those type of constitutions that his sister had. So yeah, it's just sucked that he just happened to be, because it could have been Nina. It could have been Nina. If Nina wasn't the one that was taken, and if it was him, it wouldn't have mattered. If it wasn't Nina that was taken, it was him. It would have been the same. He would have been broken either way because they're twins. So he feels that they share the same memory. So cops showed up to the party. Well, I can't say party. They just show up and they decide to say, what's all this craziness that happened in this town? Found out a bunch of people start killing themselves. They found out who that Lungi wasn't there, but they found Nina there, and they found Johan there, and they found Tenma there, and they found Roberto there, and all these people that were accused of certain murders in certain places in certain countries were all found in one simple place, all at the same time. So this baffled the cops, and they basically thought that they hit the jackpot, getting all these dangerous people all in one swoop. But turns out that the only person that was the killer turns out to be Johan himself. They explained the whole story to the police. The police were amazed by this, but they got enough evidence to say that this is all true and that everything was leading up to this. And they found that a lot of crooked politicians were involved. A lot of shady things of very powerful people were involved. And so everything was bust wide open. All those in government, all those in the state, all those in the, especially in the police force, German police force, that were secretly working for Johann and for Roberto, as well as for those compatriots who were part of the dark experiment way back in the days. So all that stuff came to light, and then we then see in the hospital again, shot Johann in the head, lying in the hospital with the same bullet hole, probably in the same area where he originally got shot in the head before. So if it's not the same location where he originally got shot in the head before, it's at the other side of his head. So I thought to myself, well, this guy got shot in the head a second time. Shouldn't he be in full, lobotomy state? Like, he's not going to come out of his sleep, but for some reason he did. For some reason he woke up, and we see more information with regards to the bitchy woman. Turns out she got a job. Turns out she loves to cook. Turns out she's making her life slowly but surely turn around. And then we see information with regards to Lange coming to the graveyard site of past detectives who've died with regards to this tragic, more than tragic, like this crazy circumstance story. Because other than Lange, there've been at least three detectives I've known that have been killed with regards to this story, and two of them managed to still stay alive, including Lunge. So in total, there are like five detectives on the story. Lunge, the one of these guys is a detective, I believe, and the other one is just basically an analyst or something like that. Or I'm not sure how it goes, but there were like two actually detectives throughout the story that got killed who were investigating stuff with regards to Johann. They got killed. Roberto just managed to survive all the way up to the end until he got killed um, by Lunge, and he got aced by him. And then Johan got killed by some random townsperson. And then, of course, Lunge showed up here at the graveyard site to pay his respect to other detectives who died, and whereas to people who were been part of the whole situation from way back then. And then we got to see the last scene of Tenma speaking to the now on the bed, recovering from his gunshot wound, Johann, because for some strange reason, Tenma decides to bring him back from the dead. Why? Because Tenma is a doctor that saves and not a doctor that kills. So even though he did shot Roberto, he knew Roberto wasn't dead. He just shot him to, like, or maybe he didn't think that he shot Roberto. I'm not sure. The Roberto thing is very strange to me because I swear I thought Roberto was dead, but turns out maybe Tenma didn't want to kill him. But even though we're at this moment, I start saying to myself, well, this guy really wanted Johan to survive. It's like, obviously he did because he saved his life, but and why? Why would he want Johan to survive knowing that this guy's a serial killer and that he will continue to kill if he wakes up? And it turns out that he didn't save this serial killer's life before in the past. He saved this serial killer's life before in the past as a child who he didn't know was a serial killer from the beginning. So technically, he only saved, well, technically, yeah, technically he's only saved the serial killer's life once. But I'm saying, well, if you know that he was a serial killer, why would you save his life at all? Well, this is the first time he's actually saved Johan's life as a killer. And in the past, he didn't save his life as a killer before. He saved his life simply as someone who he didn't know was the killer then. But I say to that, like, snake bites you once, it's not your fault. Snake bites you twice, then it is your fault. So this is like the first time the snake is actually biting him. So if there is a continuation of Monster in sometime in the future, if they do go back to it, I would say, and Johan shows up again, if the next monster story is about Johan and he shows up again and he's still the killer, and Tema is involved in some way, shape, or form, he has to kill him then. Because then that would mean the snake has bitten you twice and you have done nothing about it. So once, not really his fault. Well, technically it is his fault. He's saving his life, but he's doing something very dumb. But this is the first time he's actually doing it of his own free will. The first time he didn't do it off his free will because he didn't know the kid was a killer. So this is the first time he's actually saved a killer. So whatever comes of this, it's 100% Tenma's fault this time. It's not accident. So he's heavily gambling on the fact that this guy might actually turn out to be good in the end based on what's happened here. Which is very strange to me because that I would say the ending to Monster is about the only bad part about Monster. But not really the ending. The ending is good. It's just that this moment in the end is bad. A single moment that was less than a minute, or about a minute most, was bad. The entire series of Monster was a magnificent play of detective work, of terror, of fear, and of good horror without a lot of blood and guts, but also very good characters as well. So everything in Monster was done masterfully from beginning to end, and it was truly like a Sherlock Holmes story, finding out clues left by the people who created the manga for you to figure out how things are going and who is who and what is what. It was more like a psychological thriller more than anything else. So it's at the number one because it managed to hit the horror, and it's at also the number one because it had also a magnificent story and good characters as well. So that's that for Monster. He then wakes up, hears his real name, or should I say, Tenma tells him his real name. You know what your real name is? Your real name is this. And upon hearing his real name, he wakes up, looks at Tenma, and then he tells the story of how his sister got taken. And he said when he was young, they used to play dress up. He used to pretend to be her because they were twins and stuff. They looked the same, and he thought that it was pretty funny and stuff. But it turns out the thing that he thought was funny became traumatic to him once he heard of what happened. The sister, they were both hiding from the state, and the doctors that took them, the mother grasped them closely together, but they both, the brother basically put on the wig to hide, so to protect his sister, so his sister doesn't get taken in order to protect her because he thought it would be a good idea. The bad guys wouldn't be able to tell the difference of who it is. And Johan was willing to sacrifice himself as a child to save his sister. But the mother, being the fact that the mother was so in fear of losing her kids, she managed to give one of the kids to them rather than to let both of her kids taken. So that's the true story of Monster. They didn't take both of the kids. They did not take both of the kids. That's the bad part of Monster. They didn't take both of the kids. One of them was given to both of these, or should I say, all three of these doctors that came hunting for them, and the other was left at home with the mother. And turns out that the daughter was the one that was taken, and he stayed at home um, with his mother. And eventually, the experiments went on against the young girl at the mansion, and something happened. Everyone dies there, and upon their death, she came running back home and to meet her younger brother, still dressed like her, but now look traumatically distressed with regards to what his sister told him. That something happened there and everyone is dead, and she went back home and stuff. And then when she went back home, she told him that what happened, how she was experimented on, probably tortured and the whole thing, and that she managed to escape and came back home because everyone is dead at the hospital, all 47 people, and that some dark force there killed them, and she ran back home. And turns out, said dark force that killed them at the 511 wasn't Johan. It was actually her who murked everybody, and she ran back home to her family on foot to where they live by her feet, and then came back and met Johan, still dressed in that outfit, still dressed in the same outfit for the time for which she was taken. So it probably was years, or maybe a year, maybe even 2 years, who knows? But he was still dressed in that outfit. So he was traumatized by the fact that she was taken and never recovered from it. But the moment he opened the door and he saw her, everything came flooding back and he saw himself. And so Johann thought that it was himself walking through the door. He didn't believe that it was her the whole time. But she managed to convince him that a dark force killed everyone there. And he kind of took on the role of said dark force, believing that he was the dark force that freed his sister to come back home and do those things. So that's how his personality split again. She told him the story of said dark force that killed him, and he believed that he was said dark force that killed him, and thus his personality split then. His personality probably split before, believing he was his sister the whole time, but then he took on the persona of the dark force that split, believing that he was said dark force. When the actually dark force that killed him was actually Nina herself, who basically aced them based on their experiment. She basically, whatever they did to her affected her mentally, that she turned into a cold-blooded killer. And this cold-blooded killer basically, as a kid, killed all of them. You're saying to yourself, how can a little kid kill a bunch of adults? So I don't know what she did. Maybe she found a gun. Maybe she found a knife. How can she overpower some grown ass adults? Probably were people armed there as well. How could she do that? I believe that she did it in at the, at night when everyone was either asleep, or she did it during the same period when it all happened all at once, when they were all celebrating the success of her becoming a successful experiment. She was the successful experiment. Out of all the children, she was the successful experiment. They had a picture of her and the whole 9 yards of her being the most successful candidate to succeed the experiment amongst all the children. She was the only one that managed to turn out to be the successor and to lead Germany to a new future, some Nazi type mentality belief. But everyone drank some nice, good, cool beverage of wine. Turns out the wine was probably poisoned from the jump. They all died from the wine. And that's how they all, 47 of them, got their ass killed by Nina herself. And that's that. That's that to that story. And that's how they died. And also, as well, here's the thing. I I believe the story also states that Nina wasn't the one that did that to begin with. That the doctor, as you proceed forward, it turns out Nina didn't ace them either. So Johann got it wrong to begin with, as well as Nina. Nina believed that she was the dark force that killed them, but she didn't explain to Johann that said dark force that killed him, that she believed that she did it, was the actually doctor. So in some ways, Nina was lying to Johann the whole time, telling him that she ended up killing them, that this dark force stuff of hers ended up killing them, But the dark force of hers that ended up killing them was the same person that took her, that grew a conscience at the last moment and decided to kill everyone for what he, because he grew a conscience, did to her. So he poisoned them. The doctor that took her poisoned everyone and realized the wickedness of his ways, kill all of them, and decided to say, "Get away from here, run back home to your parents. This is not a place for you. This is a place of wickedness and wicked people who wanted to do things." So he grew a conscience because he realized the state and the government were a bunch of assholes and evil. So he fully realized the wickedness of his ways, and he killed all 47 of some rich, snobby, bureaucratic, autocratic, I don't know, politicians or military people or rich people, whoever those 47 people were. She killed all of them. They were higher ups in the government. Whether they were rich people from hospitals or rich people from the military, it doesn't matter. But they were higher ups who were in charge of the experiment going well. Probably funded it as well. So he killed all 47 of them. Made Nina go home. I said, run home to your parents. And Nina manifested that situation as the good doctor that wasn't good, was evil, was this devil that killed everyone else. And that how that this devil attached itself to her as this dark force. And the way she explained it to Johann said, it didn't say that it was the doctor. She didn't say it was the doctor that did it. She just said it was a dark force. So Johann misinterpreted everything that happened at the 511 facility, believing that Nina was the one that killed him. Nina really wasn't the one that killed him. The doctor killed him. But from the side of how she explained it to him, he got it all wrong. So the true killer of that 511 turned out to be the doctor that grew a conscience, that was a devil, that decided to wanted to make up amends, just like all the other doctors later on, realizing that they're doing it wrong, realizing that the governmental people and the state people are a bunch of evil people, and realize he was doing an evil himself onto other kids. But Johann never forgave them for it, nor did Nina, because they actually did it. So it doesn't matter if he believed and grew a conscience. In the end, he got his ass killed. So that's the story of Monster. Very complex story. Misinterpretation by many people, but at the end, the story came to fruition and explained accurately. So that was one. The next story that we see here is not going to be as long as the previous story. Monster was like 70 something episodes. This is just a film. Number two, Demon City Shinjuku. This is my number two favorite, and this is probably would have been my number one, but I knew that the time has passed since the 80s to now. A certain artwork and certain stories and certain style of horror had changed from that time period to now, so I had to drop it from its first place where I used to have it at to the second place now. And I will always have Demon City Shinjuku in my top five because it's badass as hell. It has everything you have ever wanted in an anime: love, romance, darkness, good, evil, everything, powers, you name it, monsters, people with special swords, those who know martial arts. Um, what else? People carrying guns, criminals, bad guys, the whole nine yards. So yeah, this is the first scene of Demon City Shinjuku, and this anime also has a badass soundtrack and a badass art style. In fact, it's a very creative art style for its time, and it still holds up to this very day. So the art style starts with two guys fighting on top of a roof, and it's shown in black and white. Then it's shown in blue and black, and then it goes from blue and black, and it transitions to a certain scene of them fighting each other in blue and black, over and over again. Pans to black, completely black. Then it flickers like you're turning on a light, and the light is blue, and you see two people fighting each other, and then it goes to a full open of the film itself, and two people are fighting each other. They're split apart. They're on top of the roof, standing opposite each other, One is the good guy, one is the villain of the story. Then we get a pan and shot from a lower score of showing the bad guys taking out the building using his powers. And the anime style with regards to how this film was developed is magnificent, because the pan and shot of this character is not a standard pan and slow shot. It was a pan and jump shot, jump cut shot. So it jumps in whilst panning in. So they did a lot of creative stuff with regards to this anime back in the past. A lot of pan-ins, a lot of drop shadows, a lot of lot of transitions, a lot of zoom ins, and also a lot of quick cuts, as well as some juxtaposition here and there. So that said, this went from this shot to a close-up shot, and as I'm cutting in like this, that's exactly how it played in, back and forth, back and forth. So that's how a certain shot played in with Demon City Shinjuku. So this person here, which is the good guy, the bearded guy, is called Genichiro Izayoi, and it's hard to forget his name. If you can forget the last name, you won't forget the first name. Either way, it's an awesome name, Genichiro. So Genichiro is the good guy's story, and he carries a sword, but the sword is not a standard sword. The sword is like a stick, but he doesn't need to use like a blade, because his blade is the energy within the sword itself, the wooden sword. And this energy within this wooden sword can kill demons, like pierce through demons, pierce through walls. It's basically chi powers, basically energy powers that could basically pierce through anything, steel, concrete, you name it. So the chi power just shatters anything. Specifically, especially, it works especially against demons more than anything. Creatures that are ridiculously strong. And conventional weapons, no matter how strong they are, cannot work. That only energy of a certain level can work against demons. So they're fighting each other on top of the roof. The name of this bad guy is called Rebi Ra. He sounds like some name from out of a music video or something, and he kind of looked like a muscular version of Davy Bowie when he used to have short white hair, and or I don't know, Fade Ralph from the Doom series when he used to have spike hair, played by Sting, I believe. But it doesn't matter. This guy is pretty badass. In fact, both the good guys and the bad guys are badass here. And he has this badass sword that looks like the sword of omens from straight up Thundercats or something, and it shoots lasers from its center towards you. So the standard of just using sword and swinging sword with energy coming out of sword, it doesn't even follow that typical motif. How it shoots energy out of swords is directly from the front. So moving forward, they get into this big battle. They fight each other on top of the roof. He ends up getting defeated by Rebbe Ra. And we move to the next scene where we see the president and the president's daughter, which is called Sayaka, coming out of a plane. And eventually the president gets caught by these vines, which Rebbe Ra's allies of darkness send to capture him. And the reason why that is because he was planning to fix up Tokyo, to get rid of the monsters within Tokyo by firebombing it or sending in special forces with specially used weapons specifically designed to take out the demons and to reclaim it. And so they sent to assassinate him in order to take him out or to subdue him. So he's now caught and unable to break free, and eventually will die from these poison vines. And he's stuck on the wall like a fly caught in a trap. So we then pan to another character, or transition to another character. His name is Kyoya, and he's the hero of this story. He's the protagonist of this story. And he's the person sent to take out Rebi Ra. He's kind of younger than his father, doesn't have as much power as his father. I would say he has about a good half of his father's power, but he needs the next half in order to overpower. I think he's slightly under his father's power, not at half, but a little bit more than half. But he's still not as strong as his father. So throughout the transition of the story, moving from beginning, middle, and end, he has to become more powerful in order to take out Rebi Ra, and that will eventually come to fruition towards the end of the story. Um, Through his father's story that he found after his father got defeated by Rebel Ra on the roof. So we then see here another character called Aguni Rai, and in the English dub, I believe he's called Aguni, but in the Japanese dub, he has a different name. Um, but I could be wrong. So yeah, Aguni is a spiritual manifestation, manifests himself like a spirit ghost in front of Kyoya, but he's actually guarding the president from dark forces. Otherwise, the president would have been 86 by right now. It's only his chi powers and his energy of the force is keeping him, the president, alive. Otherwise, the president would have been dead long time ago. I believe Aguni was um, Master Rai was actually the president's bodyguard from the jump, but he cannot leave the president's side because if he does, the president is definitely going to die. And the president is needed in order to make sure certain actions happen throughout the continuation of the story and in order to defeat Rebbe Ra. But Aguni cannot do it because Aguni finds that he's too old for it and also that he's doing a job already. So he sends Kyoya, the student of Genichiro and also the son of Genichiro, to take care of Rebbe Ra. Genichiro decides to deny taking out Rebbe Ra. He'll fight him on his own terms. Aguni says, you're just fooling yourself. You believing that you could take Rebbe Ra right now. You're just wet behind the ears. He curses Aguni Y out because he's not like the typical student that follows things within the dojo. He's more like a rebellious type. He's conceited. He's rude. He doesn't follow the standard motifs of a good guy, but he does things that are morally good rather than things that are evil. And he meets Sayaka, who comes to his plea for his help, who's literally standing under our spotlight. And Sayaka says, well, can you help me? He says, if you go into Monster City, you're going to be killed. You need more than just a bodyguard. You need like a special forces or something like that. Like if you go into that city by yourself, you're going to be dead. She says, well, if you doubt my courage, then just going to go in there myself. And so there's a reason why this character wears pink, and there's a reason why this character has like a bow on her head. She's supposed to represent innocence in the story. The story is about evil versus good, and innocence caught in the center. Like, what would you do? Would you save innocence or would you let it die? So she's supposed to represent the innocence of the story and the courage of innocence to stand up for what is right and to do what is right. And there's the whole fact that she goes into this monster city, a demon city of all things, with criminals and all type of stuff by herself, unarmed, is beyond me. And I was going to take this out of my top 10 simply based on that. But then I fully come to a realization that the reason why she's doing these things is because that's the point of the story. She's not supposed to have a weapon because that takes away from the innocence. She's not supposed to look like she's a badass chick because that takes away from the innocence. She's not supposed to be someone that's supposed to be this definition of a heroine. She's supposed to be someone that's the definition of a victim in this scenario, but she's supposed to be someone who's also virtuous. So why they would do this is because she's supposed to represent that innocence, courageous innocence that's naive at the same time, but willing to do the naive thing if it means to achieve a certain ends. Turns out her naivety is 100% true because she runs into this guy who turns out to be a killer or runs with people who are killer who tried to sexually assault her. And she has a weapon on her hands, which is a laser ring, which shreds through the side of his shoulder, probably cut through his shoulder blades and stuff. It doesn't show it; it just shows that it's cut through his shoulder. But then he tries to do something to her, and with two other goons that he showed up, but he never got a chance to do anything because Kyoya shows up, and the moral lesson that the story is trying to tell you here, because obviously they wouldn't put that in the story of her just showing up to this place without any weapons if someone wasn't going to rescue her. That's the whole point. It was there just to show how stupid she was, and it was there just to show that he obviously was going to rescue her. That was the intent. So he obviously rescued her and did the thing. And he obviously told a moral lesson. Don't go into the woods type of moral lessons. Stay with your parents' moral lessons. Don't just act like a stupid little kid and just run off without any type of defense or something. So that's the moral lesson that was being played out here. So he knocks this guy out, cold cock him in his neck, and it shows you that how powerful Kyoya is, even though he looks like a skinny guy, because he used chi powers. He knows how to strike a man using the power of chi and his physical judo training in order to take anyone out. So normally, if you chop someone on the neck at that angle, right there, it would pain you, and the person would probably get a stiff shock in their head, but they won't collapse just like that from no matter how hard that strike is. They won't physically pass out 100%. There has to be a certain amount of force that goes into that. And also, it has to be a certain amount of power goes into that. So the power comes from him actually using his technique and the fact that he knows how to use something called Nempo. And that's the power of his chi in this story, Nempo. So he knocks out the guy. He then goes to this person who they ask questions with regards to how to find Rebbe Ra. She asks for money, but then she runs away with their money. He basically says, "You're trying to cheat us," and she says, "I'm hurt that you don't have any more trust in me." And say, "Okay, okay, well, give me the scoop, because if you try to run away, I'm gonna have to take you out." So she gave him the scoop, and eventually she also got the scoop as well. She got scooped up by a monster and eaten. So that's how that went down. This monster then came out of the floor, looked like a giant size tarantula with a man's head and a man's arm. And it came towards them after, and the monster also have a mouth for a stomach in the middle of his chest. So it came after them. And this is the first of three monsters that work for Rebbe Ra, like his personal bodyguards, to take care of anyone who would get in the way. Like, there are other demons in this city, but they're the strongest demons in this city working for him, or at least they're the most dangerous demons in the city working for Rebbe Ra. So one is a very powerful demon that could walk on like a spider, and missiles, tanks, bombs, and stuff. That stuff doesn't work on this. You have to use chi powers in order to destroy this thing, because pure energy, only pure energy works on this. Not negative energy, pure energy. Its strength is aligned with dark forces, dark force powers. So only light force powers works on this thing. So another character pops up during this process, and his name is Mephisto. Strange name, but it makes sense that his name is Mephisto. He looks like a Dante, a reverse Dante type, wearing his long red coat. But he's Mephisto, and it's fitting that his name is Mephisto because the story is literally in a place called Demon City, and Mephisto, which is the name of the devil, is literally also in the city. But he actually isn't on the side of Rebbe Ra. In fact, he's not on anyone's side. He's like a voyeur watching these events play out, and he assists when he wants to, whether the bad guys or the good guys. But at no point in the story did it ever show that he was assisting the bad guys. So you got to start thinking to yourself, well, he hasn't assisted the bad guy whatsoever at all throughout the story. And he's not really helping the good guys because he wants to help them. So who is this guy? He's technically not literally a good guy because he lives in a place called Monster City, but he's not really helping the good guys out of the grace of his heart. He wants something in return. So what's his deal? So eventually, Kyoya and Sayaka meets another kid called Chibi, who's living in the city, who doesn't have parents and everything, and is living with her two-headed dog. The two-headed dog's an experiment that was made by the state in order to battle any people who were dangerous in Japan. I guess the crime rate in Japan was skyrocketing, and eventually people start experimenting on having like aberrations of dogs. So they created two-headed dogs, and it's fitting the moment that the world came to a shit that most of these dogs escaped. So you are thinking to yourself, well, this is a monstrous dog, and it was creating after the fall, and demons came into being. Technically, that's not the truth. The government was creating these dogs way beforehand. But moving forward, we get to see more information. The mouth demon found Kyoya, came after him with a moving train, and the train was taking them to Rebbe Ra's location. So he decides to stop them on the train and try to kill him before he got to them, and he was going to squeeze Kyoya's head to death, like, or crush his throat. And that's another part in the story I found to be not believable, because the moment he grabbed Kyoya by the throat, and this is a normal human being, he should have crushed his throat then and there. So the only thing that made sense why he couldn't crush his throat, he had to squeeze as hard as he can. Eventually, he would have crushed Kyoya's throat. Is that the energy of Kyoya, um, the Nempo energy was protecting Kyoya like an aura. So he had to like squeeze through the aura of Kyoya, try to kill him. But Kyoya eventually killed him with his Nempo powers. Otherwise, if it was a normal person who didn't know any Nempo, his head would have been crushed a long time ago, or throat would have been completely crushed within the first squeeze. So that said, we see Revi Ra hovering over his little pentacle thing, saying that how the time is almost near for the summoning of all demons to be flooded into um, this planet from where he is, and the demon lords, as he called them. So normal demons are here, but the demon lords haven't showed up to the party yet. So apparently, even darker forces were held back because they need even more dark energy in order to be summoned. And more dark energy came from Rebbe Ra's life, so he had to rest um, over a certain period to concentrate his energy in order to bring them back, because it requires a certain amount of sacrifice in order to do a sacrifice. So he obviously had to use his own personal energy as well as dark forces to summon them. So he's lying there, and during the process, he realized Kyoya is getting ever closely, a threat looming over him. So he sent his secondary force, this creature that looks like pure darkness with a face inside and three eyes, to attack Kyoya and to try to kill him after he realized that one of his generals got aced by Kyoya. And so the secondary one shows up, pull Kyoya underwater, but Kyoya managed to stab it in the chest. It exploded from the inside, but Kyoya, being damaged in the process after the enemy starts crashing him on the back, started to fall into the bottom of the water, which is weird because the bottom of the water is literally a pool of water on a train track, but it's as deep as the bottom of an ocean. But yeah, so it got killed. I believe it dragged Kyoya into another dimension under this water, but it got killed by Kyoya through Chibi taking his weapon. Kyoya recovered the weapon, killed the enemy. Enemy got aced and dead. And Kyoya starts to go to the bottom of the water. Sayaka jumps into the water to try to save him. And turns out she got cut in the back by the enemy. Well, she didn't get cut in the back by the enemy. The enemy eyeball still survived. The eyeball from the enemy, one of the eyeball from the enemy, which was the one at the top of her head, survived and latched onto her back and shocked her in her back. She fell, but Kyoya managed to kill it before it fully shocked her to death, 100%. So she got stunned, knocked out, like getting shocked by electricity from a wall socket or something, and you have to go to hospital. So that's that. They both passed out. Kyoya managed to swim to the surface with her with a little bit of energy he has and passed out. He was heavily damaged, but he had the energy to bring her back to safety and managed to cool down from the fight. But he basically passed out after that. doesn't have enough energy to recover himself. Now, during this process, the enemies could have easily killed him here, did it now, but Mephisto showed up, and you start asking yourself, then why the hell is this guy protecting them if he doesn't really care who they are, if he just voyeur? So um, you're fascinated with regards to this guy because you start thinking that he's a vampire or something. But he comes out in the morning as well, so you know he's not a vampire. I can say, oh, okay, so he's a Dumpier, a half breed, a vampire and a human, like D from Vampire Hunter D. So he's a D type. He might be also be a demon, um, but he doesn't serve Rebbe Ra like the other demons. So if he's not a demon that serves Rebbe Ra like the others, then what the hell is he doing here? Why would he want to help Kyoya if he's a demon as well? It doesn't make any sense. And she says he's a voyeur. Plus, his name is Mephisto. So this is very curious. So I'm starting to think that the moment a certain amount of demons came through, the first of many demons could have been Mephisto himself, and he could literally be the devil himself. But why in the hell would the devil want to help someone else? So I'm thinking he just has the name because it's cool that he's not the devil, because it wouldn't make sense for him to be killing things that are literally of servants to him, not to Rebbe Ra in general, if he was literally the devil. So I believe they just gave him the people who created the anime just gave him that name because they thought it was cool. But I believe he actually might actually be a demon. It was never said in the anime that he was to this very day. He could be a human for all I know, living in this place, but he was always this cool, calm, and collected character, and he's willing to ask for payment for protecting Sayaka. So Kiryu left. He protects Sayaka because Kiryu is going after Rebbe by himself, and he's confident that he might make it to Rebbe and not have to worry about any other threats such as people or demons because his Nembu took out one of those big boys, one of his bodyguards. So he's not worried about Kiryu fighting regular people either, or even minor demons. So as he's going down towards trying to see what Kiryu is going to do later on, a demon was actually within the place he was staying, and hopefully that demon was trying to, I shouldn't say hopefully, but that demon was trying to come after Kyoya and kill him and Sayaka both at the same time. This demon is a female demon, and she has very stretchy arms and very stretchy legs, and she has acid for breath, something straight out of Aliens. But it's not like regular acid, it's sulfuric acid. And this sulfuric acid is basically a thing that could explode on contact with certain other type of chemicals. So what he did is he found this type of alcohol that could mix with sulfuric acid, and he poured it down her throat. But before he was able to do that, um, they had this little bar scene battle where she was trying to kill him by squeezing him to death like she's a snake. But then he grabbed the bottle before he gets strangled to death and shoved the bottle down her throat. And then the reaction with sulfuric acid kill her. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's the way it goes. Within this anime, she exploded. And then moving on from that, we then see Kyoyo getting close towards Rebbe Ra's location. Rebbe Ra manifests a version of himself to ask, who is this threat coming to me? He didn't know that it was Kyoyo that was coming after him, but he knew that the person used Nempo. But then he discovered that his name was Kirya Izuyoi, and he was Genichiro's son. And he knows that he doesn't have as much power as his father, Genichiro. So he says, you're foolish to come after me, and you don't have equal or greater power than your father. This is pointless. You're just going to get yourself killed. So what Rebbe Ra did, he turned himself into a bunch of bats. Like after he cut his shadow in half, he turned into a bunch of bats and lured him into like this dream world. And this dream world is basically like the an open area of where a lot of people died. But he turned it into a nice little paradise looking place, and he let them get trapped within this place where a lot of ghosts are, and allowing the ghost to feed on his soul while he's there. But he wouldn't know it. So his spirit was slowly drained while being in this place where there's a lot of souls there. And he would be stuck in this dream, believe that he's in a nice paradise era, yet the area is bleak and red and burnt down from atomic weapons used to try to slow down the demons back in the past. And a lot of people died in this area. So eventually, one of these people, a little girl, her spirit still lingers in this place from the fallout of the atomic warfare in order to stop the demons. And I'm assuming it was atomic bombs or at least scuds or whatever they used to try to stop the demons. And a lot of people died in the process, running for their lives. This little girl is probably one of them. She turns into this huge ball of flames, and in this huge ball of flames, many souls were associated with this huge ball of flames because it was more than one person died in this location. Tons and thousands of people died in this location. So these are the souls of many lost people who lost their lives, who are unable to go to heaven and are trapped in this place, probably by Rebbe Ra, used by Rebbe Ra in order to fuel the resurrection of the demons. So souls cannot escape as long as Rebbe Ra is using his energy to lock them and hold them in this location. But here's where Sayaka comes into play. The innocent Sayaka, who you say is completely useless in this story, turns out not to be useless. She has a special type of energy. Her innocence is not just innocent. She has like good chi energy, but she doesn't. Her chi energy is not the same as Kyoya's chi energy. Her chi energy is not used as a weapon like his is. Her chi energy is used like a radiated aura and is able to heal said darkness and bring said people who were under control by Rebbe Ra and let all the stuff go, or let them who they were angry before and upset or mad before, locked into this fuel cycle of hate in this location, stuck here forever, are now free of these lingering attachments towards Earth and now could fully die. So they all fall like little dust leaves or little ashes on or little snowballs, and they are blue in color, and the blue in color is supposed to represent their soul. They fall on exactly where they die. So all the things that fell, all the different snowballs fall exactly where their skeletons were on the floor where they died. And then Kerry says he see how he used and fuel the demons, and he's going to stop them so more people don't die. Because even though the everyone died from bombs and stuff trying to kill the demons, their deaths were used as a sacrifice in order to maintain them from their spirits from escaping or going anywhere to fuel the resurrection or to fuel the revival of certain demons or towards the ritual in order to bring about these demon lords. So Kiryu end up showing up to the location where Rebbe Ra is. Rebbe Ra pulls out his weapon and says, "It was foolish for you to come here. You should have stayed asleep." Kiryu attacks him, and Rebbe Ra shoots at him many times in order to kill him. Kiryu uses his weapon, uses Nemper weapon, charges his body up, slams his weapon straight through his body with all his energy and all his force, and he assumed that he would have killed him just like he did the demon, but it doesn't work that way because from the time period when Rebbe Ra summoned the demons the first time, he's been gathering energy. So the energy is the reason why he's been able to maintain his body, even though he took heavy damage from Kyo's attack. But it's not enough. He's been getting way too much dark energy in order to be fully died from a one single stroke attack. And so his body regenerates himself from the attack, which he'll probably have to go asleep again in order to gain more power to recover said wasted energy, dark energy, to recover him from getting back his powers. So he ends up blasting Kiryu away with his weapon. Kiryu fell from off the building into a ditch, into a deep ravine downwards. From that height, a normal person would have probably been dead. He assumed Kiryu falling from the building that from that height all the way into the pit would be automatically dead based on impact itself and the size of his fall. But the energy from him is Nempo, and that was Rebbe Ra's undoing because you have to guarantee that your enemy is dead. You cannot assume that them falling from a ridiculous height that they're going to be dead. So he did the same thing to Kiryo's father, Genichiro, and watch him fall to his death, and assume that the same thing might happen to Kiryu at the same time. But what makes a little bit more sense in Kiryu sense, one, Kiryu is much younger, and two, Kiryu probably did fall from the same height that his father fell from. In fact, I know that because they were both on the roof, and when Kiryu went to look for Rebbe Ra, they weren't actually on the Rebbe Ra wasn't actually on the roof this time. He was within a secure location where he was summoning the demon. I could be wrong. They could have fallen from the same height. Or maybe it was luck on Kiryo's side. It doesn't matter. Moving on to the story, he then goes towards his father's sword and pick up said sword from where he last saw the father left it upon his father's death. And then he gained all his father's energy from sword because his father, upon his death, made sure every single sap of his energy went straight towards his wooden sword, and all his Nempo chi energy is inside said wooden sword. So, with his sword, with his Nempo energy, and with his father's Nempo energy combined together, he's now more powerful than his father was because he's using both his father's full energy put inside of the sword and both his full energy as well. So there's no way Rebbe Ra could win in this situation because even though Rebbe Ra has been gaining energy over the years in order to summon demons, most of his energy to summon demons was going towards making sure the demons come into the world, not with regards to power himself up. Was It's more an exchange thing. So yeah, that said, even if that wasn't the case, and even if Rebbe Ra was powering up, the fact that Genichiro had all his energy put into his sword, and Genichiro and Rebbe Ra was like neck and neck fighters, and Rebbe Ra only beats him because he was slightly more powerful than he was. That's the reason why he won. But Kyoya and his father's powers together are obviously more powerful than him by himself. So he does his last summoning thing. Turns out Kyoya shows up, and he's stand there, and then badass music start playing, and basically saying this is the end of the story. And then Kyoya goes to rescue Sayaka. Rebbe Ross starts shooting his blasting at him again, and then Mephisto come out of nowhere, saves Sayaka. Once again, very suspicious about Mephisto. Who is he? Good guy, bad guy? Don't know. Story never says who he is. But he rescues Sayaka, save her from Rebbe Ra. And maybe he didn't like a Rebbe Ra took the position for summoning. Who knows? Um, Rebbe Ra did his final blast in order to believe that he would be able to finish Kyoya this time off by using twice as much energy as he did before, assuming Kyoya is using the same amount of energy that he used before, and he figured twice as much energy this time, or maybe even three times as much energy this time, will finish him off. Doesn't realize that the sword he has is his father's sword this time, and that most of his energy is now in the said sword and not within the aura of Kyoya himself. So Rebbe Ra doesn't know that. Um, I'm figuring that maybe in some way he knows that, but he's so conceited and believe that he's more powerful. He doesn't realize that on a power scale, Kyoya has more power than him because it's both his and his father's power. So he used his Nempo powers, the full blast Nempo powers, to cut straight through Rebbe Ra. And Rebbe Ra got hit straight from the top, from his head all the way down to his bottom, cut right in half. And eventually he tried to piece himself together, believing that he has that much energy put together that he could heal almost anything regardless. But the amount of residual chi energy that just keeps going, it's not like it just cuts through him in one single slash. It's like an energy pool that just keeps going from Kyo's blast. And so even though he tries to heal himself up, he cannot attach himself up in time, and the energy explodes from him outwards. So he heals himself, but the energy, I don't know how to describe it. It doesn't just cut through him and goes out the back. It stays inside of his body and explodes from his body from the inside. So that's how he was able to defeat him. Instead of just slice straight through him, he made the energy cut him straight from the top to the bottom, but had the energy stay within his body in order to explode from the outside. And then that's the end of the story. And that's basically Demon City Shinjuku in a nutshell. Mephisto walks away, Chibi walks away. They say maybe they'll meet each other sometime in the future. Kyoyo says he's done with all this. He's taking care of the bad guy. Mephisto says, well, that's not how it works. As long as there are evil men in this world who pray to demons, your services will always be needed. And Kyoyo says, so be it. You know, as long as there are going to be people who are going to use demons, there's always going to be someone like me who is going to make sure that fight the demons because that's my job. So he basically had this like slow pan and kiss with Sayaka, but they don't show the kiss. It's just uh, a nice little fade out thing or nice little pan in thing of them coming towards each other very slowly, but the kiss is not seen because it's like the pan in goes past their face, not to show the kiss. It's a nice little director's trick that you see in certain movies, but you don't see all the time. It was very unique for its time and it's very interesting. Even everything done within this film is a unique style of its own, and it's drawn differently. It's drawn unique. It's directed differently. It's directed with a lot of style and a lot of zeal and a lot of emphasis on darks and lights. It's a very powerful film. So moving on from that, so this video doesn't go way beyond where I'm expecting it to go, is the next one. This is and I'm gonna go fast for this one because I believe I'm going way too slow here. This is The Promised Neverland, and this is a story about a bunch of kids who were promised to go outside and to have a happy life with a happy family and parents and so on and so forth. But it turns out that they're actually, I'm not sure what type of world they're in, if they're even on planet Earth or anything. But it turns out, oh, I need to drink another cup of water. Turns out that they're kids within an orphanage, and they're being shipped out as um, basically food for gigantic beast creatures. They don't know this, and eventually, as the story progresses, they discover this. So it's called The Promised Neverland because they're been promised to have a happy life, a Neverland happy life, or they're on Neverland and they're promised to go and have an adult life. So it's kind of a reverse Neverland. They're in Neverland and they want to become grown-ups and go out and have a life and meet parents and stuff. So it's promised. I think it's promised to them that it's a promised fairy tale that they're going to have hope and stuff, but it's a lie. So these kids are all branded on the neck, and they all have codes on their neck to identify them. It's kind of like you're branding cattle or something. So yeah, moving on from that, the story is very powerful, and characters are also equally as powerful. And the fear and the dread in the story, well, not less dread, more fear, because I don't really like dread story, is very powerful as well. This character is called Emma. She's the main protagonist of the story, and Norman is the secondary protagonist of the story, and Ray is also the secondary protagonist of the story. So Norman, Ray, and Emma are the people who are, you could say, they're the main characters of the story. Actually, they are the main characters of the story, not secondary. So all three of them are. The story revolves around all three of them. Don and the other characters, those are different players as well. But it's mostly Norman, um, Emma, and let me see who else are here. I think I wrote it down. And Gilda, and of course, the secondaries are Mother Isabel and sister crone. So the story starts off with Emma in the woods playing with Norman, having a normal day within the woods. There's no animals. The first thing that you notice with regards to the story, there's no birds. There's none of that. Or maybe there are birds, but there are no stuff like deer. Nothing within the woods. It's just the woods, and the kids always wonder why it's so weird that there's a woods that seems to go on endlessly, but there aren't any like real dangerous animals. But they're told not to wander off into the woods, otherwise they're dangerous animals. But they never came across anything. So one day, one of the characters, a little girl, young 6 year old, gets sent off to meet her foster parents because that's what they're telling them. You're going to meet your foster parents because you did a good score on your tests and stuff. So when you do a good score and you score the best in your class for your age based on your score, we're going to send you off to see your foster parents. Now Emma and Norman and Ray says, well, this is kind of weird because um, she didn't score the best in her class for age range, regards to her test scores. So something is up here. So she thinking she's going to her foster family, the 6 year old kid. Turns out she's dead, and she's in the back of a truck, thrown in the back of a truck. Um, and Emma was willing to bring. I believe she was the little girl forgot her teddy bear, and Emma was running towards the gate to where the carriage was to give her her teddy bear. Even though the sisters and, of course, the mother of the facility taking care of the orphanage tell her not to go there. It's strictly restricted, and kids aren't supposed to go there. She's a trouble kid, so she likes to cause trouble and get into trouble and not follow the rules. Turns out that's a good thing in this situation because her curiosity gave like curiosity kills the cat, which is very true. But it turns out it's good in this situation because you get to realize what's exactly going on within this place, this so-called Neverland, or this orphanage. Um, Turns out that the kids here are basically cattle for gigantic monsters. And if they're not cattle for gigantic monsters, they're preserved within this type of fluid, kept in stasis or something, and shipped out so that in time when they're needed, their brains are being consumed by said creatures in order for those said creatures to live on. Because I think these creatures um, uh, can live, can exist even longer if they eat brains like something like straight up zombies. And the other parts of the body can be consumed, but the brains is the part that's very important. And the kids found out this because the monsters are talking, and they didn't realize that the monsters could talk, but the monsters are actually speaking in this anime, and they understand the monsters when the monsters have long fingernails, elongated bodies, elongated heads, and have eyes that are peeking out through the mask that they're wearing. Their face is never fully shown, but you could see that their eyes are underneath the mask that they're wearing. One monster in particular has a ridiculous jaw type mouth and venom type tongue, like it's straight up something straight out of Venom. So it's assumed that they have like very creepy looking long faces, like Venom type faces, and their eyes is like singular eyes on top of their heads and stuff, and they have long fingernails. So these are creatures that exist on this planet, and we're assuming that this is a planet that maybe humans have been grown as food, but there's no context with regards to the manga that this is a planet that human beings were shipped to, or this is a world that human beings weren't born into, like planet Earth, that human beings weren't intelligent creatures on this planet, or whatever this is. It was never explained what this is because the manga never went past a certain period. It ended, and the manga artist stopped writing the story. So, Promised Neverland is in itself like something that was a one shot deal. So, it was never explained where these things came from and where they were going. But the story of Promised Neverland is pretty good. So, in order to get themselves. This is the first pivotal point of the story, or a secondary point of the story. In order to get themselves out of this place, they now devise a way in order to escape here, because eventually they'll become food. So this is another story of mystery. Well, not really mystery. This is more like a puzzle solving thing, because they are the ones that have to set up certain puzzles or overcome certain obstacles by setting up certain puzzles, or figuring out certain puzzles that are happening within this orphanage. Who to trust, who not to trust, what to set up to make someone do something one way and to make another person do something another way. So these are very smart kids. They got high scores, so they figure out quickly, what will happen to them. So they realize their mother, their caretaker the whole time of this orphanage, is actually a bad guy that's been allowing them to be harvested by these creatures. So to outsmart this mother, they then go into the woods every now and again to play like they would, acting on their own. And they also find out that how they've been tracked by the mother by some type of tracking device implanted into them, but they don't know where it's implanted into them. They just realize that in order for her to know where we are all the time, using a tracking device rather than using a compass, because she's looking at a compass, but they realize there's a tracking device. In order for them to find this tracking device, it would have to be someone smart enough to know where this is, and the only person that would know where this is would be someone who's closest to him, and Ray is the closest person. So eventually they find out where this tracking device is down the road in the episode. But before that period shows up, they plan to do things with Ray, and they eventually found out Ray is a spy for Mother, giving her the download with regards to other sisters working within the facility, and with regards to what all the other orphan kids are doing. Are they following the rules? Or are they breaking the rules? Are people doing things suspicious? And the reason why Mother does this, because she's actually working for these giant-sized creatures. So she's not a good person, and she's using other children, or in this situation, Ray, in order to find out what they're doing. So Ray spies on all the other kids, and eventually Norman realized that Ray's a spy, and Ray basically says, "So what? You found out I'm a spy? Doesn't mean I'm not going to sell you guys out." It's like, well, if you do that, then we'll blow the whistle and say that, okay, we know that you're a spy. No, but we'll also make sure that certain things that you say to Mother contradict what you tell Mother, so that to make her realize that you're actually on her side by making up a lie. And him having fear of this, realize that if he does side with them, she's not going to trust him anymore, and eventually she will probably try to get him shipped out even earlier. So he decides to help them, be like a double agent, helping them when they can, and telling telling Ray to feed to Mother false information when they needed to. So they set up a plan to escape this place, but eventually they come in contact with one of the sisters, who they find to be extremely creepy. A sister that's always smiling, that's always laughing maniacally, and eventually this sister pulls out from the side of her shirt a number that's on her neck. And then the kids eventually realize all the sisters that are within the orphanage are actually children who used to work here. And they eventually grew up, and then eventually came to do exactly what they're doing right now, as other mothers are doing right now, or one mother is doing right now, from when they were kids, trying to escape and now realizing they cannot escape. So they're now doing the job that they were eventually told to do. They either get shipped out and get eaten, or they become harvesters for the harvesters. Yeah, and so she decides, rather than getting eaten, she'll work at this place as an adult, and when she gets the opportunity, she'll make her way up through the ranks, and so she could survive in the end. So this is a very selfish person. She's not willing to consider the lives of others. She's willing to sacrifice others for her own personal gain. So she's a bad guy, as well. Mother's a bad guy. She's a bad guy. Basically, all the adults are bad guy. Now, what does that sound like to you? Oh, that sounds like Peter Pan. That sounds exactly like Peter Pan. All adults are bad guys, and they're all wicked, and they're all monsters. And so, if the parents are the bad guys in the story, and like in Peter Pan, then the monsters must represent the crocodile in Peter Pan or Hook in Peter Pan. So that's what's going on here. So moving on from that, we get to see Mother Mother Crone, that's her name, or Sister Crone, that's her name, saying that she's going to help them out because she hates Mother Isabel or Isabella, um, because Isabella is someone that she didn't like for a long time, even from since she was a kid, because she was supposed to be the mother of this orphanage, but they gave it to Isabel for reasons she doesn't know. Little as she know, Isabella was given, or Isabel was given the position simply because Isabella is associated with the previous mother here on a personal level, but she never knew this because she wasn't in. I believe she came to this facility um, as a mother, as a sister from another location. So she didn't grow up in the same orphanage as Isabella grew up when she was an orphan with her own tag on her neck. So she doesn't. She's not. She doesn't have a close association with the prior mother before Isabella took over the role as mother. So she never knew that. And eventually down the road, she tried to make both of these kids um, her subordinates by making them do exactly what she says. Because if they don't, she will have them ship out and she'll have them eaten by these creatures. And they being scared of it and scared of her being able to blow the whistle on them trying to escape is something that they fear more than anything. Because if they're found out, it's a guarantee that they're either going to be punished in one way or the other. So she's a terrifying character, and this is where the real terror of the story comes in, because it's not just that the monsters are here and they're trying to eat people. It's that the monsters are actually the people are the most monstrous stuff in the story. The things that are willing to sacrifice these kids to be eaten, and especially for their own personal ambitions. So she's basically is Sister Crone is a monster in the story, and Mother Isabella is also a monster in the story as well. So these are both evil people. So moving on from that, we see this kind of fight, mental fight between Crone and Isabella. That Isabella kind of knew that Mother Crone is acting suspiciously and is trying to overpower and take over her position. And she learns about this from Ray, and because Ray is her own personal spy to keep an eye on the children and the other sisters. And once she realized that Sister Crone is trying to take her position, she decided to have Sister Crone be transported or um, transferred. I don't know why I said transported, transferred to another facility, another ranch or something where there are other children and stuff. Turns out to be that that's a complete lie. Sister Crone meets the grandmother. That's the original mother of um, the the original mother of the orphanage that came to see her personally, and she came to see her personally because that's what grandmothers are supposed to do. They're supposed to personally take a sister and have them go to another facility on their own. Just the same as I believe the same as if a kid was to be transported um, to be harvested, a grandmother will have to be there as well. But in this case, she personally has a bit of distaste for Sister Crone because she knows that Mother Isabella is a pawn to her. That she raised raised Isabella when she was a kid to an adult um, by manipulating her, just as sister or mother Isabella trying to manipulate Emma, Ray, Norman, Don, Gilda, and other children within the facility. So, knowing this, one of the giant-sized freaking monsters is trying to kill um, Sister Crone right now. Eventually, she does get killed, but not in the way you think. Strangely enough, these creatures, they kill you not by tearing you apart and stuff. They kill you by using a poison flower and by grabbing you and then sticking you with a poison flower in the center of your chest. And this poison flower that's stuck in the center of your chest eventually infects you, and eventually it sucks up some of the blood into the flower. And once the blood goes directly into the flower and it blossoms the flower, it means that you're fully been infected by said flower and you're dead. So that's how she died, by whatever flower that they have on their planet. I'm assuming these things came from another planet, and Earth got aced or destroyed or something sometime in the future. And if this is not Earth, then this is definitely a planet of the apes type of situation. Maybe it's a planet of the ape type of situation. Maybe it's not. Regardless, the story continues with Mother Isabella, who basically looks at her compass, which is basically a tracker to see where they are, and is going to see where they're heading off now because she has the tracker on them. They don't know about the tracker because they're kids, but eventually she doesn't think they know about it yet. She just assumes that they don't know about it. So she then goes to follow them and then realize that since they've been giving a lot of trouble, they need to be taught a lesson. So she decided to have Norman shipped out. So Norman's date for being shipped out to go to the pretentious, or not pretentious, but the illusion version of foster parents coming to pick you up, because you now have a home to go live in. The illusion day pops up, and Norman is getting shipped out, and he leaves them, and eventually that's the end of Norman. Norman's not seen again past a certain point with the story. So they, but Norman didn't go out like a punk. What Norman did before he went out is to leave a certain type of blueprints and have certain things set up in advance so Emma and others could get out. Things that would be like foolproof. And as long as Ray and Emma follow the plan, they can get out. But certain things had to be altered with regards to the plan. And Emma says she's not giving up, and Ray says he's not giving up. And they both plan to escape because Norman was a personal friend of theirs. And even though Ray knows that he's a spy of Sister, or Mother, the mother, um, he really liked Norman, and that's something that really shocked him. That Norman is no more. So they both plan to escape fully, and Ray says he's going to use lighter fluid to light the place up, and then he's going to set himself afire. But that was a smoke screen. He did light the place up and set the place on fire to burn the entire ranch down to the ground. And I believe the mother then showed up with you know, a fire extinguisher, but the fire is too heavy and too blazing, and place is made out of completely out of wood, and the whole building caught on fire. Um, so all the children were evacuated um, by certain sisters. It's strange that there no other sisters seen in the story though. It was Sister Crone and um, Mother Isabella. But I've been saying sister throughout the story, but I don't believe that there are any other sisters. Otherwise, it would have shown other sisters. But I think there is other sisters. I believe that like shifts to a job that in certain time periods, day, afternoon, evening, that the sisters go home after a certain time in the night, and there's no one there to actually look over the children at a certain time in the night. So as a mother, Isabella is the only person that's there. So the whole place burned to the ground. And Isabella goes into the bathroom to see where Emma might be. And she found Emma's ear within a bucket or something. Turns out Emma is more of a badass than I gave her credit for. She literally cut her own ear off because eventually Norman found out, with assistance of Ray, that the tracker is inside of the earlobe, or under the skin of the ear, and in order they implant it there in the ears. So in order for them to find them, um, they can't do it anymore. And they put on some boots on themselves so they could run fast and pick up speed, blah, blah, blah. The whole place burned to the ground. Mother Isabella started to go loopy and losing her shit, realize that she's got to pay for this with regards to the monsters, that they eventually they're going to kill her, but she has to find a way to save herself, um, and the ranch itself. Eventually, all the kids escape uh, wires. Well, is it wires or is it rope? They escape by rope. Um, yeah, and they basically propel themselves all the way to the other side. Well, it's more like liner themselves all the way to the other side, and that's that. And they've been practicing this for quite some time, secretly, in secrecy, when the mothers aren't looking, within the forest, because for some reason, as long as they're tracking them, they don't see that what they're doing. So they made sure um, Mother Isabella doesn't see them when they're doing that, and they made sure Sister Crone didn't see them when they're doing that as well. So they made sure to go at certain places or at certain times to do certain things, which are just seen as kids playing and doing silliness in order to do certain set activities. But then the adults didn't realize that what they were doing was actually planning their escape. So that's that for Promised Neverland. And eventually the kids escaped. They got into the woods. They crossed over the giant size wall, and they got deeper into the woods. The monsters tried to look after them, but the monsters are within the borders of the wall, like security guards or something. And now they're into the massive forest that goes deep, deep into the wilds. So whether they actually come across other human beings, other people that aren't part of the whole process, or even animals for that matter, who knows? The manga was never continued, so I don't know. But that was A Promised Neverland, and that was my number three. Moving on from this, I'm going to go much faster on this one because I'll be here all day if I speak on this. This is Death Note. Death Note is well, the fourth on this whole list, not the third, the fourth. Death Note is pretty awesome. It does have a bit of horror in here. It has a great story. It's a mystery. A lot of people say it's it's a murder mystery that you have to solve the murder, but it feels more like it's horror slash murder mystery all at the same time, and that's that. So, further ado, I put this at my number four slot simply because I have this over Berserk, simply because it's Berserk falls into the horror section much better than this, but the story of this is much better than Berserk. And my thing is that you must always have a great story and great horror for it to be horror. If it's just horror and the story is shit, then it's all going downhill. And if it's the story is I mean, if the horror is shit and the story is great, then it's also going downhill because then you have a story that's great, but it cannot be constituted as horror. So this only goes above Berserk simply because this is a better story than Berserk and a better mystery than Berserk, and it kills people in very unique ways other than just blood and guts. So that's why this is slightly above. And just because Shinigamis are in here doesn't mean it's about the horror of Shinigami. It's the horror of this person that's an actual killer, kind of like a straight up Jeffrey Dahmer type, but he's not doing things by cutting off limbs and arms and stuff. He's just doing it by using a notebook to kill. So this is very horrific in many ways. It's just that it's not going the brutal route. It's going a different, distinct route from the standard horror or crazy killer genre. But can you really constitute like Zodiac killing type stuff as horror? Sure. I mean, it's more like murder mystery, but it's still horror at the same time. So this is why this one is in my fourth slot and not my second and third. So moving on from that, this is called Ryuk. He is the Shinigami, the death god. This guy's called Light, and he's an asshole. Believes is a wannabe god. He's extremely smart, probably the smartest teenager in Japan at the moment. And he one day found this death note that falls from the sky. He literally see it fall from the sky. It didn't fall from a building or anything. He saw it just fall from the sky. He thought that was pretty weird. He went to the notebook. He went to pick up said notebook. He realized that it's black in color. And when he opens it, the pages are black, but the texts are all white. And it says a bunch of nonsense. He decided to put it back down on the ground because he thought it's a bunch of hooey and someone just doing a prank. But then he realized that his curiosity with regards to why would someone do something like that, it doesn't make sense. And since that he has this complex of being a righteous person, doing the right thing, getting high scores, being a pillar of society, he believes if he could possibly clean things up by erasing people, that he would. But this is the point where he's saying that he doesn't believe it'll work because why should it? He's just indulging in his fantasy of this is what he wants to do at the moment because that's what he really want to do in real life. He doesn't know that this thing is going to work. He's just playing off of his own personal fantasies of his nature. Because if he had the power to do so and it wasn't fantasy, he would do so because that's who he is truly on the inside. He's not really a good person. He's always been a bad person from the beginning. He's just doing his role within society to clean up society based on what he sees as how society should be. And society is neither black and white. You can't control what should happen because you are the one to do it. That's not how freedom works. If I want everyone to stop smoking cigarettes or they die, that's some evil shit because well, cigarettes kill you, so I'm stopping you from killing yourself using cigarettes. But I, I'm forcing you to do so. Otherwise, I kill you. So the fact of force being the play here means that there's something wrong with me. He doesn't see it that way. So moving on from that, we get to the next scene where he realized he killed someone using the death note, and he's surprised that it actually works, but he still doesn't believe it. So he went to kill another guy who was trying to do some harm to the girl when he went to a bookstore or a supermarket or something and saw something happening with a bunch of bikers trying to take advantage of a girl. The guy on the bike went after the girl. He decided to write his name there. I don't know how he got the name of the biker though. He just heard that his friend said his name, but I think you have to write the last name as well. So maybe his biker friend said his whole name, and heard his biker friend said his whole name. But why was his biker friend, if they were friends, say a person's whole name? You need to write the person's whole name. So that was always curious to me when I saw this first death. He wrote the guy's name, but how would he know his whole name? Was his name on his bike, on his shirt or something? I don't know. Normally, a friend of a friend wouldn't say a person's whole name, but would just say their first name or their last name. Either way, it doesn't makes a difference. Moving on from that, um, he starts writing more people and more people name in. Eventually, got to the point where the book is completely folded up or almost folded up, and he meets the Shinigami who comes to see where his notebook fell. Ryuk told him that he's been quite busy and you must understand something, that I just put that book there because I was bored. He said, bored? Yes. There's nothing special about you. I just dropped it because I needed to drop it because it was there. And that's all there is to it. I just wanted to do it because Shinigami has nothing to do when they're basically in the world of the Shinigami. We're just there to guarantee that death happens within the human world. We're not actually there to make sure that people live or people die. We just kind of like guaranteed to make sure, like ferrymen, make people cross the river Styx type stuff. So we are the reapers or the carriers of dead souls or something like that. So moving on from that, Light basically says, well, if that's the case and you're not going to punish me for what I'm doing and it's not a morally wrong thing, then I will keep doing so. That maybe it was always intended to do, intended to be so, even though he says it was just by accident. He says, how so? Well, it all based on maybe things are not within the Shinigami's control. Maybe things are beyond Shinigami's control. And the Shinigami only believes that they're under his control. But that's not the case that happened throughout the story. Shinigami says basically, well, you can believe whatever you want. So moving on from that, where am I now? Oh yeah. So moving on from that, we then get to see another person pop up into the story. His name is L. And he's come to Japan to realize that something strange has been going on for the past few months. How many people have been dying within a certain region of the Japan or a certain area of Japan over the past few months. Like the number has skyrocketed from where it used to be before. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 people within just a few months as something that's unknown. So he's here to hunt down a serial killer in Japan, one that kills people from heart attack. He believes first that it's poison or other means that, or hypnotism or something, but he believes it's something more strange than that because no form of poison or something was found within the area. Eventually, Light is having a drink and eating his food, his dinner with his family. Turns out the detective in charge of this case, with regards to his family, is none other than his father, and his father is part of the police force in order to hunt down Light, and I think his Sir Soichiro. That's the name of his father, Soichiro Yagami, and his father basically is certain that he'll capture this guy because his father's good at his job and is extremely smart as well. But his father, but his father's not like Light, so his father basically doesn't know that his own son is the killer in this case. So moving on from that, we get into another scene where a lot of people decide to quit the job because we're not going to be 86 by this guy who could somehow kill people by just seeing them and then boom, they drop. So a bit of supernatural is in here. I said before that supernatural is an important part of horror in one way, shape, or form, and it's present here as well, especially since he's actually killing people using Shinigami's powers. So moving on from that, or the power of the notebook, if the notebook is not Shinigami's powers. So moving on from that, we get to see Ryuk with Light again, and Ryuk says, "Someone's following you." It's like, how do you know someone's following me? Because, I could see all around me from behind me, and no one could see me. So I could look up, I could look down, I could tell, and I could also sense. So even if I was looking directly forward like you were, I have the power to sense that people within my vicinity, that something within my vicinity is wrong. It's like a sixth sense or something. But for him, because he's a death god, it's not a sixth sense. It's just part of his powers to pick up when someone is actually looking at him without him knowing. So he like then basically is told by the Ryuk that, hey, I could see your age, your name, all that stuff, and when you're about to die over your head. That's the difference between me and humans. That I have the power to be able to not only to ferry people over to their deaths by writing their name in the notebook, but I could tell how long they live and when they're going to die, and so by just looking at them. So he also tells them that they could take his eyes if they want. So Light says, "Really? Yeah, but the cost of it is half of your life in order for you to get my eyes, because this is a powerful tool. You'll be able to know when someone could live and when someone could die. And you can use that to your advantage by writing their name in the notebook. And it doesn't matter how long they're going to live for. As long as you write their name in the notebook, they're going to die. So that's the benefit of having the eyes. You get to see their name and you get to see a lot of details about them regardless. It's like looking at someone's driver's license, but the driver's license doesn't say like when the driver's license expires. It says when your life expires and stuff, and it has your name, something like that. So moving on from that, we get to meet two people: Ray Pembar and his wife Naomi. They're investigating, or at least he's investigating the not like Yagami stuff, investigating the killer Whoever this killer is, who is calling himself Kira, and that's the name that Light is going by with regards to his serial killer name, but he doesn't consider himself to be a serial killer, because why would he? Um, he's the hero of society, a pillar of society, getting rid of all the trash of society, all the evil. And he's actually getting rid of evil people. He's not attacking good people at all. They're all scumbags. They're all evil. They're rapists, murderers, all this type of stuff. All bad people. People that drug traffickers, all kind of stuff. So, but from the law point of view, he's just a vigilante and he needs to come to justice because he's been killing a lot of people. So this guy's an FBI working for the United States of America. Decided to show up to Japan because the people, the agents in Japan, has been baffled by what's going on with regards to Chase, with regards to this case. The government, this issue had gone to the government and come up to, and or maybe it hasn't even gone to the government, but the state, or should I say Tokyo itself, has issued a certain type of request from foreign um, agencies in order to solve this case if their own detective cannot solve this case. And so, yeah, he's just there as an assist. And turns out that this is something that's very, very important. I'm starting to think that the FBI are simply there not just because that this is a lot of people have been dying and been killed in Japan within a certain era. I The first time when I read it, the manga, the first thing that came to my mind is that he's here simply because they probably experienced this before in the U.S. sometime before, and that they want to know more about it. They probably know about the Death Book, but the manga never said so. So I'm going to go off the fact that the anime doesn't say so either. That he was just called upon to solve this, and his wife Naomi is basically a Japanese woman who's former FBI agent, and they both came to Japan because their father's here, and they want to get married and so on and so forth. But eventually, Ray Penber, that's his name, gets killed by Kira tearing a piece of the Death Note out, and finding that there are multiple FBI agents in Japan trying to find him. So he wrote all their names on the piece of paper for Kira, and eventually um, they all died, and he died as well. And then he realized the guy that he was tracking the whole time sent to track us each FBI agents within the files that were in Japan, trying to find out who this killer is, trying to help the Japanese government find who this killer is. They were all individually tracking certain people. They were all assigned to certain people. He was assigned to like Igami, and turns out he was right. It was like Igami, but it was too late because the paper that he wrote his name on was the Death Note. Now, that just goes to show you as well that the FBI don't know about Death Note. Otherwise, he would never write his name on a piece of paper whatsoever at all. So that theory went out the window. Ray Penmore died in a very creative way. The door of the subway closes as his life closes. So every death in this anime is very creative. So I'm trying to try to move a little bit faster. Next one. So his wife Naomi tried to look up what's going on with regards to his death. Turns out she also has suspicion of the person that he might have been tracking, and the person he might have been tracking might actually have been Kira, and Kira got to him. So she assumed that it was like Yagami before, but like Yagami quickly found out a way in order to get out of it by tricking her. So she gave him her ID with her picture and everything on it. I still to this day don't know how she got tricked that easily, but it was a very clever way for him to trick her, to convince her with a lot of optimism, a lot of charisma, a lot of charm, and also that because he was the son of a guy on the police force, it was more likely the fact that he wouldn't be Kira as well. But as soon as he got her ID and wrote her name down, she asked him, "Why are you checking your watch?" He's just he just says, "I'm just waiting for the time to kick in," and then he says, "Because I'm Kira." And then she realizes that he's Kira. She walks away knowing that he's Kira. And in this creative way of her death, they're basically showing her walking down the street towards down a snowy street on a snowy night but then it spawns a noose with a stairs, and it shows her walking up the stairs towards the noose. Technically, what this means is that she died probably there on that spot or collapsed on that very spot, but her soul and her spirit is still walking towards the noose. So it's basically metaphorically showing, maybe more spiritually showing that her life being snuffed out in that moment, and her herself going to the noose, or showing that's the very spot that she fell on, and showing how she died, with a noose around her neck, rather than falling on the floor and the elevator, or not the elevator, the subway station doors, subway train doors closing. So maybe this just means that she literally killed her own self. Like, that's why they're using the hangman's noose for this one. So that said, but you could say the same thing for a husband, but the way that they're using this one is quite interesting. That said, moving on from that, we get to see Light, Yagami giving a speech, and we get to see another character, and this other character turns out to be L, the guy that was tracking the serial killer out in Japan, and basically L believes that like Yagami is Kira more than, I would say, with 4 or 5% certainty that he's Kira, whereas like 90, 90, 95, 94, 95% he believes he's not Kira based on who he is, what he does, and his, alibis and all that stuff. But there's something about him that's off. And the situation where it happens, the moral choices and beliefs of the type of behavior of the enemy is strange to him. So moving on from that, we get to see Kira now having to have to think of a way to get rid of L while L is in his school, because he now realized L is onto him. So it's hard for him to pretend to be this person, an upstanding student, when all he wants to do is take out L. So he's now considering a way to take out Ella at this moment, by luring him in, since he can't really use his face thing anymore, because that would just identify him far more easy now, because Ella's onto him, which will then signal all the other detectives to say, "Oh, yep, it's him." So he now have to think of a more creative way in order to kill L. So that said, moving on from that, another character showed up to this situation, and it's a good thing for Light, because now a different L, or should I say a different Kira, a second Kira shows up. Then this one has the Shinigami eyes, and she used the eyes in order to see who the real Kira was, and she eventually revealed herself as Misa, and I think that's her name, or maybe, yeah, I think her name is Misa. And Misa is in love with L because she's not really in love with L, but she's in love with L's ideology. And because he's a high school student, she's now loves him even more, because she realizes he's smart, he's handsome, but is what she's really in love with is what he stands for. And so, yeah, but L sees this person as being annoying, or should I say, Kira or Light see this person as being annoying and weird and bizarre, but he sees her as a tool to be used. Ella, on the other hand, sees her as being annoying, but also finds it strange that all of a sudden Light has a girlfriend, but he had no signs of showing that he was interested in girls back in the past, so makes Light even more suspicious. So now Light is now under arrest, placed within a precinct, a jail, and he then tells Ryuk to leave the place and to make sure to wipe my brains of any existence of who I am and my intentions of being Kira. So by doing so, he goes back to being like Yami, the stuck-up student in school that never found the Death Note. So he told Ryuk to wipe his mind before he even found the Death Note. So Ryuk did that, and he had other plans as well, all at the same time. So it's not just wiping his minds, but it's wiping certain things. And he told Ryuk to give the Death Note that he would have found, or should I say that he found that day within school that fell from the sky, to then pretend that he never found it and to give said notebook to someone and have them use it. someone that's interesting in power and wealth and stuff. So he gave this notebook to that person, and that person eventually used that note to kill people he doesn't like. And but L basically says this is strange. Usually Kira would just kill killers and stuff, but now this guy is killing people, not just criminals, but people who are don't really commit criminal activities, but also people who commit criminal activities, but said criminal activities aren't the same as the ones from before. That they're more done from a not a mature point of view, but more from a more selfish point of view, an individual income based point of view. So that said, Misa basically said, Kira, well, I'm going to, I believe Rio basically told Rem, which is also Misa's Shinigami, that they're going to wipe minds and stuff. Rem agreed with it, so that no one's on to either of them. And so their minds are both white and stuff. And then this guy shows up, and turns out he's part of an organization that does shady shit. And the police are on to all of them, but the police doesn't know which one of them are Kira. And then they themselves don't know which one of them are Kira, but they know that Kira is helping them. Eventually, Kira turns out to be, I think, I'm not sure of the name of this guy, but his name is not really important. Um, I don't know. He's not Teru, that's for sure, but he's someone who's, I think Teru shows up in season two. But I don't know who this guy is, but I know that he eventually dies from a car crash, or the cops kill him or something, and his notebook fell. And L tells them to pick up the notebook, and they picked up the notebook, believing that later on throughout the anime that the notebook is tied towards who this person is and how they're able to kill people. That it might hold information with regards to the secrets of this person's identity as well as their methods of how they kill. They had no idea that the notebook itself is the killer itself. So the moment I believe Light's father pick up the notebook, he automatically saw Rem. And Rem basically didn't do nothing to stand there because human beings can't do nothing. And so they shocked seeing this gigantic creature in front of them. And then the notebook is handed to L. And L basically sees the Shinigami and is shocked himself, but more composed than the others. And Light Yagami is with them, but it's not the Light Yagami. It's not the Light Yagami Kira. It's the Light Yagami step up kid who never picked up the Death Note. So he wanted to see what's going on with regards to the book because they now took him out of jail and they made him support them with regards to hunting down Kira because they now realize he's not Kira at all based on his behavior, based on his motives and stuff. So it's like he's a new man. L thinks that's very suspicious how Light is behaving different from before, but he can't deny the fact that he's not behaving the same as how he believed Kira would behave. That's the reason why he's there within the helicopter. So Light then touched the book, and then Light's power of the book makes his memory come back the moment he touches it, because that was part of the plan to have his memory erased completely, up to the point where he didn't find the Death Note. And then eventually, if he touches the Death Note again, he will remember, because that's the power of the Death Note. The Death Note can make you remember if you touch it once you pick it up. But it cannot erase your memories. Only the Shinigami can erase your memories. But the moment you touch the Death Note, your memories will come right back again. So him knowing this, used this as a tactic in order to get himself back to be Kira while still allowing someone else to be Kira and him is instead. Avoiding all suspicions. It's a very clever way of doing it, but it doesn't really matter because in the end, it just makes L even more suspicious that his behavior has now changed back to the way it originally behaved before rather than the way it is now. So he knows that The Death Note has powers, but he doesn't know the amount of powers in his hand and what said powers can do. But he's now, I believe, 10% more suspicious of Light now than he was in the past. Before he was in the past, he was only 5% suspicious of Light, but now he's now 10% more suspicious of Light. Still, it's majority over minority believing Light to be innocent, but now it's now at 10%. So the increasing amount of peers of believing Light to be L has been jumping up, slowly rising up. Eventually, the whole story of how L came to do what he did is developed throughout the story, but that's not really important. What's really important is as soon as he turned into Kira, he now has the notebook back in his hands, and he now has L in front of his face to see that he is actually uh, to write his name into the notebook with his face. But as I said before, that's not necessary because he could have done that at any time. But that's not how he killed L. He killed L by using Rem and using Misa in order to write L's name within the notebook because Misa wasn't around, or should I say, Misa wasn't allowed to see L's name before, nor was like Yagami in order to see L's name before his full name. But because Misa has the Shinigami eyes, um, she can fully see his name, but not the first time. He had to erase her memory and his memory in order for them to get close to him, and then allow himself to regain back his memory, and her to regain back her memory when they're within the vicinity of his existence, sees eyes, and then had Rem write his name within the book in order to kill him. So it was a unique plan, and that's pretty much the end of Death Note, the first season of Death Note. But there are many other seasons. I believe there are 2 other seasons, if not 1 other season, that involved Nair and Mello, and other students who were or other kids, orphan kids, who were trained to be special spies or something, or special children in order to solve cases and stuff. And they're like predecessors of L. Were said to be predecessors of L. Eventually, I believe Nier is the one that ensnared Kira and got the victory lap over Kira. But Mello was eventually killed by Kira. I believe that's how it goes. So Kira is extremely smart because there were 3 geniuses that were sent to take care of him, and he defeated 2 of the 3 geniuses. And I think Nier was the last person. That man almost died to Kira, but barely came out of it alive and managed to ensnare Kira. So that's the end of Death Note. And moving on to the next story, after basically L fall to the ground after being shocked from a heart attack, and the Shinigami Rem dying, because in order for them to kill L, it would require her to regain her Shinigami eyes again, and she cannot gain Shinigami eyes again without sacrificing half of her life, and based on her age. So depending on how long she was about to live, she then gave up all of her life, all or the remaining half of her life, which means she would have been dead. And of course, Rem wasn't going to allow that to happen, so Rem sacrificed her life in order to give Misa all of her life back. So he died in her stead, but she was able to write L's name down when she got her Shinigami eyes back. So that's how that worked. And he's dead. L is dead. And then Kira looked down on his body, smiling. You know, like the evil bad guy smile, saying, "I've won. This is what you get." Yeah, that's it. That's the evil ha 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 smile. So moving on from that, we're going to the next one. And this is Berserk. This is number 5. I'm going to really go fast past this one because the first 2, or should I say the first one, Monster, was pretty long. So this one is going to go real fast in a nutshell. So this is Berserk. Guy showed up to a party. Guy takes a bunch of bad guys with another guy who looks like a serpent in a suit. Turns out he's a demon. This guy carries a big freaking sword. He calls himself Guts. In fact, that's his name that he goes by, Guts. He wears heavy armor and he's a big dude. He's like a bodybuilder type dude, but not without all the muscles, more like naturally bulky built guy, but with no bulky stomach. So he's like a Titan Andre the Giant type, but he's not like ridiculously built like Andre the Giant. So he's just naturally strong. So he takes out this criminal, this guy carrying this egg of the king. That's what the necklace on his neck is called, egg of the king. And people who prey on this egg become demon lords or something like that. So whatever your ambitions are in reality that you want, whatever you want to be in life, it's going to grant you that wish, but you have to sacrifice something to get that wish. And this person eventually had sacrificed something in order to get his wish. And in order for you to get said wish, you'll have everything you want. But in many ways, in order for you to get said wish, it transforms you. So you no longer look the same way you did before. You look like some abomination of yourself. It's kind of like a falling from grace type of situation or a fallen angel type of situation. How you look before, the way you look now. You always go back to looking the way you looked before, but it won't even matter because your true self is now look the way the thing turns you into. So the egg of the king is, I'm assuming, is the egg of Lucifer, the king of hell. Anyone who wants to be a king or a ruler or lord in all the dark lords of hell are probably like generals or something. If you want to be a general, you have to sacrifice things. So this guy did it. He turns into this gigantic beast. Guts basically used his hand cannon in order to kill him because his giant sword couldn't do it. Had close enough gunpowder would do it. Gunpowder and the blast could get through anything. And this, of course, this creature is made out of flesh. Even though his flesh is ridiculously hard, at the end of the day, if blood goes through its veins, it can bleed. It can die. So Guts uses hand cannon, blast off his head. Head comes off. Or should I say, his side of his face get blown the hell off, and then Guts uses big ass sword to cut off the other side of his head because Guts basically sword can cut through like solid concrete and even metal with ease. So he just cut this thing straight in half. Thing fell to the floor. Guts starts shooting a bunch of bow and arrows into it. It says how it feel like to be trampled on and to be stepped on the way you stepped on human beings. Basically, Guts kill him, makes his body burn in the fire. That's the end of it. The story goes back in the past, where he is met by a guy called Griffiths and a girl called Casca. And he was supposed to join. He refused to join this band called the Band of the Hawks, for which Griffiths told him that if I beat you in this duel, you'll join my band. He was just a regular vagabond traveling throughout the world. And of course, Griffiths was looking for great soldiers. He says, fuck that, I don't want to be part of that. And he dueled him and said, you're going to get your ass kicked, kid. Like, Griffiths is obviously skinnier than him, but eventually, in the end, he beats Guts by sticking his sword inside of his throat and stopping his big ass blade. Of course, Griff at the time, Guts wasn't super strong as he is now. This was just teenage Guts with not that much strength, and Griffiths beat him in this. So Guts have no choice but to serve him and the Band of the Hawks. So throughout the story, we get to meet a lot of characters throughout the story and the Band of the Hawks story. So moving on forward from that, we get to see another situation, and this is the future. The future is popping up, and I believe Casca is probably in her 20s or something. Moving on from that, we get to see um, Griffiths coming to a lord or chief of a well, not a chief, a king, king of a castle. He bends the knee, says, "I'm going to serve you. I'm going to do whatever you want in order to get more power." Griffiths then meet. We then see a scene of other guys opposing forces, the Blue Whale forces, to this king. They are planning to defeat the king. They're opposing factions. Moving on from that, one of the members of the Knights of the King said they don't like Griffiths and his people, so on and so forth. So they plan to have him get killed. Later on in the story, we meet up to a point where Griffiths and Guts are sent on this task to defeat the members of the Blue Whale army, and an enemy called Zot joins said Blue Whale army, but he turns out to not be a normal person, and he only do it for the simple fact of ensuring that he gets a good fight. So he only joins opposing forces if said other force is far stronger than the other one. So the challenge of fighting people is solely based on whoever is the strongest is the one I'm going to oppose, because I need to fight strong people because I'm all about battle. So that said, that's done. He gets pierced by Guts in the chest. His sword is cut in half. He then says, "This is the first time I've been cut by a human being." So he transformed into a gigantic beast creature with a long tail and a horn. He looks like a bull and a lion combined together. And eventually he kicks Griffiths to the wall. Griffith fell to the ground because Griffith was trying to rescue Guts. He sees the egg of the king on Griffith's neck and realizes, oh, this guy's destined to do something very bad. So he leaves. Eventually, in the end, the knight says he wanted to kill Griffiths by using poison. So they concocted a way in order to take out Griffiths. Eventually, he's getting killed by Guts. That got stabbed in the stomach. The guy fell to the ground, and eventually Griffiths, or should I say Guts, come to meet Casca after he got injured from killing the guy who's trying to kill Griffiths. Griffiths then finds the guy who actually is trying to concoct certain ways in order to kill him, and he walks out of the darkness and sees him, and then walks back into the darkness. So he knows what's going on, and the guy is shocked by this. Eventually, he gets killed in the end. But it doesn't matter. As the story progresses, Casca then fights off one of the Blue Whale captains or something, and she eventually falls over the hill. Gus tries to rescue her. He falls over the hill with her, and they fall into a ravine down below. He saves her. They have their first conversation with regards to Griffiths. They came out of it. She tells him of his ambitions. She remembers when he was young and how he slept with some nobleman or some crap like that. The story moves on forward. Gus says he's not worried about that. He's going to stick around to have Griffith's ambitions come to life. Um, he then fights another guy. He then cuts the general, I believe, the general of the Blue Whale, both the horse and the man in half with the sword. Gus realized that the general was super strong, but he wasn't a monster. He was just freakishly strong, and he was about to lose. And eventually, Zod came in, throw the sword in. Guts pick up the sword, and then cut the head off of the of the horse and the man together in one fell swoop. So moving on from that, I get to see the fall of the Blue Whale Castle, or the Blue Whale Fortress, for which the nobleman was at. He got stabbed in the face by Griffiths, and then eventually Griffiths heard that Guts wanted to leave the Band of the Hawks to find his own purpose in life. So he decided to go off and have his own purpose in life. Guts is not going to allow that to happen. Or should I say, Griffiths is not going to allow that to happen. So as he was before, back in the past, going to have a duel with Guts, but in this instant, Guts won the duel, and Griffiths realized that because Guts won the duel, that he didn't realize that that was going to happen. So moving on forward, we get to see to the next scene that Guts, or should I say Griffiths, decide to go and join the woman Charlotte within the castle of her father, and his ambitions was to use her in order to get to the king, in order to become a nobleman by using her. But I think he sped things up too fast, and out of his depression, he got caught, and eventually the Band of the Hawks got caught, and they were on the run. The remaining ones were on the run, so they went on the run, and eventually after that, Casca basically got into a sword fight with Guts, saying that how they have to rescue Griffiths, and he's responsible for this. And eventually, she's about to fall off the cliff. Guts about to rescue her from falling off the cliff. He doesn't know why she's so angry and why she's so exhausted. And this is their first tender moment, and they actually fell in love with each other. And eventually, after they rescue Griffiths, after that, Griffiths looked through a wagon towards them and saw that they were actually in love, and he didn't like that at all because he realized the very person that left him came back, and in many ways is doesn't like that um, Guts is happy in his moment. Whether Gus is supposed to be happy because Griffith's supposed to be happy, not happy because he's happy. So moving on from that, the story continues. Griffiths gets this vision within his head, or maybe he's delusional. I don't know what, and he's somewhat forgetting his ambitions and his journey and what he's supposed to do, but it doesn't really matter. So as he's proceeding forward, he then wakes up, gets control of the wagon, and is trying to get towards said ambition. I believe he's delusional, so he charges off with the wagon away. While Guts and Casca saw him charging off, his wagon then flies over. He then falls into a pool of water. He then sees the spike out of the ground. He tries to commit suicide by stabbing his neck with the spike out the ground. On the inside of the water, he then sees the egg of the king on the floor, wrapped around his fingers there. He wonders how it got there. It just makes sense that it got there simply because when it was taken off of him when he was being tortured by the king after being captured for sleeping with his daughter, um, it was thrown down a drainage and it came down the sewage into the water. And it eventually went back into a huge pool that was some random place that he doesn't know. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time, or maybe it was calling to him. Who knows? So moving on from that, he got out. He was in the water. Um, he saw Guts running towards him. Guts ran all the way towards him, and he doesn't want Guts to touch him because he realized that this friendship with Guts is pretty much over with. And but if he tries to be friends with him again, he'll have nothing but hatred towards him. And at this moment, he would willing to sacrifice everything to achieve his goal. He cannot go back to the way he was. All these different creatures start showing up at the end, and they pop up towards the end, and that's pretty much how the story concludes. Because the egg forms its face, its messed up face was on form, but then it forms a face, and then it moved forward, and eventually after that, a bunch of demons show up, and after the demons show up, because he summoned them, because he wants to his ambitions to come through, so he's willing to sacrifice others to have his ambitions come through, because in order to get said ambitions, you must sacrifice something to get said ambitions. So the thing he sacrificed is his band of hawks in order to get said ambitions. So that's what happens. All these demons pop up. Eventually, the entire band of hawks that follow Griffiths and Casca and Guts all together, or at least the remaining ones of them that survived, were eventually sacrificed to the demons in order for Griffiths to become a demon or to become a demon lord. And that's pretty much the end of the story. Outro came. I would say the worst thing about sort of the Berserk or Berserk itself, the sort of Berserk is a video game. Berserk itself is that the song of Berserk isn't good, and the lead up in Berserk isn't good, and the fillers in Berserk aren't really good either. The only thing good about Berserk is the general story of Guts, Griffiths, and Casca, and the different monsters that are in there. And when the scares and the horror show up, those are good. But those only show up like 4 real times throughout the story: beginning, the middle, the end, and a different section. That's really 4 times. Time when Zod showed up, the very beginning, the very end, and sometime in the middle. 4 times. After that, I would say it's hard for me to classify this as one of the top horror animes of all times. It's more of a story. So moving on from that, we get to go to the next story, and the next story is called The Summer Hikaru vanished or disappeared or died. Believe the Japanese version, the summer Hikaru disappeared, but it's called Summer Hikaru died. And this is about a boy called Hikaru because the story is about Hikaru. And I'll make this one equally as fast as the other one. And this one's going to go even faster. I'll try to get through this one and the next one and the next one equally as fast. So this is called The Summer Hikaru Died. Boy's in the woods. People are looking for him. Turns out the boy is dead. The boy that they're looking for is called Hikaru. And the boy has a charm inside of his back. Can't really say it's a charm, but he has other stuff inside of his back. And no one knows where he is for an entire year. And one day he just pops up out of nowhere and came back and started talking to his friend. I believe his friend is, if I'm not mistaken, um, Yoshiki. Okay, so his friend is called Yoshiki, and he's called Hikaru. And they've been childhood friends for the longest, so they would know each other. So one day, Yoshiki says that something is off about him. Something doesn't feel right. He went into that forest for a year, he came back, something's not right. Now, the anime style in this is pretty damn good. Very good. The story in this is pretty damn good. Very good. The build up is pretty damn good. Very good. That's why it's so high. But it's not higher than Berserk. Pretty damn good. And the scares in here is pretty damn good. So this is what I would consider a great horror anime. If it wasn't for Berserk story being a slightly better, this would actually be above Berserk. So it's hard to say so. So moving on from that, we see Hikaru talking to his friend Yoshiki. Yoshiki basically say, "Hey man, you're stressing out of this stuff. You shouldn't be worrying about this all the time. Nothing's bad is going on. It's the same old, same old." And basically, Yoshiki says, "You're not acting right. Something's normal. Not normal. You went into that place. It's been there for a year. You came back, and then all of a sudden, you're this type of person." Hikaru hugs Yoshiki, and then turns out Yoshiki is not a person whatsoever at all. So Yoshiki basically face transforms after hugging him. They then proceed to the next section of the story, and Yoshiki knows all about Hikaru not being a person. So you're seeing the story from the POV of the character Yoshiki moving on forward. As a first person view, and then to other parts of the story also first person view. So moving on from that, you get to another character throughout the story, and this character is called Tanaka, and I believe Tanaka is an exorcist. He comes to this place, has exorcised a bunch of creatures, and eventually someone from the town or something calls him, or someone from the higher ups from the organization he works with calls him and told him, "We have a problem in this town that's within this mountain somewhere. Go take care of it." Moving on from that, after he gets this call, he decides to show up this place. I believe he's just doing his job. You get to see things from Yoshiki again, looking at Hikaru. Hikaru is staying there. He behaves like a normal human being. You think he's a normal human being, but you don't know. So moving on from that, I believe Hikaru moved past this woman. Not exactly sure what the name of the woman is, but I'm not going to worry about it. He moves past a woman. The woman's freaked out by him being on the bike. Not by him being on the bike, but by him walking by her. Maybe she has extrasensory abilities, but whatever it is, yeah, a cold shiver runs down her back. So moving on from that, we get to a next scene where Hikaru and Yoshiki are talking to each other while going down a road walking, and then meet an old woman, and the old woman probably also have this extra sensory about her, can tell that there's something wrong with Hikaru. I don't know why. She just believes this. This might be one of those yokai type situations or shaman type situations where the priest can tell if someone's evil. So moving on from that, after the situation with the grandma happens, that same night something comes to the grandma house, banging on the door trying to get in. Something completely covered in darkness. Don't know what it is, but she ended up getting killed directly the same night after speaking to Hikaru. So one day the guy Tanaka, the exorcist, I believe he's an exorcist, or maybe he's an exterminator, comes into the town, says, "Let me see what's going on here." The people goes into the old woman's place to find out and collect her stuff. Tanaka's then checking the place out to see what's going on. Tanaka says, "Well, there's definitely something going on in this town, but we don't know where it's coming from." Moving on forward into the story, Hikaru basically speaks to other people within her classroom, acting all normal and everything. Nothing's going on. But then he has, I think, Yoshiki drags him into like a large room or something, or janitor's closet, and they have a conversation and says, "Well, if you're not Hikaru, and if you're not alive, do you have a heart?" So he puts his hand between his chest and realizes there's no heart between the chest. There's just an empty void there. That what you're seeing, the image of Hikaru, is just something on the outside. So moving on from that, we get to the next scene where it sees Hikaru and Yoshiki as kids growing up slowly. When being in school, certain images, his entire family, he's at Hikaru's house, and then he starts to wonder whether he should keep talking to this creature. Eventually, he meets the woman that he walked by before, that had that shock in regards to seeing Hikaru. She gives him her phone number and says, "At any time, if you want to talk to me, come to this restaurant, and we sit down and have a cup of coffee or something like that, and we talk about anything that's bothering you with regards to your friend." He then he doesn't tell her everything, but he basically gets some information from her, what she thinks is going on. So one day, Hikaru comes to her. They have this nice little conversation, and then I think Yoshiki basically say, "No, go away. I don't want you to talk to me anymore. You need to, go live your life and do something. I don't want to have anything to do with you." Blah blah blah. Yakety schmackety. Moving on from that, he says, "Well, he's attached. He's attached to this guy. Um, he's attached to Yoshiki, and he needs Yoshiki in order to survive." But that's not true. He just wants to be human and needs a friend to be human. But this thing is obviously not human. And of course, Yoshiki believes that he was about to die at this moment, decides to close his eyes and pass out because he realizes he's about to die. But that doesn't turn out to be the case. Him reminiscing about his past and stuff, he doesn't die, and remembering people from his his old school days while he's passing out. It didn't happen. He didn't die. He just passed out. And then the story of Hikaru goes into more complicated detail with regards to different eras within where the town is, that is surrounded by woods, and that this is a very dangerous era where spiritual things might happen. And we then get more of a backstory with regards to what happened to Hikaru from Hikaru, the fake Hikaru anywhere, telling Yoshiki that, "I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to tell you what happened to your friend. When I went up to him, he was already dying in the woods. I don't know who hurt him or how he got hurt, but he was dying in the woods. So I saved his life, or at least partially of his life, or tried to save him by duplicating myself onto him. So the original him is dead, and whatever version of him is here is the version of him that I created based on that." That's it. And that's the end of the summer Hikaru died. So the story goes on even further. There, I got up to episode 5. I think that's it. But the story goes on even further. It's a further and much more interesting story as you proceed deeper into the story. But that's as far as I could go with this because I'm trying to end the video pretty soon. So I got maybe 30 more minutes, and then I'll call it a day on this. So the next story, I'm going to go even faster than this one. This one is called Parasyte. So this one is called Parasyte. And Parasyte is about a guy who's basically living his normal life on Earth. No big deal. Sometime some alien or something comes onto Earth, ends up coming in by his place, ends up going into his nose. One day he got onto his arm. He stopped a kid from getting run over by a car. And then he wonders, hey, what the hell is this? One day I go to sleep, next day I wake up, all of a sudden my arm's all messed up. Don't know what it is, don't know where it came from. It's just some bizarrety that happens one day. So that said, moving on from that, we then get to see him trying to cut it off of his arm. The damn thing on his arm is kind of sentient and tells him, I could talk, I could do this, I could save your life, but if you cut my arm off, you kind of would walk around with one arm and you'll probably bleed out. And then people start asking questions of, hey, why are you walking around with one arm? Doesn't matter. Moving on from that, the damn thing turns into like some freakish alien with two eyes and many arms and stuff, and a mouth on his hands. It's real weird. Eventually, he speaks to it, blah blah blah, communicate with it, and says, "Well, I could help you to solve many of your problems in life, as long as you keep this a secret." So the boy keeps it a secret, keeps it to himself, and he realizes he can't really do nothing about it because if he does cut his arm off or cut the thing off, he would lose his arm, and instead of, in many cases, it wouldn't make sense for any normal person to do this. So this is a strange story in my opinion. A normal person would try to cut it off, but I think this guy was more afraid of what would happen to him if he tries to cut it off. Like the thing would kill him or something, so he just deals with it. Eventually, this is an alien, an inquisitive alien who wants to know everything about humanity. And as the story progresses forward, he basically says, well, there are others like me, and eventually I matured onto your arm instead of into your brain. The normal process of what I am as a thing is our sole duty is to go into the brain and form into the human brain or into anything's brain and develop in the brain itself. That's how we will live. I am a mistake and a failure because I developed into your arm. That's it. That's done. Moving on from that, he explained how the whole brain thing works by splitting himself in half. Moving on from that, they walking down the street eventually found that a dog, one of the parasites got inside of a dog, and the dog is a parasite, and it's a failure as well. So it tries to kill them in order to get into their brain and take over their body because that's what you could do if you're a parasite. You could transfer from body to body to body. Moving on forward from that, we get to see more information with regards to what these things are. There's no context with regards to where they come from, but there are contexts with regards to what they are and how they form, but not where they come from. So we get to learn that this is another enemy that has been influenced by this parasite. And her brain has also been influenced by this parasite. So she's no longer human because her brain has been influenced by this parasite. Or I'm assuming that her brain has been influenced by this parasite. So she's on a train. This guy tried to grope her on everything. She calls him out. She leaves the train. She ends up going to the school. She's a transfer teacher to the school or something like that. And she teaches at the school. And but the sole purpose is to find where the other one is. And she doesn't know that the kid is a parasite, but she knows that he's there. Eventually, she finds him, and they proceed forward in the story from that point on forth. So let me see. The main character of the story, because I didn't say the main character of the story. The main character of the story is called Shinichi, and the alien is called Migi. So this character knows that Shinichi, is an alien, or Shinichi has an alien attached to him. So she invites him to have a cup of coffee, and she brings forward another alien. And they're aware of their existence and their existence at the school. But these parasites are carnivorous creatures. They're willing to kill anyone and everything, and they want to take over the human race. That type of stuff. So moving forward from that, him getting up from his seat and walking out the door, knows that Shinichi's alien is a formidable enemy and probably going to be a problem for them. He tries to kill them, but it doesn't work out. During the process of him walking and having a normal day in life, he eventually comes across these people being bullied, or this guy being bullied, saves that guy from bully, end up getting beat up himself. Meets this girl. This girl says, "Are you all right?" Girl looks into his eyes, sees that there's something weird about him. Maybe the girl has ESP powers, don't know. But since then, she starts tracking him, following him around. She's curious about him, and eventually he comes to learn of his father um, and his mother wanting to go on vacation. So they left and they went on a vacation. And while traveling in Japan, while his parents are on vacation, he meets yet another parasite that has attached to this guy's face. Moving forward from that, um, Parasyte tells Shinichi more about their productive cycle and what they are and how they work and how they could duplicate themselves um, in order to do said activities inside of the body and outside of the body. But after a certain period of time, if they duplicate themselves too much, they won't remember who they are. You can only control so much of themselves before that other part of themselves is completely autonomous and does things simply based on instinct rather than control. So moving on from that, he then says he was able to resurrect Shinichi based on certain things and certain fights that they've been in based on his blood. So he was able to duplicate um, and repair blood cells and tissues at a rapid rate based on splitting himself up in the body. So there's a lot of stuff inside Shinichi's body that are not human anymore. It's not just his arm, but a lot of his cells, the alien cells swimming around in his body, repairing parts of his body, his arms, legs, every time he takes damage, or at least waiting in wings. If said damage happens, they instantly go to start repairing the body. It's a good thing, but at the same time, it's also a bad thing. So Shinichi get into a couple more fights, find an alien who head split up. Eventually, alien who had split up gets cut in half. Turns out the alien who had split up while his parents were on vacation. The alien who had split up had killed his parents or killed his mother. He goes to avenge his mother and brings the other alien who has it attached to his face to do so. The fight was hard, but eventually he kills it with the help of this other person and his mother's avenged. But during the same process, the teacher who was at the school is actually planning to doing luring other people in order to try to take out Shinichi because Shinichi and Migi are becoming a threat. And so I'm not sure if it's a test, but I believe it's a threat. So that's happening. So coming back from vacation, he speaks to his childhood friend and realizes his childhood friend, the girl that he's into, that she's realizing that he's changing. He's not wearing his glasses anymore. His hair is more spiked up. There's something about him that's changing. And Shinichi's as well realized that maybe there is something about him that's changing. His face is changing. His appearance is, he doesn't need his glasses anymore. And he's worried now that Migi might be transforming his body more than he needs to. He meets this other alien who's a guy that says he's going to help him out. And I'm just here to keep an eye on you. I'm not your enemy, but he ends up killing a lot of people. And of course, Migi says this guy's a threat. He's not going to do what he says. He's going to kill people. You got to move forward from that. Take him out before it happens. Eventually, the government gets wind of what's going on in Japan in a specific area. And in order to control these parasites, they have to figure a way to harvest them in a certain area and terminate them all at once. But in order to identify a normal person from a parasite, you have to, I guess, use other people who are also parasites as well to identify said parasites or find out certain type of behavioral traits that a normal person would do that a parasite would not do. So the government is now, or the state of Japan is now aware, or certain states in Japan are now aware that the parasites do exist and that they are becoming a growing threat. So a task force is basically sent in order to take care of that stuff. So moving on from that, we get to see the girl that's into Shinichi comes to look for him again. They move on from that. Shinichi goes home. Shinichi goes to check out what all that stuff is about with regards to the girl looking into his past. Migi says she's trouble because she's able to attract other or people who are parasites like her. It means that she might attract the wrong person because she's sending off a certain amount of aura, and they might homing on her signal as well, thinking that she's a parasite, but she's not a parasite. Moving off from that, Shunichi then find her being aced, stabbed by another parasite because she was too inquisitive, or maybe she was using whatever power she had. She's not an alien, but she did has energy. Maybe it's energy or aura, or maybe she just had good fortitude in regards to knowing certain things. But they found her, kill her, and then he has to deal with dealing her death and everything. So he went to her funeral and stuff. And at the funeral, he met a guy who's asking a reporter who's asking certain questions about um, people who have parasites, because the government knows about parasites now. And he's asking how you came to know if you're a parasite, how you came to game if you're a parasite. Um, but the government, or should I say the police and the government, don't know that Shinichi is actually has a parasite. But this guy does know it. So they don't want him to rat or to tell the government or to tell the police force that they're actually a parasite. So they tell him they'll kill him if that stuff happens. So moving off from then, we get to see Shinichi again with the teacher, and the teacher says, "Well, I'm not going to do anything with regards to you. The actions of the previous guy who I sent to keep an eye on you, he got out of his way and decided to do his own thing rather than follow the set schedule." And so, yeah, so Shinichi doesn't believe her at all. And in order to guarantee that he finishes her off once and for good, he was about to attack her. But there's a reason why she's carrying the baby with her. She's using the baby as a shield, because the baby that she has is her own baby, the baby of the woman who body the parasite took over. So the woman was pregnant with a child during the process of her um, getting infecting the woman. So before she, or should I say, after she manifested with the parasite, she had a baby in her way before. I think the parasite basically speed up the birth of the baby, but the baby is fully human. So she's using the baby, human baby, as a shield in order to escape being killed by Shinichi. So she managed to escape. And then another guy showed up, a parasite, and this parasite was set by I think a bunch of politicians who are also set parasites in order to kill Shinichi, because they found out that Shinichi is killing off other parasites who are, their sole intention is to try to take over the human race. So once they got wind that there are certain parasites in Japan killing off other parasites, they try to investigate and find out who these parasites are. Once they got wind that Shinichi is one of them, they basically send an assassin after him, but Shinichi ended up killing said parasites in the end. And eventually, in the long run, that parasite who he killed by cutting his head off turned out to be another parasite. So this parasite has two other parasites in its body. So there are a total of three parasites in one body. So even though the person that was chasing him was one parasite, the other two parasites that were in the body were that parasite. So this one manifests itself to be the true self, the true parasite. So moving on from that, the woman who had the baby decided to say, "Why am I so attached to this baby? I should just get rid of the baby." But I believe this parasite is kind of attaching herself to the baby, and soon realized that there's certain human emotions that are important to her, that's rubbing off from the woman and the baby onto the parasite. So moving on from that, we get to see a serial killer who's a crazy person being used to identify a parasite. And why they're using the serial killer, because they believe that the parasites have like a carnivorous nature, a violent nature to them, and that the closest thing to said type of parasites that are violent in nature and carnivorous in nature are crazy psychotic killers. So they're using this method in order to identify parasites. But in all truth, this guy is probably has some type of gift for sensing people who are crazy people. And so his gift is to sense other people who are bloodthirsty. So he's able to tell people who are parasites from people who are not parasites. So he saw Shunichi's face, but Shunichi is careful in order to hide his parasitic nature, using the power because he's not a full parasite, and because his brain has not been taken over by a parasite, it's just his arm. He's able to meditate, or being able to hold back his powers by making it quiet in his body, so he cannot be identified as a parasite person. So he's joined. Shunichi has joined the police force in helping them track down other parasites so he could kill them easier. So as they're going through tracking down these parasites, the guy from before and his head honcho, which turns out to be not another parasite, turns out to be a human being, are going to have a showdown with the police. He got on a podium, give a big speech about parasites and everything, and law of survival and all this. And during the same time, the cops burst in and start shooting him up, believing he was a parasite. Turns out he's just a human being. So this human being was chilling with parasites the whole time. Their leader, the leader of the parasites, leader of all the parasites, was chilling with them the whole time, and was a human the whole time. Was never a parasite to begin with. And so the other parasites, realizing that he's dead, now realizing they could go all out, so they decided to go on the hunt against all the SWAT force and start killing up human beings. The head honcho of the parasites decided to take on task force leader of the SWAT team, the only guy that could stand up to the parasites that was much of a chance, ended up getting his ass kicked and got killed. In the end, got his head chopped off. Eventually, he escaped because there were more reinforcement police coming on the way. He got in his car, drove off, and then all of a sudden another car span over the hill, coming down off the hill, and ran into his car and knocked it off the side of the hill into the forest below. And the person in that car turned out to be Shinichi. So Shinichi and Migi decided to join forces together to take out this parasite. But they didn't realize how powerful this parasite was. So as they're proceeding forward, they got to see it for themselves. So moving on forward, the only way to destroy this parasite the only way they could destroy this parasite was to hit it from the side and use disease as a way to destroy it. Its chassis was ridiculously hard, so whatever damage it received from bullets to its weak spot, he stabbed the weak spot in order to get a full disease stab in. So he used a rusty metal pipe with a curved edge and a lot of garbage from the floor, could be disease, to shove it into the body of said disease. So the thing eventually died from disease from the inside out. So normal human disease worked on this. These creatures aren't from here, so a disease to these things would be probably fatal. So even though they could adapt to human, whatever form they take over, and they could regenerate their skin, their head, and all this, eventually a disease that could kill human beings could kill them as well. So that said, he died to disease, but before that, I believe Migi and Shunichi finished him off by having him explode from the inside. So that's the end of him. The story comes to an end with all the dangerous parasites who are a threat being hunted down and killed. And so if people don't get to the ground and put their hands on their head and do what they're said and tested, they will all be killed. So eventually the remaining cleanup crew came, and all the remaining parasites were found and killed off. And any parasites that weren't found eventually ran away. And the bond between Migi and Shunichi was a friendly one, because in the end, turns out to be Migi wasn't some type of parasite trying to kill him. It was trying to help him and to find a type of harmony between humans and parasites together, live together, rather than to feed on human beings like carnivores. So Miggy was one of the good guys. So that was Parasyte, and that was, yeah, that was one of the big ones. So out of all the anime so far talked about, I've talked about Monster, then I talked about Demon City Shinjuku, and then I talked about um, uh, Promised Neverland, and then I talked about Death Note, and then I talked about Berserk, and then I talked about day Hikaru, the summer Hikaru died. Then I talked about Parasyte. So these last three, I'm gonna zip past these last three real fast. Oh yes, and before that, the serial killer at the end gets his comeuppance because after he escaped and after all the parasites got killed, he decided to find the guy, Shinichi, and see, have a showdown with him because he still believes that Shinichi might be a parasite. But eventually, Shinichi win, knocked him out, saved his girlfriend, and the serial killer probably went to jail for the rest of his life, and that's the end of the story for that. The next story, and should I say story number eight? I might actually make this, yeah, story number eight is um, Tokyo Ghoul. And Tokyo Ghoul is not bad. Not bad for a horror story. Story starts with a guy who's in a cafe, and he's having a regular cafe, standard cafe drinking stuff, and his name is Ken, and he's speaking to, I believe, a girl in a cafe, a waitress in a cafe called um, Kirishima or Toka Kirishima. So yeah, um, Ken Kaneki, or I'll just call him Kaneki, and I'll just call her Kirishima. So Kaneki is talking to her friend in the cafe. They have cafe. He's sees this woman walk into the cafe. She's nice, she's friendly. She's reading a book just like him in his said cafe. She wears glasses. He's into women wearing glasses. He doesn't have a girlfriend. He figures that he'll walk this girl home. Turns out the girl he's walking home turns out to be a ghoul. Ghouls are things that exist in this world. Everyone knows about ghouls. They're told to stay away from ghouls. Ghouls are policed and hunted down by the government, and they only live in certain areas. And you have to watch out for those who are you with, that type of stuff. But this guy's captured by a ghoul and turned into a ghoul. And eventually, one day he wakes up. He tries to eat food, and he realizes he can't eat normal food because he's a broadcast about stuff about the tongue of a human being changes when they become a ghoul, and it regards to their taste buds. So normal food don't taste good anymore. They can't stand it. They throw it up. They only have the taste for flesh anymore. Only flesh tastes good. So moving on from that, he tries to drink everything. He tried to eat everything. Turns out it doesn't work. He drinks soda. I don't know how soda would taste bad. Maybe sugar is the problem there. Yeah, it might be sugar. It might be that ghouls don't like sugar or things that's sweet. So moving on from that, we get to see him walking outside trying to find a way to get food. Turns out everyone's a hamburger helper. He starts going crazy, run back to his house. Saw that his eyes is changing. Starts to get freaked out. Try to cover up his eyes. Realize he can't cover up his eyes, so he put on an eye patch. Eventually, he goes into this neighborhood. See, he has to eat. Turns out he go into turf for some other guy's neighborhood. Trying to get dead bodies from people already killed by other ghouls. See if he could feed off that. Um, but he doesn't want to because the moment he tries to, he quickly backs out and realizes, I don't want to eat a dead body, otherwise I'll fully go completely ghoul. There has to be a way to solve this problem. He decides to work in this restaurant as a waiter, the cafe he used to love to work at because he realized he needs money and needs to find a way to get food. The manager allows him to work there. The government is then shown to be the CCG, an agency designed to hunt down ghouls. All its members in here. The CCG is on the hunt for more ghouls in this neighborhood. Found out that some ghouls are located within the restaurant area, but they don't know where. so they don't know these people are ghouls within this restaurant. Um, uh, Ken goes with another member from the store in order to collect bodies, dead bodies. Turns out people commit suicide this era to collect dead bodies, and they feed off the dead bodies of suicide people within this era. Moving on forward, to conceal his ghoul life form from other people, or in this case, to conceal his human form from other ghouls, is to wear masks. So Tokyo Ghouls all about ghouls wearing masks in order to hide themselves from being identified by people by wearing masks. So this guy creates masks for this for Ken. Ken's got a mask. He puts on said mask. Moving on forward, Ken wakes up, goes to this place, sees his girlfriend of this other guy who's a ghoul. Turns out she's human. I don't know why, but she knows that he kills human beings in order to feed on them. It makes no sense, but you gotta go with it for what the story is. Um, Turns out he gets another letter with regards to information on ghouls, and the rose remind me of the girl that he would that turns him into a ghoul, so on and so forth. He doesn't realize he has to fight some guy, some crazy guy that actually leaves flowers. Said crazy guy is capturing one of his friends, and the girl that's with him, the waitress girl, turns out she's a ghoul as well. She bites his neck. She gets powers to fight the guy, crazy guy. They defeat said crazy guy, and who's also a ghoul. Move on to the next story. We then see this other guy who looks like he has crazy eyes and everything. He's part of the organization, the CCG, designed to hunt down ghouls. Um, I believe his name is um, Mado. That's his name, and he's crazy as hell. He basically kills ghouls and uses ghouls as weapons once he kills them. So he experiments on them and he turns them into weapons. So he's a bit of a psycho, but he works on the good guy side. But you can't really call him the good guy side. You just call them people who hunt down ghouls. So he's a psychopath that works on the good side. So that said, he gets up. His partner in training joins him, which is a young man. They hunt down a ghoul. The ghoul that they hunt down, they kill the friend of the ghoul from the restaurant. She then comes after him. He then used one of the ghoul weapons from a dead ghoul he used in order to try to kill her. He beats her because he's more experienced than her, and because she lacks certain blood, I guess, that day. She didn't have the energy. And eventually, the said partner, younger partner, attacks Ken. Ken knocks him to the ground, even because Ken is a bit stronger than him. But Ken refused to feed on him because Ken still wants to stay human. Eventually, a second showdown happens when Mato meets the girl again, but this time he's with another person who hangs at the restaurant or the cafe called Hinami, and Hinami was going to be killed by Mado, but yeah, but Kirishima managed to take him out by cutting his neck off, and that's the end of Mado. With the assistance of two ghouls versus one um, crazy ass guy or executioner. Yeah, they managed to take him out. First, take out his leg, and then cut his neck off, and that's the end of that. Moving on forward, we get to another scene where seeing two other new characters show up to the party, and they're basically there to give more exposition with regards to the story moving forward. Their sole purpose is to attack the CCG and to make sure the members of the CCG are killed off. Those who hunt ghouls must also be killed themselves. So moving on forward, they learn that this rogue group is not part of standard ghoul procedure, that they're more like a terrorist group of ghouls, terrorist ghouls, who have taken to radicalized factions and, take actions against anyone who would try to kill ghouls. So the treaty between certain ghouls and the government is slowly but surely being broken. Um, but then again, there was a true treaty to begin with, because if the police department and the CCG are hunting down ghouls, regardless, it doesn't really matter what the treaty was. because ghouls are being hunted nonetheless. So whatever treaty existed, that treaty was null and void. So all ghouls have been gone into hiding, disguising as human beings, and the sole purpose to bring these ghouls to light. If the CCG cannot do it, then other organizations would. So this radical group decides to band together to kill anyone who's trying to seek out to kill ghouls. So moving on from that, we get to see another guy. I believe he's the same guy who's supposed to be um, called Jason later on. He's called Yamori, and Yamori is basically a brutal type guy, big buffy guy. Looks like a yakuza, a hitman or something, and he doesn't worry about putting pain on people. In fact, he enjoys it. So there are several psychopaths in this story, but he's the worst because he doesn't care about beating up ghouls or killing humans. He just kills anyone who's in his way. So he's the worst person in this story. He's a guy that used brute force to kill people as well. So he doesn't just use knife and sword, he just uses fists and pound anyone to death, whether they're ghouls or whether they're human beings. So he's like a crazy Yakuza person. He doesn't give a damn about ghouls or people. So moving on from that, we get to see another character show up to this whole thing, and this person turns out to be a ghoul working for the CCG because the only way to track down ghouls or to stand a fighting chance against fighting other powerful ghouls is to use ghouls. And eventually, in the end of season one, the character Jason, who's fighting on the side of the CCG or tracking other ghouls, capture um, capture Ken and torture Ken to give away the location of where other ghouls are. So he's not going to give away where the cafe is or the people in said cafe where they're hiding out. He's going to just keep silent. So people say, well, if Jason is Yamori, then why doesn't he just give away where the ghouls are? So Jason and Yamori turns out to be two different people whatsoever at all. Otherwise, they would have given it away a long time ago. So that's not the case. So moving on from that, we get to the other story. Um, and closing the story of Tokyo Ghoul Owl, I believe our boy Ken finally gives in to the whole blood thing and accept being a ghoul and accept being powerful as a ghoul. And his hair goes from black to white. Like the beginning of the intro of the video of Tokyo Ghoul, you see a guy with white hair, and he's the guy with white hair. But I always thought it was ridiculous how it takes so long for him to go from black hair to white hair from beginning to the end, for him to turn white hair at the end of season one. So yeah, so he goes to white hair, knocks out the Mori lookalike guy called Jason, and basically because he knows this guy's a sadist type and brutal type, I like to torture ghouls. He does the same thing to him before killing him completely, and I believe he eat him. So moving on from that, we get to go to the next story, and the next story in here is called Shiki, and Shiki is a vampire story. Lots of people call Shiki a Salem's Lot story, but Shiki is basically a standard, kind of like Howling type story. Um, you can't compare it to Salem's Lot, but it's a vampire story. And one day, a girl, and I believe her name is, if I'm not mistaken, what is her name anyway? I have it on a piece of paper. I wrote several names. Megumi, that was her name. Okay, so story starts off with people looking for a girl called Megumi, and then it goes back into the past of said Megumi walking in a field, or should I say, walking on the road, talking about her leaving this town because everyone is so into living the farmer's life. She wants to go into a big city. She dresses different. She dresses in fashion. She wants to be different. She wants to not be a part of a town. She wants to be like someone that's completely different from what you know. Moving on forward, during that same time period, a certain amount of, I believe the doctor believed an epidemic was happening. So moving on from that, The doctor said we have to start checking people because something seems strange. In the last 2 days, a couple of people have been dying and passing on, coming um, to my doctor's office. It might be that there's more than sickness going on. There might be an epidemic might be showing up, but who knows? And I believe the main protagonist of the story is Toshio. And even though he's the doctor and analyst of this story, it never tells you that Toshio is the actual protagonist. You get to assume that Toshio is the protagonist because he's the first person that you've seen that the story seems to circle around more than anything. The person that seems to know more of it. If not Toshio, you get to think that the character called Shisen is the guy with the glasses is the protagonist of the story. So it's either Toshio or Shisen are the protagonists of the story. But in all truth, there are just several main characters of the story, and the story doesn't have a protagonist because this is a general story, not a character story. So as the story proceeds forward, you get to see another one of those main characters, other than Megumi, a guy called Yuki, or in this case called Natsuno. And Natsuno is a high school punk who doesn't also want to be in this neighborhood and wishes that he could also leave this place. But you get to feel that Natsuno is the main protagonist of the story because he eventually is turned into a vampire, or in this case, a werewolf, against his own will, and he versus these said vampires. But before I get to that, I will state that eventually the girl, Megumi, decides to say, okay, there's a nice little mansion up on the hill. These people just move into this neighborhood like our new neighbors. Let's welcome them. And so Megumi went up to the mansion on the hill and quickly found that it feels like someone is watching her, like some type of nauseating thing, and that she cannot explain that is something that feels dark and troubling, that's not human. It gives her a type of chill that makes her feel bad, and in many cases that she feels like she's going to pass out. But since she's close to the hill and close to the castle, as she goes, the door opens up, and that's the last you see of her. Her friend didn't see her go into the castle. Her friend was too far down the hill, and she went back home anyway. So her friend went back home, and eventually, as the story progressed, I believe we later see a woman, a dead woman, or a woman that looks like a dead woman holding another woman's arm. Woman with blonde hair, long blonde hair, crazy looking blonde hair, and that's it. And then story proceeds. The next scene, moving forward, we see the body of said dead woman, Megumi, with a coffin and everything, and her whatever else that of her belongings on said coffin. And after that, the doctor experimented, or should I say, the doctor investigated Megumi's blood, said there's something strange about Megumi's blood. It's similar to the other people who also got died. It's like more reinforcing the fact that there might be an epidemic happening. But he's never seen a case like this before. That this might be something new, something curious going on. And how they died is not the same formula of the standard epidemic stuff. So moving forward, we get to see the guy, Natsuno again, opening the doors to his windows. I mean, not the door, but opening his windows because he believes someone might be watching him. And eventually it turns out to be the case. Someone in the woods is watching him, but he doesn't know who is in the wood watching him. He just gets this dark feeling that someone's watching him. So later that night when he went to sleep and he woke up, turns out he feels like the person watching him is the girl, and it would make sense because he believes that she's the stalker. But this time in said dream, she's her eyes are all messed up, and she has this dark type of feeling about her that she's more from a different realm, that she's not human anymore. He doesn't know about this. None of these people know anything about vampires and stuff, so they're not going to assume that it's vampires. He just assumed that it's a bad dream. So moving on from that, we get to see more people coming towards the priest. who was the friend of the doctor, saying that how, listen, someone is sick in my house, and I don't know what's going on, but I think I might have some guess into what's going on. And he said, oh, really? Yes, I believe that this might be some type of spiritual entity, like some type of spiritual weirdness, like some evil spirit might be going on, and it might be related towards our new neighbors just moving into the neighborhood. It's like, how so? Well, ever since they moved into this neighborhood, all these strange happenings have been actually happening, from Megumi onto other people as well. And Buddha says, well, you do have a point there. So he went to the doctor and they start having conversation to say, well, you can't assume that that's the case, but I'll keep that in the back of my mind. So moving on from that, we then get to another story of another friend of Natsuno got sick and eventually died. But turns out that this person wasn't a friend of Natsuno at all. This was just a guy that Natsuno was riding on his bike by, and eventually his tire got flat, and he doesn't know how to pump up his bike because he doesn't have a bike pump and doesn't know how to repair his bike. But the kid in the neighborhood kid knows how to do so. So he tries to make friend of Natsumo, but Natsumo is upset of moving to this town and everything. So Natsumo is kind of an asshole kid, just like Megumi is like an asshole to the people in her town because she hates being in the town. So Natsuno and Megumi kind of like are the same type of people. They hate being where they are, wish they weren't there. A typical teenage behavior when you're shipped to a neighborhood and you wish you could go back to your old one. So that said, realizing that Megumi, someone said, or Megumi's friend sent him a letter about Megumi. He realized, like, why someone sent me a letter about Megumi? Megumi and I were never friends. In fact, Megumi was a stalker, always following me around everything. And also, on top of that, I had this weird dream about her that looked like she was scary as hell. So he's like, fuck her. So he tear up the letter with regards to Megumi and then throw it out the window. And it turns out it wasn't really Megumi that gave him, Megumi's friend that gave him that letter. It's Megumi herself that gave him that letter by slip it into his place that same night while she was watching him. That it wasn't in that woods, the person that was staring at him at that night was her, and she slipped it into his place because she has this obsession about this guy, believing that he was from the city and everything because he is from a city and he was moved to this neighborhood. And she's fascinating about city life and city people, and all he wants to do is go back to the city, that type of stuff. But regardless of the fact that, and he was handsome and everything, he never was really, good to her. I believe the whole point of this story is that everyone in the story is kind of an asshole, and it's trying to show that human beings are two types. They're either good people or they're complete assholes. But in the story of Shiki, I believe it's trying to say that everyone is kind of an asshole in many respects. That there's no really good person in Shiki, even though they are all doing good things in order to justify the reason for why they're doing it. So you can't really say that this is good versus evil type story. And probably the reason why it's not high up on the totem pole is because there's no really good person in this story, even though there's some people doing good things. So yeah, moving on from that, we get to see this other asshole who used to be scare people with his stupid face, and hates his his sister or his brother's sister, and don't like the neighborhood that he's in or the people in the school because he gets bullied all the time because of the way he looks. And rather than trying to be positive thing and bring positiveness to everyone, he decides to look towards negative stuff. So eventually one day, a vampire out of nowhere comes from out of the sky and bite him on the neck and turns him into said vampire. But it turns out he didn't turn into a vampire, he turned into a ghoul. Um, and said ghoul uh, basically serves vampire. I think it goes worse to, if a male vampire bits another male vampire, that male vampire that bit said male doesn't turn said male into a vampire. He gets turned into a werewolf or a ghoul. So I believe that guy's got turned into a ghoul or a werewolf. So it's if a male vampire bites another human male, he gets turned into a werewolf. But if he bites a female, she gets turned into a vampire. So the disease is kind of weird that way. At least this is how Shiki explains things, or Shiki does things. So everyone that got bit by um, vampires got turned into servants to said vampires, werewolves. Um, so yeah, that's how that works. I believe the main werewolf of this whole story, um, Ishiki. I forgot his name. His main werewolf name. Let me see. I wrote his name down as well. Yeah, Tatsumi, the main werewolf of the story. He probably got bitten by the main vampire of the story, and instead of getting bitten by a woman vampire, he got bitten by a male vampire. So he turned into a werewolf instead of a vampire. So that's it. That's over with. It turns out Megumi found the letter. Yeah, Natsune uh, tore up, got saddened by it, and start tearing up. Yes, vampires or werewolves or whatever the hell she is can cry, but it doesn't really matter. She's not human anymore. So all her emotions, even though her emotions, she still keeps her emotions as a human being. She desires blood in order to survive. So she's not really human anymore. That's the bad thing about turning into these creatures. You you house the existence of the person's existence in your body, but you just house who their consciousness was, but your physical body is no longer human. So your needs as your physical body is also no longer human. Heart, lungs, eyes, the whole thing no longer requires the normal nutrients and normal behaviors of a human being. Even though your mind understands who you are, your physical bodies does not understand who you are anymore. So you have two polar opposites going on. One, the still attached human being in you, and two, the monster that's detached in you. Whereas if you were a regular human, your body's still human, and your mind and your consciousness is still human. Here, there are two things occupying one single space. So that said, moving on for the story, we get to see um, Natsune and the doctor finally meeting up each other up, saying that how what are you going to do with regards to what's going on. I don't know what this is. Natsune is refusing to tell him, like, hey, listen, there's a weird girl called Megumi outside of my wall. I don't know what's going on, but I think what I believe might be going on is that there might be vampires in this place. And then the doctor says, not you as well, going on with this vampire nonsense. It's like, hey, listen, if I see people with bites on their neck and on their arms or on their legs or wherever, and it's two symbols with bloody stuff on it, that could only be one thing. It says, well, you kind of have a point there, but eventually, said crazy boy that got bitten woke up in the grave that he buried him in. The townsfolk buried him in the grave because he actually got killed and woke up and was trained by said werewolf. And said werewolf basically says, well, you got bit by a male, so you're now a werewolf. And so you will live your life as a werewolf or ghoul, and you will serve our master from now on, because that's how it goes. You don't have a choice in this. You could either run, but if you run and go anywhere, eventually you'll feel on someone, and eventually you'll be found out by said someone, and you will have no one to defend you. So that's the only thing you could do is to join us, and we'll help to protect you. But you have to feed on people. So yeah, this guy has always been a coward his entire life, but he's joining this group simply out of necessity. I don't think he ever ate anyone. I believe the whole thing is weird to him, but he did it anyway. So Natsui, still having dreams about Megumi, decided to say, well, you know what? To solidify the fact that Megumi is dead, I'm going to dig up her grave. Turns out he did dig up her grave to find out if he's really dead or not. Turns out she's not in the grave. Turned out he was attacked by a said ghoul. And turns out after being attacked by said ghoul, he escaped with a friend of Megumi and they ran away. And after running away, they decided to say, okay, um, monsters exist now. We now know monster exists, and this is a real thing. We have to find a way to purge this town of said monsters. So they got together and try to, I guess they try to make other people believe that they have to get rid of the monsters or they have to find a way to escape the town before monsters take over. Eventually, learning that one of their own got killed by Natsume, not or Natsuno, and of course the doctor and of course the Buddhists are suspecting even more that something is going on. They decide to all gather together to figure out how they could take over the village in one fell swoop because attention is now drawing to themselves far more than they expected to. So they have now enough people who have become ghouls and vampires and werewolves, and I believe most of these people are werewolves, and decide, okay, the only way to serve our masters is to make sure we take out as many humans tonight as we possibly can in one fell swoop. We won't be able to do it all in one shot, but the more we gather, the more we're taking out of them, the more we get towards our objective much faster. So they gather together like one mob in order to take an action and get things done. So one day, after that little speech, he then Tatsumi then go up to Natsuno and says, "Hey man, um, I don't know what you think you know about us, suspecting me and all this stuff, but I think you got it all wrong. We're not any bad guys trying to fool Natsuno." Natsuno say, "I don't buy it. There's something wrong with this neighborhood and there's something wrong with you." Say, "Hey, listen, you either listen to us and join us. We're asking you nicely, or we'll force you to do so." It's like, "See, I told you. You're a piece of shit." I mean, it's like, I knew you were an asshole from the moment I met you because he met him before. You can't hide who you are. Says, "How do you know?" It's like, "How do you know that I was? You don't have any ESP." It's like, I believe Natsuno said something like, "I have a specialty of being able to tell assholes," or something like that from regular people. So it's not a power or something. I just tell an asshole from an asshole and a good guy from a good guy. Because I guess because I'm a said asshole. So yeah, so Natsuno tried to escape, and then his turns out his friend ended up biting him, and turns out Natsuno ended up being turned into a werewolf. And yeah, that's basically the end of Natsumo's human body, and he ended up turning into a werewolf in the end. So it's like I said, it's hard for me to consider Natsumo to ever be the main protagonist of the story because said main protagonist of the story got turned into a ghoul, and the only way to purge these um, ghouls, werewolves, and vampires from this place is to get rid of them. So, but the story also turns it into a way that Natsume could get even with the people who bit him. So, in many ways, Natsuno still is the protagonist of the story, but in many ways, the Doctor is also the main protagonist of the story because the Doctor is the one that rallied the mob of the people together in order to take actions against said vampires once his wife died, and his wife died here, and his wife died from being infected by this bite, and so he completely realized like, okay, if I go with the fact that these are vampires, then the garlic and all the stuff would be able to affect her, as well as holy water and the stuff. Turns out the garlic did affect her to certain degrees. She didn't like it, and it turns out he figured that silver also affect them as well. So in the end, he had to, I believe he had to kill his wife, and realized that she was a monster, and so he fully accepted the fact that the place is full of the undead. That some type of darkness is going on in the neighborhood. So he managed to rally a lot of human beings to this, but in order to do so, he needs to gather the right type of human beings. Otherwise, other people would think he's crazy. Turns out the bad guys got to him before he was able to rally everyone together. And also, they got to, once Natsuno woke up and realized he's now a damn werewolf. They tell him, listen, you're a werewolf now, accept it. It's like, oh, the asshole like you turned me into a werewolf. Great. So I have no choice but to follow what you have to say. It's like, yeah, you either do that or you die by human beings. So you don't really have a choice here. But knowing that how Natsume is a rebellious person, he'll probably do it like fight against them out of spite for them making him into something that he didn't want to be to begin with. So the downfall of these vampires is that they decided to turn people who didn't want to turn into vampires. But not just people who didn't want to turn into vampires. They turned people who were like kind of assholes themselves into vampires, because if they were regular Joes and they weren't assholes, they wouldn't be rebellious against them after they turned. So these people had they had a grudge. They had a bone to pick with said vampires before they got turned. Like Natsune had a bone to pick with the vampires as well as the human beings for being in this neighborhood. The doctor had a bone to pick with said vampires before his he had to before he was slowly turning into a vampire when they got him, because he had to kill his wife. So they turned people who had a bone to pick with them into vampires. I believe that was their main downfall. So once the main bad guy, or should I say, not the main bad guy, but the wife of the main bad guy, the Kirishiki wife, I believe her name was Shizuru Kirishiki, came to the doctor and said, "Okay, you serve me now." Doctor said, "Okay, since I'm gonna die anyway, I guess I have no choice but to serve you." But the doctor secretly set up a way in order to lure her in to get killed, because it takes time for a person to fully turn into a vampire. But once you're sucked, or your blood is drained from said vampire, you eventually would die from bleeding out from being sucked on the first time, uh, or you become extremely sick and it'll be hard for you to recover. You either die from the sickness or you're constantly sucked on. So you have no will in order to recover from it. So he figures before the time that he completely expires or he completely turns into a vampire, he's going to make sure he takes out all of them. And it works, because in the end, the Shizuru Kirishiki gets killed by a mob of human beings. So he lures her in to get killed by a mob of human beings. They basically drove a stake straight through her damn heart. She dies. Her husband, who's the main bad guy, the true main bad guy of the story, because even though the wife is seen, Shizuru is seen as the main bad guy, the husband is, I believe, is the true vampire of the story, or it could be the true vampire of the story. Um, Shishiro Kirishiki, that's his name, and he might have been the main vampire of the story all along, not the wife. And he basically probably turned her into a vampire. But at the end, he came into a venture of death using a shotgun, and he was going to kill them using said shotgun. And he seems to like guns and to use guns. And he charged in with someone else. He turned into a vampire or a ghoul or a werewolf, and to rescue her. Turns out the person the person driving the vehicle ran into an old man who is extremely strong and is not a vampire, ghoul, or anything. It's just a regular guy. And the son, he is I believe, the son of the said old man, and realized even in death he's scared of his own old man. And so he put the car in reverse and back up the car. And so Shishiro Kirishiki was never able to rescue his wife from being fully killed. After the stake drove into her heart, they drove it in some more. She's basically dead. And he's not able to rescue her. So he's wondering how this came into being, how his wife came into being. And it's not really said that he's his wife, but he's one. I'm assuming you have to assume that might be his wife, but it never stated that he was. But he's upset to the point that he's now blaming everything on the werewolves, because the werewolves turns out to have made a fatal flaw with regards to who they were turning into place, and their need for trying to please the vampires led to his wife or mistress or whatever she was to his death. So he wants someone to blame, and the easiest people to blame are those who are right around him. So in the end, the doctor decided to rally the mob together to kill the vampires, and said vampires decide to go into the basement of the house, and the girl, the little girl who's the vampire, is the last of the line of the Karashiki family, and he was told, she was told to hide with the Buddhist who was bitten, in order to feed on him so he could survive, so she could survive. But it turns out while he was bitten, she was able to convince him that they have the right to survive just like anyone else. And so the Buddhist is slowly but surely realizing that these creatures aren't just monsters trying to just feed on people, that they're simply doing things out of the nature of what they are, that they have no choice but to feed on people or animals or other things. It's just their nature of what they are. They're just trying to survive. It just so happens to be that their secondary, or in this case, their primary intelligence is right up there with human beings. So human beings are both natural enemies simply because they're both equally intelligent. They just have the unluckiness of being on the same planet with a creature that are equally as intelligent as they are and equally as violent as they are. And their culture, their race was knocked into extinction simply because the humans multiply much faster than they did, and they were almost as equally as intelligent as they were, even though vampires were far stronger than them. So that said, the story comes to a conclusion with Kirishiki blowing the head off of one of the werewolves, saying that whoever comes to this shrine is going to die. And then she's wondering what the hell's going on, because all the werewolves serve them without question, without fail. And to this day, I always wonder, like, okay, why did he blow her head off? He wanted someone to blame for this. That's all it was. It wasn't that the werewolves are trying to take over the vampires or anything like that. He just thought to himself, well, there's a reason why all this bad stuff is happening, to his plans of turning this entire village into their own paradise, is because the goddamn werewolves are moving much faster than they're supposed to. They're turning people and they're not controlling their appetites, because the werewolf appetites seem to be much higher than the vampire's appetites. And so he killed one of the werewolves, and subsequently, after doing that, because he believed the person who came to the shrine is the person responsible, it's not really her. Um, but I believe the whole idea is that if he didn't walk back into his castle burning down to the ground, set by on blaze by the human beings, he would have killed all the werewolves as well, for them having ravenous appetites. So he took his rifle, blew her head off, done's are done, and I believe he might have actually started killing other werewolves as well. And yeah, so that's how the story goes. Is his way of saying, you've overstepped your bounds and you brought us to this rank of destruction and us being identified as human beings. If you idiots were to follow the plan and kept your appetites in check, we wouldn't be in this situation. So that's that. So through the process of an entire story, all the human beings went around just acing all the vampires, and they make it look like it's human blood being spilled, even though the blood on the inside of the vampires is not the same anymore. The infection inside of the blood of the human being is the same, but they're trying to concoct or give a moral story here, that human beings are just as ravenous as other beasts as well, and that there's a moral story to be told, that everyone has equal rights. Like, you can't consider everything to be food just because you believe that you're the superior species on the planet. Name dropping human being behavior towards other creatures on this planet, or towards themselves, Just being superior doesn't mean you could kill other human beings because you believe you're superior on the inside. Said said story comes to an end when Megumi finally decides to escape, realize she doesn't have a master anymore, realize the said castle is pretty much no more and it's going to be burned to the ground. Said castle is actually a mansion, and she decides to escape on her own and flee the woods and believe that she might be able to find refuge outside in the city somewhere if she travels far enough. But she doesn't realize that all the pathways to getting the out of the town has been blocked off by human beings at different sections going into the woods. So not only are human beings making sure to find and hunt down other creatures, they are going together in packs. The entire village is going together in packs, north, south, east, west, to hunt down vampires. She just happened to run into one of them at the wrong time. They knock her to the ground and ran a freaking bulldozer over her head, and that's how she died. She died with a freaking tractor trailer crushing her head, and that's the end of her story. Very brutal, very visceral. And if you're saying, hey, I don't see enough blood and guts in the story, you're going to get it towards the end. And you're going to feel more for the vampires than for the humans. In fact, you're going to be revolted at the human beings for how they kill the vampires. And that's very intended by the story creators to make it so that you would question the morality of human beings in the story with regards to other things that it's trying to tell you about human nature. But I also know that this is kind of like the Howling. This is a story kind of like the Howling. That it's not just about human behavior. It's a Howling type story, or it's a Salem Lot type story. So it's just a story at the end of the day. It's everyone has their idea of the morality of human beings and what human beings should be like and the nature of human beings. But at the end of the day, it's just a story. They're freaking vampires, and they're werewolves, and they will kill people, human beings, man, woman, kids, doesn't matter. How do you deal with that? You get rid of them. That's all there is to it. And then the story ends with the final battle between um, Natsuno and the werewolf boy, who I like to just call him Werewolf Boy. I don't really give a damn about his name. And yeah, it doesn't really matter. He's a Kirishiki. That's all I need to know. So the whole time they turned him into a werewolf, assuming that he will follow them in his ways, in their ways. Turns out he doesn't give a damn. His human side, which is still intact, is the same as his werewolf side, which is still intact. Yeah, so they could never break his behavior because his behavior, his human will, had nothing to do with his body transforming. He was always a dick from the beginning, and anything he doesn't like, he doesn't like. He's like a Vegeta type. So he's like, fuck you guys, and the horse he rode in on. I don't give a shit about being a werewolf. You just made me do something that I didn't want to do. And now I can never go back to eating cakes and drinking sodas and going to the movies. I must always think about hiding out in woods and hiding out in other places and freaking drinking blood and not being able to, enjoy the comforts of a woman and all that stuff, or a girlfriend, or having a peaceful life because I'll always have to worry about someone staking me. Fuck you guys on the horse who rode in. I give you the middle finger. You know what else? I'm gonna give you a stake to the stomach. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't give the guy he's fighting with a stake to the stomach. But what he did is he managed to knock him down a couple of times, even though the other guy, the werewolf, was a fighter. Like Tatsumi is a stronger fighter than Natsuno. Um, what Natsuno has more will and determination than he does, and he gives him a couple of licks and drags him and outsmarts him and knocks him into a pit that he made himself, so that they could fall into. I believe he did it himself. I'm not sure if the pit was made by him or not, or they accidentally fall down the pit. But what wasn't accidental is Natsuno basically had in his mind from the beginning, since I'm already dead, it doesn't matter. I ain't going to feel any pain anyway, even if I get stabbed, shot, or blown up. But if I'm blown up and I'm blown to bits, I know a fact that I cannot regenerate myself like Majin Buu. Once my head is severed, and my heart is destroyed, that's it. That's the only way to kill vampires. You sever their head, stab them straight through the heart, or melt their ass with some acid and stuff. Since I got no acid, since I have no stake, and I have no sword, I'm going to use this grenade. So what he did is, I mean, not this grenade, this TNT, these dynamites. So I light the dynamite, say fuck you, and the horse you rode onto the werewolf. And the werewolf, even though he has the height advantage to jump out of the pit is a pretty big pit, and it lowers him into the pit, and he lights the dynamite on fire in the pit, and the dynamite goes off, blowing him and everything else in the pit to bits. And so it doesn't matter if Tatsumi could jump high. The pit was way too deep for him to jump high. And in many cases, maybe if Tatsumi could jump high, the explosion would blow off his legs anyway, even if he was managed to get out of the center of the blast. So it wouldn't matter. He would walk around with no legs. And last time I checked, vampires can regenerate their body. I don't think they could regenerate body parts or something like that. But the anime never said that he could. The anime only says that this guy lit TNT dynamite, and it blew up with him and Tatsumi in said pit. So you have to assume they're both dead. And that's pretty much the end of the story. The house is on fire. The Buddhist priest came to save the girl, even though he's not a vampire yet. He's slowly turning into a vampire. He kills the big old man who tries to kill the little girl. Because I don't think the story of Shiki wanted to kill the little girl, even though the little girl was a vampire. They weren't going to do that, so they managed to spare her life. I think it was a moral choice thing for the story, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just in order to say that the vampires have equal rights to survive just as well. At least one of them had to survive. Turns out just one of them survived, and that one that survived was the little girl, because the leader, the main vampire, he just walks back into his home, his mansion, where his happy life was that he wanted, the sick bastard, and he burns himself to death in said house. You have to assume he did, because no screams were heard, and he did walk out, or the anime ended without showing him escaping or anything. So you have to assume he just walked into the pit of fire and he died. I say good riddance. Alright, the next anime is called Gantz. And I'm coming close to the end, and I'm going to breeze by this one because this is going on for way too long. This video is going on way too long. So this is Gantz, and this is the story of Gantz. The main character is K, and he's a horn dog, and he's a standard kid living in school. And kid says, oh, he's jerking off in class. Okay, so he leaves class being embarrassed, need to drink some more water. This will probably be the longest video I've ever done, ever. And so he goes to the subway. He buys a nudie magazine from the store, and eventually he meets his friend called Kato. And Kato's basically saying nothing. And he's standing next to Kato, and characters in the back are people who are eventually going to show up in Gantz. The story never tells you, but they are. It's a nice little way of giving a hint towards things showing up. And yeah, eventually, old man fell over the ledge, and there goes to rescue said old man. At least Kato did. And Kato was always seen as this punk kid from when he was young. But turns out Kato's a decent guy, and the only punk in the story is K. But as they're going to save the old man, they managed to rescue him. But before they actually fully got him, or should I say before they fully were able to get out both by themselves, they got run over by a train. They were trying to run from said train. I still, to this day, don't understand why they didn't jump over or jump up on off the tracks or over the side to where the tracks was and get to safety. And because they could, they're both young and it's not that high. And even if it was that high, they could have enough strength to pull themselves up. For God's sakes, we're talking about people who are about to be run over by a train. What the fuck? So that's the only stupid part of Gantz. Afterwards, everything starts to make sense. So after they get run over, they get meet certain characters within this room. They don't know what's going on. No one knows what's going on. They all get transported here for no reason and they don't understand. All they know is that they died and they showed up here. And this thing starts to fax machine people out like a living fax machine and scan them straight up, laser beams and all, and form them back together into their human body. This guy tried to take advantage of the girl that showed up to this place because he's part of the Yakuza. Kato gets up, stops said bad guy, chokes him out. During this process, the other Yakuza sitting down smoking cigarette saws that the Gantz ball had turned on and the start of the game starts. The boy sitting in the corner with the green hair and the blue vest gets up to look at the Gantz ball because he's been here before. His name is Nishi. He's the main player with regards to Gantz and future Gantz story in the story. Um, He's the only one wearing a suit at the time. Others do not know what's going on. Yakuza people do not know what's going on. The guy who is wearing the hoodie does not know what's going on. The business guy does not know what's going on. No one knows what's going on. But at the end, Kishimoto, Kato, and Kei put on the suit because they say if they don't put on the suit, they're going to die. The others do not because they think they're faggots and gays for putting it on. But the guy Nishi knows that they know what's going on and what's happening. So they put it on just to put it on. To this day, I also don't know why they would, nor a normal person would. But at the same time, if they realize they died and they come to this place and someone tells them that if they don't put it on, they'll die, they realize they're already dead. They'll start to assume that maybe it's a good idea to put it on, so they put it on. Eventually, they capture the alien. Eventually, the alien got sent to wherever they got sent to, and then the guy named Nishi fill him in on the download regards to what's going on and why they're here. Um, the alien gets transported. They all get sent back to the room. Kato, who was severely injured in the battle, gets sent back to the room because he was almost cut in half, I believe, or severely stabbed or something. And he was bleeding out. Doesn't really matter. He's about to die. The Gantz can revive people who are at near death. If your body got cut in half, if your arms got cut off, if you got stabbed in the chest, if your heart gets punctured, and the game is like a few seconds from fully being concluded, and it starts transporting people back to the room. If your heart is almost, but not fully stopped, almost about to stop, but at that last second you get transported, you come back to life, no problem. Legs intact, arms intact, everything intact, as if nothing ever happened. So they leave the place. The guy named Nishi tells them that they could go back home. And so they all go back home and say, wow, are you serious? I thought we were dead. Nope. It's like, no, you're not dead. You're very much alive. We are just being transported to this place by this machine because we got killed before, but then we're brought back to life like a human fax machine. So if that's true, if we're brought back to life like a human fax machine, our originals are dead. He said, yes, your originals are dead and you've replaced them and you're here. But your servitude for your life being returned here is that you must come back to this room all the time until you reach 100 points within the Gantz ball. Otherwise, if you decide to escape, the Gantz will kill you automatically. You're supposed to serve like a military service towards the Gantz. You don't know why, you don't know for what reason and for what purpose. You're just supposed to do it. So they all go back home. Eventually, more people are pulled into the Gantz world. A bunch of biker gangs are pulled into the Gantz world. Kishimoto calls home and realizes there's another version of herself at home. She say, well, wait a minute, what the fuck? I thought the Gantz, my original self is dead. Why is there another me home? So apparently the Gantz can bring people back to life if they're within the vicinity of their home, and it needs to be incognito, that the person is not dead in reality. Because if the person is seen dead in the tub, and Gantz transport that person and transport Kishimoto when she was dead in the tub from where she was into that said room, the evidence of her being there is then going to be seen as she killed herself in said tub. So in many ways, Gantz decided to erase the evidence of her being transported a moment of her death from there and then put a replacement of her in place. To this, there's also the mystery of that. Why does the Gantz need to replace people? If the person is dead and they get transported to the Gantz room, they can no longer go back to their own home. Otherwise, if they go back to their own home and they're dead, the people will see that, oh, this person's not dead, but I clearly saw that you died by cutting yourself in the tub. So they would think that you're a zombie or something. So in her situation, they got rid of her body completely and replaced it with another copy for reasons yet unknown. You have to read the manga for that. So moving forward, the real life Kishimoto goes over to Kei and say, I'm going to stay with you, Kei, because I have no home to go with because there's a copy of me in my own home, not the real me. So the Gans basically made two copies, a fake copy of her living now in her house and then a copy of her who's of the original person that died. So there are two copies. Whatever the Gant's doing is weird as shit. So she's staying with Kay, the person that knows that she's been transported to the Gant's room, and Kay, or should I say Kay being a horn dog, wants to have sex with Kishimoto. Kishimoto says, you can't do that. I'm just going to stay here and we'll all just be friends. The next day they get transported into the Gant's room, and Kei and Kishimoto brought their suits along with them after they hear the sound of the Gantz calling to them. So what the Gantz does first, it doesn't just transport you. It makes the sound that you're going to be called to the Gantz room by playing either the sound when you're in the vicinity of the Gantz room or a signature, like telling you from like a homing beacon that you're being called to the Gantz room. And during that process, you must pick up your uniform and get transported to the Gantz room, or wait by holding your uniform to get both uniform and you transported to the Gantz room. Of course, Kay forgot his, and he left it at home. And all the gang members and a woman and her kid, or a grandwoman or her grandson, gets transported, and a guy on his bike with another chick as a stalker gets transported to the Gantz room because they all got killed on that day or other days. So moving on from that, the guy on the bike took off his helmet and said, where are we? If we're dead, why are we in a room with other people? Same questions that Kei and Kishimoto and Kato were asking when they first got transported. Same thing happened here. They all got given guns, all given suits just like Gantz, but these are biker gangs and they're idiots. So they don't give a shit about wearing some fancy looking cosplay type outfits. And of course, Nishi's not going to tell him anything because Nishi's a little asshole. And he doesn't care about anyone getting points because if they kill the aliens and Nishi doesn't kill the aliens, he doesn't get his 100 points and he doesn't go free. Because by hitting 100 points, you get to go free, completely free from the Gantz game, live your life, get a second chance at life, and your first death is like having a do-over from death. It's like jumping off a building, dying, and all of a sudden someone decides to bring you back to life. That type of thing. So Nishi doesn't want anyone to wear suits so he could freaking get all the points and get 100 points. He's close. I believe he's at 90 or something. 90 points. He only needs like 10 more points. So doing so, everybody gets transported. Nishi decides to go up against the, I believe the Suzuki alien, that's what it's called, fight him by himself, which was a bad idea. They should have fought him with someone else, or at least had the Suzuki alien wore down by someone else. But the Suzuki alien knew where he was, even though he was invisible, and it was more for him to bear. He couldn't fight against the Suzuki alien. It was too fast. The Gantz shooting the Gantz gun is slow as shit because even though you press the button as fast, the Gantz has a delay with regards to it blasting the enemy. And the Suzuki alien can always dodge a Gantz bullet, but once the Gantz bullet, which is an invisible, like void type bullet that you can't see, hits you, you explode. So it doesn't really matter if it's fast or slow. If it just hits you once, it's done, so done. So if it hits your legs, you're fucked. If it hits your arm, you're screwed. If it even hits your finger, you're screwed because it's an explosion. So if it knocks off your finger, explode not just your finger, but the vicinity of your finger. So the Suzuki alien kind of took out his suit, and once his suit starts to drain its powers, and it's like this blue liquid to power the suit on the inside, once it's damaged completely, the suit is basically useless. The speed, the strength, the mobility, the defense of the suit is useless. So now he's just a human being wearing a cosplay outfit. So he's fucked. So eventually, the Suzuki alien kills him, kills his ass, and he ends up dying. He bleeding out from the eyes and nose and all the orifices. It doesn't even matter. So the punk gang member decides to take this opportunity to see his power, and says, "So since the little punk who was knew more about this is in charge, I'm in charge now." He took his gun and realized that the toy gun he thought that it was a toy gun is a real gun. Decided to hold it against everyone and says, "You, everyone's going to follow me from now on." Kato and Kishimoto decide to peace out to look for the other alien and run ahead of time. And the guy who's this guy decides to, okay, well, since they're run off and to do their own thing, I'm going to tell everyone what they need to do now. So it doesn't matter what anyone says. I'm going to get the points and get out of this crazy maze, and I'm going to kill the bad guy. They're just going to lure him out there for me, and I'll kill you. So that's what they did. They used the device. This is also a tracking device by the Gantz given to them. They tracked the alien down. Turns out these Suzuki aliens that were inside robots were like giant sized chickens and stuff. It's weird as shit. This is Gantz. And moving on from that, they're basically, once they mature and they grow up, they're like little chickens, but they're intelligent little chickens. They're not normal little chickens. They're like alien chickens, but they have a sentient awareness of themselves and intelligence, and they're trying to take over human beings secretly, and no human being can see it. And it's another thing with regards to Gantz. The aliens that have come to this planet in the Gantz world come to the Gantz world, or should I say, they have come to Earth and are hiding in plain sight. But you cannot see them because their sole purpose is to try to take over the planet piece by piece. Because if you see them, everyone will know who they are and they would be bombarded. The Gantz learn of this super quick. It wasn't like something that happened in a year or two, maybe not even 3 or 4, but it happened probably within the last 2 or 3 years. And eventually, how the Gantz came to have the weapons that the Gantz does, the ball has to come, the weapons that sci-fi ball has the weapons that it does, is because some alien came to Earth and gave humanity a portion of this technology to use against said aliens. Like good alien cops decide to come to Earth to give us a defending and a fighting chance against other evil aliens that would come and hide on this planet as refugees or as criminals. And in order for us to stand a chance and to not have our entire species wiped out by these people who will migrate here and eventually take over, we would use that technology to advance ourselves further. Eventually, humanity learns to increase its awareness of the Gantz by experimenting more on the technology that the Gantz have. We don't yet know what the Gantz is. It's a ball, but it's said to be used by people who in the government who are aware that aliens exist, but we don't know who they are and we don't know their reason and purpose. We just know that the Gantz ball is something that pops up within a vicinity somewhere and it lowers people in. But there are more than one Gantz ball, I believe. Or maybe the Gantz ball is just one thing and one person, and it pops up in various different areas of Japan where people die. But it's something like that. We're moving on forward because that's not the story. The story is this. K puts his Gantz weapon towards the throat of the boss of these giant birds who are hiding inside human being bodies, or pretentious human being bodies that looks like walking robots, and say cockle doodle doo, motherfucker, and decides to aim at it, try to blow his head off. It went to the side, bob to the left, bob to the right, knocked K out of the building. Eventually, it attacked one of the gang members, killed the gang members who hold a gun on all of them, and then decided to jump and pick up K, tried to kill K. K blasted in midair. The creature ended up dying from the blast from K's thing. The boss went down. The others retreated or ended up getting killed off by the others. Or maybe it's a hive mind thing and they all died off. Doesn't really matter. The boss is dead. The Suzuki aliens are dead. Everybody got transported back into the room. End the story. And this is the last on the list. This is Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan is the final on this October 2025, which is going to be uploaded today, October the 31st of 2025. And I'm going to go through this one pretty fast as well. Even though this is a long series, this is going to be end of this. I'm going to probably knock this one out in like 10 minutes. So this is Attack on Titan. The main protagonist of the story is a boy and his friend Mikasa, and Eren and Mikasa. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to talk about any other characters because I have to speed through this one. So Eren and Mikasa are little kids that live within Castle Maria, and Castle Maria one day gets overrun by a bunch of titans. During this period, they were having fun playing out in the garden. Then they went home, they had some food with the father. The father then left the house saying that how one day you'll grow up to be a smart young man. And the father is a doctor, experiment with certain things. But the father did something with regards to the show and shows a certain key. And the key is essential with regards to the father's personal experiments. Of course, by doing this, is also in the manga as well. This is very important towards the story, and you get to learn of what this is later on throughout the story of Attack on Titan. Why Attack on Titan is in this one, because this is the horrific way they have to deal with things trying to eat them that are gigantic in size. It's very eerie, very creepy, and very terrifying. And the story is pretty good as well, but it's very much on the bottom toe to poor. Another kid that shows up in this story, I believe it's I forgot his name. It doesn't really matter. What was his name? Or maybe it does matter. Did I write? I forgot his name. It doesn't matter. Kids get bullied. Eren and Mikasa decide to save the kid from getting bullied. They picked him up. And he says, okay, bullies like that will always be out during the same time. A Titan attack. Titans haven't attacked human beings for 1,000 years or something. So it's literally has been 1,000 years since a Titan has attacked, and it's weird how why they've decided to come out of hibernation or out of thousands or hundreds of years, decide to attack all of a sudden. And this is the first time I believe they've ever seen a colossal Titan. It was never reported a colossal Titan exists. The Titan bust into the place. The Titans start killing people. The colossal Titan kicked the wall open because it's a colossal Titan, and only a Titan of incredibly large size could break through a wall this powerful. But no one was anticipating a Titan of this size would show up because it's unheard of. It's unheard of to something. So when it kicks through the wall, it wasn't something that was supposed to happen to begin with. They they were supposed to be prepared for such a thing. So the Titan that flooded in through the crack wall came in, start killing everyone, start eating everyone in very brutal ways that they won't show it in the anime, but the damn sure show it in the manga. And it's a terrifying story. It's like giant-sized walking zombies, still literally ripping people apart and eating brains and stuff. Yeah, it's a terrifying story. So the terror lies within the shock and horror of you being eaten by giant-sized things that look like human beings, naked human beings. So that's said. Everyone leaves. Everyone got on boats. Everyone pieces out. They try to go to Wall Rose for the defense. They go in the water. They travel upstream for more defense behind Wall Rose because Wall Maria ends up getting destroyed. Another Titan goes through the wall as well, and this Titan ends up breaking another hole through the wall. So there are two Titans that crack through the wall. There was one Titan that kicks a foot through the wall, and another Titan that, because it was armored and extremely armored and fast, it broke through the wall within an instant. And the armored Titan and the colossal Titan are the two that broke down Wall Maria or Maria. Um, so moving forward from that, we skip forward into the future, and we would then learn that Eren's mother didn't make it, even though his father is gone. Eren's mother was eaten by a Titan, and that's an Eren on a bloodlust, a ridiculous bloodlust with regards to, or not ridiculous, but vengeful bloodlust to kill all Titans. So he's the only one that believes that he could take down all the Titans in his mind, knowing full well that he actually can't. But if he works hard enough and he strong enough, he'd be able to do it. So he comes across other people who are also within the garrison, and eventually there's a nice little breakdown of how to use the tool that he used in order to kill titans, and it's something like a spelunking type hook that hooks onto people or hooks onto titans as well as buildings to make them fly, because titans are tall. There's no way to kill something that's far taller than you, especially if the way to kill them is to hit them behind the neck. The weakness of a titan is behind a titan's neck. In order to reach high enough to kill a titan, you have to be on a roof, but you also have to have the mobility to go around or fly around like Spider-Man in order to get behind their neck. So this is a handy device which presents itself in order to kill titans. So by doing so, he's slowly but surely learning how to use said device. So it then tells of after the fall of Wall Maria, the only walls that are alive right now is Wall Rose and Wall Cena. And Wall Cena is where basically the main body with regards to the king or something, and his knights are in Wall Cena, or should I say the rich people are. So that said, moving forward, we then meet other character called Annie. She's a Solin, a fighter. She beats up Eren and beats up other people. She's one of the best fighters within the garrison, and she intends on joining the scout brigades later on, as well as Eren and Mikasa, because the scout brigades are the people who go down to hunt titans, and he wants to hunt titans. He don't give a damn about defending anything. He just wants to kill titans. So moving on forward, again, the gigantic colossal titan shows up, and after like 10 years, 10 or 12 years from him being a little boy to a teenager now, the colossal titan decided to show up again. But for what reason? So he sees this as a chance to kill them again with his double swords that's based on steam, because this is a steam powered device that he flies around with, and a steam powered device that gives vibrations to his weapons in order to cut off the neck of the titans. And he fails at this, but a lot of titans get their heads blown off and body parts blown off. And we learn later on that none of that shit matters, because in the end, while they were sitting in the classroom learning of how titans work, we learned that if a body part is blown off from a titan, that part is lost. But if the head of a titan is blown the hell off, then the head can be regenerated. And then we learned that the other parts of the body can also be regenerated as well over time. So everyone say, well, titans are immortal, and say, no, titans aren't immortal, because their one weakness is the only thing that is able to kill them behind their necks. There's a soft spot behind their necks, and we discovered that whatever that soft spot is the reason why they can die. But in order to reach that soft spot, you have to be high enough on their head in order to get there. Thus the creation of the device that they spelunk around with. Moving forward, we get to see the invasion of the second invasion of the colossal titan into Wall Rose area, and turns out that as they break through to get to Wall Rose, Eren and others, or I believe this was Wall Rose or Wall Maria, I don't know, but Eren was going to save his compatriots who was about to be eaten, and he decide to, instead of having his compatriots be eaten, he decides to sacrifice himself, and he gets eaten by said creature. Eventually, there's something that's going on, because Eren busts out of said creature and turns into a titan. Why the hell does he turn into a titan? It's later discovered that his father might have done something to him in order to ensure his survival. Whatever experiment he was doing in his basement, he might have injected his son with something, or gave his son something in order for him to survive. But if that said something was to turn him into a titan, for what reason would he need to do that for? So the mystery lies between the reason why his father did what he did. Did his father really want his son to turn into a titan? Probably not. But why would he ensure his son's survival by making him a titan? There's some strange stuff going on, and the mystery of the story of Attack on Titan is to find out the reason why that is. And why would that be important? Because if you find out the reason why that is, you could find out the reason for the Titan's existence to begin with. So that mystery leads to another mystery, which then leads to the unraveling of what the Titans are and where they came from. So moving forward, we get to see at Walrose being attacked another character called Levi. He's then introduced when we found out that the second coming of the gigantic colossal titan and all the other titans entering Walrose, they are all heading towards headquarters as if they're been given orders to attack headquarters itself. And that's when we learn that all the titans, they aren't completely stupid creatures. They have like the sentient thing to their nature, that they know what they're doing and that they're acting in unison to each other under a single-minded command or under a group command. And even though that they seem like they're mindless, they are actually fully aware. Some of them at least are fully aware of what they're doing in some way, capacity, shape, and form. So Aaron, turning into a giant-sized titan, decides to, instead of kill human beings, he's the first Titan to ever decide to rebel against other Titans by using a said Titan body. So he's under control of his Titan. So when he gets turned into a Titan, he still has consciousness of who he is as a human being. So he hasn't fully lost himself as a Titan. So in this said story, moving forward, we get to learn another mystery, that perhaps all the Titans are possibly human beings that were turned into titans after they got eaten or after they got created by someone, but they don't have any control of themselves, but they still have somewhat human consciousness. But that's unknown because it was never stated within the anime, within the education of all these people working at Maria or Wall Rose or Wall Sena, that people were being turned into titans. It was never described. It was described for thousands of years. Titans live among them, and no one knew where they came from. So the existence of a titan has been around long before they learned of who they are and how to educate themselves with regards to the titans. So they assume that human beings are all titans would be presumptuous. Aaron's the first person to become a titan based on his father's experiment. So moving on forward, we see Aaron woke up from turning into titans. Eventually, he got knocked into existence, or he something snapped back, and he returned back to a human. And he removed himself from his titan skeleton body, which started to slowly but surely steam away and melt away as he come out of the body. So moving on from that, we get to see other people imprison Aaron in order to figure out what to do with Aaron. And they basically said, well, we got to do something with him. He's the first person known to become a Titan, but he, at the same time, is said Titan, a threat to us. So they decide the only way to figure out what to do with Aaron is to have him work for them, the Scout Brigade. Because if we could figure out to make Titans kill other Titans, then we could have a significant advantage over other Titans. And that's basically what happens in a nutshell throughout Attack on Titan's first season. So they then discovered that there's a sleeper cell amongst them, someone who's like Aaron. Because they believe if Aaron can be like that, another person could be like that as well. So they then discovered that Annie is also a sleeper agent, and that she's working for someone because someone turned her into a Titan. We know that Aaron's father probably turned into a Titan, but we don't know who Annie's working for because she's working against the government. She's working with the Titans to destroy human beings. So that said, Aaron decides to fight Annie in Titan form, and Annie decides to fight Aaron also in Titan form, while other combatants are trying to kill Annie, while Annie's at the same time protecting her neck. So eventually, in the end, with the assistance of other combatants, and as well as Aaron fighting Annie, Aaron managed to get an upper hand on Annie, and before she was able to escape, he grabbed onto her leg to pull her down from climbing over the wall, by Mikasa cutting off her fingers, and she falling backwards, realizing she can no longer escape, and that they found out that it's Annie. And then what Aaron decides to do is to rip into Annie's neck in order to take out Annie, because Annie can no longer put her hands behind her back because she has no more fingers anymore. So what she did to safeguard herself and her secret of who sent her and who she works for, is to put herself to sleep. Apparently, this is another secret thing that the Titans have, that you could hibernate yourself and crystallize yourself in a hard casing shell, something that's much harder than the armor Titan shell, and much harder than the Colossal Titan's muscle factor, as well as it's the strength level of this diamond or this crystallized thing is harder than a Titan's teeth. So if a Titan was to try to bite on this to break through it, a Titan will crack his teeth, because this is as hard as diamonds and encapsulate them, and it puts them into a sleep. So either it puts them into a sleep or it's permanent death by making her. So either Annie's completely dead, or she's put herself into this state of REM sleep, locked into a crystal. And since they don't know if she's dead or she's alive, they decide to take the said crystal, put it in a deep dungeon area, and lock and key. Put a lot of rope around it, and if not rope, chains around it, and make sure to have a guard to watch at all times over the crystallized Annie form. And what evidence or what information they were trying to acquire from her, they can no longer do so because she's frozen. So that's basically it, and that's the end of Attack on Titan, and that's pretty much the end of this video. So that's all that there is to this. And moving forward from that, that's basically my number. I would say from number 12, or if not number 12. So let me count this again. I started from number 1. I started with Monster, and then I moved from Monster into Demon City Shinjuku, and then I moved from Demon City Shinjuku into Promised Neverland, and then I moved from Promised Neverland into Death Note, number 4, and then I moved from Death Note into um, Berserk, number 5. Then I moved from Berserk into The Summer Hikaru Died, number 6. And then I moved from Summer Hikaru Died, number 6. I moved into Parasyte, number 7. And then I moved from Parasyte, number 7, into Tokyo Ghoul, number 8. And then I moved from number 8, from Tokyo Ghoul, number 8, into Gantz, number 9. And then I moved from Gantz, number 9, into Shiki, number 10. But it's up to you if you want to remove and put Shiki as number 9 and Gantz as number 10. That's a toss-up right there. If you think Shiki's better, go for it. I just find Gantz to be more fascinating than Shiki is. Shiki's kind of obvious in my opinion. And the artwork of Gantz and the style of Gantz is, and the comedy in Gantz is just something that's more appealing to me. But if for horror's sake you want to put Shiki above, go ahead and switch that one. And after Shiki being number 10, I then go to being the last of the last, Attack on Titan being number 11. So there's a total of 11 here. So it'll be my top 11, not top 10. Now I really wanted to be a top 20, but I knew for a fact that if I'm going to do a top 20 and name a top 20, it won't be able to do it in just one video. There's no fucking way. We're talking about series and films being crammed into one nutshell video. That wasn't going to happen. So I had to be realistic. I had to knock off something from a top 10 and at least squeeze in one more, and 11. So you could switch Attack on Titan with whatever you want. You could switch Shiki with Gantz, or back and forth, whatever you want. But at the end of the day, that was my top 10, or 10.5, meaning that there's 11, or 11. So that's what I'm going to call it, my top 11 anime, horror animes of 2025. So that's it for this video. And that's it. This was a long one. I don't know how long it'll take for me to upload this onto YouTube, but I'll call it a day right now. So that's all. And that's it. Either one of these you could watch at any time and any day for the month of October. But I guarantee you, those top 3, those won't disappoint. If you're looking for true mystery and true scary stuff, I would go with Monster. But if you're looking for some cool, badass type of horror, definitely Demon City Shinjuku. And of course, um, it's a toss up between that of Berserk and A Promised Neverland. Because I believe The Promised Neverland story is far better than that of Berserk. And you want to see them win in the end, whereas Berserk, you don't really care if they win in the end. If Griffiths get his wish, you just want Guts and Casca to get together to at the end of the series. That's all. So, yeah, in some ways you do want Griffiths to win and to screw things up, but at the same time, by the time you get to the end of the series, you don't really care anymore. You know, so it's it's one of those things. It's a toss up. You could care or you don't care, and if you do care, you know, the journey on Berserk seemed to be very slow, leading to that final thing. So number three and number four is a toss up. In fact, number three, four, and five are a toss up. You could switch all three of those together and see which would you actually want as your number three slot. So three, four, and five can be switched back and forth, and you could decide which one is actually the better in that case. But that's my top 11 of October anime, horror animes, and those are my best. I went through other animes as well. I went through Helsing, I went to Uzumaki, I went to Demon Slayer, I went through, but Demon Slayer is more action based and less on horror, even though it has horrific stuff. It's more like a superhero type of story, but with demons. And what else I went through? I went through a lot of other horror stuff as well, and old school and new school horror. Um, I think I also watched what was the name of that anime? I don't even remember. The point is, oh yeah, that anime was Blue Gender and Perfect Blue. And the point is, certain ones didn't make the top 10 or top 11 in my instance, simply because there were certain questionable things that they had, and because before I got towards the end of the story, I started to get real bored, and I realized this is about horror and story, horror and story, horror and story, which takes precedence first, story, which takes secondary after horror. Perfect Blue story was great, but Perfect Blue story horror wasn't really that horrific. There was only certain scenes that were horrific, but then those scenes that were horrific were questionable. So I started thinking to myself, there was a reason why Perfect Blue was banned in certain countries, and I see the reason why. And there's no way something that was banned in certain countries I will put in my top 10, because then now mean I'm kind of fucked up in the head if I want to have something that was banned in certain countries. And then I realized why was it banned, and I said, oh, okay, so that's the reason why it was banned in certain countries. It's not banned anymore, or in certain places it still is. But I understand the artwork and the art style of what they were trying to do with Perfect Blue. I just think that they took it a little too far, in my opinion. And I can't put something that people takes a little bit too far in my top 10. It just doesn't work that way. And also for Blue Gender, I believe the story of Blue Gender was great, but also Blue Gender had this thing about it took too long to get to where it needs to get to. Its pacing was good until episode 4 and 5, where it seems to start dragging out, and you start to see its flaws. And the story wasn't really they weren't really trying to solve anything whatsoever at all. It was just a story about a guy trying to survive in like apocalypse world and finding love in said apocalypse world. But they didn't have like an ultimate goal to solve until closing towards the end, where they tried to include that in. But by then I completely checked out. So, and there were other stuff as well, other horror stuff as well, that were present, and other zombie stories that they became a zombie, or High School of the Dead. But then I thought, but are those things really belong in top 10? Those are more like in top 30 or top 20, but not top 10. So
I had to be realistic with regards to things. Do those things really terrify me, and are their story really good? High School of the Dead, the stuff really didn't horrify me, and same as Blue Gender. Certain scenes were horrifying, but the story has to be the most important factor in anything, romance, comedy, no matter what. If the story is garbage, everything else will be garbage. So no matter how much blood and guts and horror you throw into it, like Uzumaki throws a lot of weird shit into it, if his story is not good and Uzumaki's story is okay, it's not really good. It's just there to be there. The main bread and butter of Uzumaki is just the pure horror for shock value's sake and for weirdness. And then I realized, well, Uzumaki really isn't that good because the story's kind of not good. So that's also the reason why Uzumaki not there. So that's it for this video. I'm talking way too much, but you could decide what is good or not. Uzumaki would have been in my top 10 if it was just simply for its gore. Well, not for its gore, if it was simply for its crazy looking monster designs. In fact, it would be my number one if it was all about bizarre shit that's wacky and crazy as balls. Because Uzumaki's crazy as balls. But if it was for just that and that alone, that makes your top horror anime, then you don't give a shit about story. And if you don't care about story in horror, then what does that say about what you're watching? You're just watching dumb nonsense. So I'm not going to watch dumb nonsense. I'm not going to put just dumb nonsense in my story. Uzumaki's story was okay. And his creative gore and creative bizarreness is number one, A plus. But his story's okay at best. But unfortunately, the story of everything in my top 10 were more superior in both scares, which is a fear factor, or terrify factor, and story. Because Uzumaki wasn't really terrifying. Uzumaki was just weird as shit with regards to the type of design that you were watching. You weren't terrified of it, seeing women with holes in heads and shit. You were just saying, this is some weird ass shit that looks bizarre and unnerving. That's what Uzumaki was, unnerving, not terrifying. So, and the story was average. So that's it. That's all for this video. I'm out. And I'll be on Warframe tomorrow, or should I say today, October 31st at around 9:30. I took like 4 days off of my life just to make this video. And I had to make sure that everything was accurate from the beginning. So I had to go over all these 10 to 11 animes 100% from beginning to end to make sure I didn't miss out anything that wasn't correct. Like I wasn't talking about something that wasn't true. And the only way to talk about something that's true and not true is to make sure what you're saying is what exactly happened in said anime. So that's it. That's for this video. I'm out. And you could replace, if you really like Uzumaki, you could replace that with my number 11 slot. Because my number 11 slot is actually the slot where you could actually push something else in there. I believe Uzumaki would have made my 11 if it wasn't for the fact that Attack on Titan story is pretty damn good. Very good, actually. And it's, I believe its terror is just a slightly bit more terrifying than Uzumaki. Or maybe I don't know. But I believe because the story of Attack on Titan is so powerful and characters are so powerful, it, it slightly edged Uzumaki by about 2%. But just by a slight amount. Just by a slight amount. If it wasn't for that slight amount, Uzumaki would not have made my 11. I mean, Attack on Titan wouldn't have made my 11. So that's it. That's it for this video. I'm done. So let me press stop on this.